Foreword and Introduction of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Author's Foreword. Ignorant buying is the junk pile's subsistence. This book is in no way intended to be a book on household efficiency in the usual sense of the word. It is no religio culinaris, no domestic Baedeker or home tailor. It is merely meant to be a means to the purchase and care of the best household equipments, and to be an instruction before, not after, the purchase is made. Further, it is meant to cheat the junk pile by inspiring the buyer to get the maximum advantage out of every purchase of the thing he buys and by the proper care of it after he gets it. It is a book which conspires against the aspiring junk heap in the yard or in the storeroom. There is so much in the market today in the way of household equipments and devices that a book like this is necessary to give the homekeeper as much of an idea as to what to eliminate as to what to choose. It is necessary, too, to give the homekeeper an idea of the maintenance of what she has elected to buy, as the proper care of possessions adds 100% to their longevity. In every case in this book, the very best devices are discussed. If the reader feels that in any case a too expensive article has been delineated, at least he or she will get from the discussion of the thing an idea and ideal of what is to be demanded of this sort of device. And if she or he be improvident, will immediately buy a cheap thing instead of waiting until he or she can afford a better article, if not the best. In short, the purchaser should demand in every purchase the largest selection of best traits. So this book, then, aims to give the purchaser an idea of what things or qualities to buy, to stimulate the manufacturer who is ready to furnish them when given a reason for doing so, to make of every purchase a paying investment, not a mere expenditure, and to cheat the Croesus-like junkman out of his expected heritage. Due to the time it takes to print and publish a book, the reader will realize that there may be new things created that could not be included herein. E.R.P. Introduction. The Housewife as Manager and Purchasing Agent. Several years ago, we heard a great deal of talk about women's place being in the home. The slogan was used as a campaign challenge and as a sneer. It was bandied up and down the countryside until we got pretty tired of hearing it. Since the privilege of voting has been given to women, and since their weight is being felt in elections, the cry has died down. The simple reason is that neither the employment of women in war work nor the radical challenges of the ultra-feminist has altered the fundamental fact that the home is a woman's realm. Now, you can banish her to the home and make it such a place of drudgery that she loathes it, or she can abide there as a queenly figure, director of its work. Thanks to the inventive genius of our manufacturers, the home has ceased to be a place of exile for a woman. The long hours that used to obtain in housework, the wear and tear on nerves and muscles, are being cut down by labor-saving equipment. The shortage of servants is being met with the same devices. It can never be expected that a big house will be totally servantless. Utopia is still far away. But it can be reasonably expected that every house will get along with fewer servants. The hope of this expectation lies in two salient features of these times. 1, the simplifying of our home life. 2, the position of the housewife as a manager. One of the reasons for the high cost of living has been the complication of our living. The past generation has been brought up to feel that so many more things are necessary to comfort than was the previous generation. Shortcuts to comfort cost money. The grocery order sent over the telephone saves steps, but adds to the bill. The dress bought ready-made is a convenience and an extra expense. The food and drink picked up at shops have added to the cost of living, especially the drink. Nowadays, Congress is encouraging the making of drinks at home. Sensible women will take a basket on arm and supervise their own buying at grocery stores. And we are forgetting the silly twaddle about clothes not looking tailor-made. The way to meet the high cost of living is to simplify the manner of living. And the way to simplify the manner of living is to live more at home and do more at home. We've reached the ebb tide. The flood is leaving the restaurant and the cabaret and turning toward home. Make no mistake about that. We are being cleansed with the fire that we ourselves kindled. The home is coming into its own, and with it, the woman in the home. Taking them by and large, our grandmothers were pretty good managers. They didn't have vacuum cleaners or electric toasters or telephones or a lot of other equipment that has cut down housework today. But if you will remember, they did have a very decided system in running and managing their households. Our Mother's Day saw the introduction of labor-saving devices. The household work then stood on the threshold of a new era, but it didn't have the courage to put a foot across. Moreover, the equipment had not reached the degree of proficiency where it could be considered practical. The machinery of household equipment complicated living. This present generation has the perfected machinery and much more to come, but it lacks what our grandmothers had, a system. We are dealing with old problems with new equipment. It is a case of old wine in new bottles, and we have to find a way of handling it. The secret, of course, is a system, a policy. The housewife of today is to her home what a man is to his office. She is a house manager, a domiologist, as the author of this book suitably coined. To be successful in that sphere, she must apply the same principles of management to her work that her husband does to his. She must consider three things. 1. Household policy. 2. Household equipment. 3. Employed personnel. The employed personnel not only includes the cook and other servants of the house, but also the grocer from whom the vegetables are bought, the butcher, the dealer in housewares. There is just as much reason for looking into the character of her butcher before she buys from him as for looking into her cook's reputation before she hires her. In this respect, the housewife is a purchasing agent, and she should apply the same exacting principles that a purchasing agent of a factory does. The household equipment can generally be divided into departments, just as office work is divided into departments. There is the cooking department, the laundry department, and the cleaning department. These will be large and small according to the size of the family and the house. Each requires its own equipment and should be kept separate. The cleaning instruments, such as brushes, brooms, vacuum cleaner, dust cloths, etc., in their own department or closet. The things appertaining to the kitchen in the kitchen. The laundry equipment, soap, clotheslines, etc., in the laundry. Some household managers may say this is an old story. Yes, to them. But hundreds of women complicate the household work by not using this departmental idea. So soon as they do, housework begins to straighten out. A household policy is less easy to define. In an office, a policy is the way of conducting business, both the way and the purpose. In a house, it should be the same. It is this that the author of this book reiterates over and over again. A policy and system in the department of the installing of labor-saving and work-doing machinery and devices and operations to reduce the irksomeness of household management. It is this that the readers of House and Garden magazine, wherein this book appeared serially, have enjoyed. Men and women have profited by its accurate technical discussion and by the delightful presentation with its occasional bits of humor. For these reasons, I gladly recommend it to its future public, which I feel sure has need of it, consciously or unconsciously. Richardson Wright. End of Foreword and Introduction.
Section 1 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The purchase and maintenance of household equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bahram Piroz. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pesa. Chapter 1. Introducing you to electricity. What's a watt? This is not a comic opera refrain, but a question asked so many times that it is typical of the lack of knowledge people have today of the force which they are using constantly in their own homes and others. We have lived to see women go to automobile schools and learn the working of the car which is theirs to drive, but as yet there seems to be no course even in the domestic science school which gives the household engineer an inkling of what is to be her mechanical field in the realm of electricity or ordinary mechanical construction. We hope this will come. For have you ever stopped to think that the housekeeper today presides over an extensive electric installation? Even if she has but a telephone and an electric bell in the house, there is much that happens that ought to be familiar to her. But people today have much more than these few things. They have at least 3 or 4 of the following: ironing machine, washing machine, vacuum cleaner, telephone, warming pad, electric lights, toaster, electric piano, sewing machine, curling iron, electric range, electric iron, etc. Yet the underlying principles and vocabulary are still as Sanskrit to the majority of users. This article is but to make simple and comfortable electric terminologies, and we will use these for an excuse to get at a few electrical misusages. It is to make electricity familiar rather than a stranger to the user. Nobody knows what electricity is, so fortunately we don't have to stop and define it. All that we know is that it acts in certain definite ways. We get electricity from the battery and from the generator, dynamo. The battery consists of celled containers which come under the heads of dry and wet batteries, insofar as they contain liquid or solid wet ingredients, through which the electricity is generated and passed out by means of wires. In short, the battery produces electricity by means of chemicals. The primary battery produces electricity, and the storage battery stores it in the form of chemical energy. It is useless for purveying very much electrical power, as there never can be enough pressure, voltage, to send along the electricity to do big jobs, unless hundreds of cells connected in a certain way were used, which would be a foolish waste of material and time, etc. In order to obviate such manufacturing, the generator or dynamo is used, and electricity is made in this way by induction. In other words, we make it by letting a coil of wire, or several coils, be revolved by steam or water power usually, as it cuts through the area of magnetism field of a giant magnet, something like those we used when we were children. This coil catches the electricity, and it is led off by wires wherever we want it to perform. The coil on the spindle is called the armature, where the wire is attached to lead off the electricity from the armature are contact pieces, and the plates which make the contact with the contact pieces and to which are attached the wires of the outgoing electric circuit are called the brushes. There is much more to say, but not in this article. If you are interested, we refer you to Charles R. Gibson's Romance of Electricity for simple electrical explanations. The motor, with a few mechanical changes, is the reverse of the dynamo. It works by electricity and changes it into mechanical power to work our washing machines, etc. There are on the market AC, DC, and universal motors. These you will understand after the next section, which takes up AC and DC electricity. Madam, do you use AC or DC? Asks the man selling you a washing machine. Most decent folks are quite at sea at this seemingly geographic question, and yet, after all, it is the most complicated simple thing in the world. DC doesn't mean District of Columbia. It simply means direct current, and AC means alternating current. And on these two kinds hang all the wires of electric profits. Direct current, or DC, is a current that runs in one direction over the wire like water through a pipe. It is simple to visualize, even if electricity does flow 163,000 miles per second, but alternating current, AC, is electricity which alternates and goes back and forth generally. Even though it goes back and forth in waves of tremendous rapidity, you can see that there must be a time in this period when the electricity is for an infinitesimal space of time at low power, and another infinitesimal space of time at high. In order to keep the supply even and steady, 2 and sometimes 3 coils of wire are used in the generator to catch the electricity, so that there is a scant opportunity for the electric supply to be anything but even, for when one coil is up, the other is down, and thus they even up the strength of the current. So, when your salesman asks you when you buy a motor if you have AC or DC electricity, and you say AC, he may go on and say how many phase. Then you should find out the answer from your lighting company. He then may ask you how many cycles, which when translated means the electric period it takes for the alternating current to flow back and forth. No, dynamos for DC and AC electricity vary slightly, but that need not trouble us. The reason for 2 kinds of electricity at all is that each, though obeying the larger laws, has its own peculiar habits and good points. For example, alternating current can be carried long distances at high pressure, high voltage, and sidetracked by a transformer to a little home, and the pressure very simply reduced. In other cases, the pressure can be very simply increased. Therefore, in country districts, one is very prone to see AC in vogue. The same amount of current, whether DC or AC, is used for lighting, etc. AC is not used for electroplating, etc., or for storage batteries. This is a good point to remember if you have storage batteries to supply for bells, etc., and your current is AC. You will have to have your batteries charged from a plant which makes DC, or install a small converter. If you attempt to use the AC, you will burn out your plates. But how is electricity measured? How, in other words, do we know how much we use? And how can we test our bills? The following paradigm will give the electric measures translated into more familiar terms of water measurement. Volt, pressure, ampere, rate of flow of current per second, watt, fraction of horsepower, kilowatt, 1000 watts, 1 1/3 horsepower, resistance, friction, as water resists the side of a pipe. Ohms, the unit of measuring resistance. Friction, as water resists the sides of a pipe. The volt takes its name from Volta, an Italian scientist, the ampere from a Frenchman, the ohm from a German, the watt from an Englishman. We hear most about volts and watts. Voltage is found by multiplying the ohms by the amperes. The volt is the pressure that makes electricity flow through the wire, and the friction of resistance to its flow is measured by the ohm. The amount of work a given number of amperes will do at a certain voltage pressure is known as watts. So, if by chance you ever need a formula, here is a little one for your card catalog. Ohms multiplied by amperes equals volts. Volts divided by ohm equals ampere. Volts multiplied by ampere equals watts. 1 kilowatt equals 1000 watts. 1000 watts equals 1 1/3 horsepower. The next thing which is necessary for the householder to know is how to compute costs of electrical usage. The amount of electric power used, for example, by the electric light is measured in watts. Look on any incandescent bulb and you will see thereon the number of watts, usually around 50 or 60. In order to know how many watts a light consumes, divide the number of watts it consumes by 1000 to reduce it to a something of a kilowatt. Then multiply this result by the number of hours the lamp has been lead by the kilowatt to get the kilowatt hour of electricity. The kilowatt hour, of course, multiplied by the rate per kilowatt hour in your locality will give you the cost. The rate is always figured on the kilowatt hour. Watt divided by 1000 equals kilowatts. Kilowatt multiplied by hours equals kilowatt hours. Kilowatt hours multiplied by rate equals cost. Probably it would be a good thing to know how to read the meter, which generally consists of 4 little dials which are read from right to left. The first dial measures the tens, the second the hundreds, the third the thousands, the fourth the 10,000s. Therefore, if the hand in the left has passed 9, that would stand for 9,000. In second dial, nearest to 1, that would stand for 100. In third dial, nearest to 2, that would stand for 20. In fourth dial, nearest to 1, that would stand for 1. 9,121. The total is 9,121 kilowatt hours, and this multiplied by the rate, say 10 cents, as it is in some places, would mean that the bill for this consumption would be $912.10. Now, knowing from your last month's bill that the reading of the meter then was 8,200, by subtracting you find that the actual current consumed was 921 kilowatt hours, which multiplied by rate, say 10 cents, gives you $92.10 as your bill. To quote from an article in this series on electric ranges will give you an idea as to how to buy in accordance with voltage and how the cost is reckoned in watts. It is necessary when ordering a range to give the voltage of your electricity supply. The stoves are usually prepared for 110, 220, 110 volts with 2-wire service from the street, or 110, 220 volts with 3-wire service. In some stoves, the cut-out box is built on the range directly back of the switches. This, then, can be easily opened if anything happens. In the stock stove, there is made an extra charge for voltage exceeding 220 or less than 110 because alterations have to be made. According to the size of heating elements in the stove, etc., the wattage runs from 10,000 watts or 10 kilowatts, which is the same thing to about 2,500 watts or 2.5 kilowatts on a small 4 heating unit range. This gives its total capacity if everything goes at once. The number of watts used multiplied by our local rate, say 4 cents, gives the cost per kilowatt hour, which in this case would be 40 cents per hour. Have you ever wondered how electricity changes from current to heat? Have you ever wondered how we can cook and iron and warm a room by it? It is due to electricity's resistance, which is measured in ohms. It is resistance which is turned into heat. The process of overcoming resistance results in throwing off heat. It is quite familiar. Did you ever rub a piece of wood in the palm of your hand for a little while and feel the heat given off? We call it friction, but it is really the giving off of heat due to expenditure of mechanical energy. The same thing happens with the electricity. This electricity, which travels at the speed of 163,000 miles a second, then it comes into frictional relation with its conductor, pushes aside the molecules of the metal, and here the mechanical energy is magically transformed into heat. Some technical terms. When we hear short circuit mentioned, what does it mean to us? Well, it should mean that the path of the electric circuit has been suddenly shortened. The electricity has escaped through the ground or over another conductor. Insulation is the covering by which the escape of electricity through the wire is made impossible. Always see to it that the insulation is in perfect condition. All wires must be insulated. In damp places, rubber-covered wire must be used. Wires must always be protected with porcelain tubes passing through partition walls, girders, and where they pass over pipes and other wires, etc. Incandescent lights are merely globes with a vacuum in which a filament or tungsten or some other highly resistant material meets the electric current and glows through its very resistant power. The switch is merely a device to open and close the path of electricity. The socket is the termination of two wires from the generator or battery into which the bulb of the light is put and other connections made. You will notice two wires on every electric connection. This is to make a complete electric circuit path to and from the points where it is used. The outlet is the opening where the socket can be placed. The more outlets you have in your home before building, the better off you will be forever and ever. A convenient outlet, sometimes called a baseboard or wall receptacle, is simply a place for conveniently connecting electric appliances to your electric current. Fuses are things we hear much about. They are the stopgaps, really, between danger and safety, and though they make a splutter when they blow out, it is right that they should. Briefly, the fuse is a bit of lead or other metal with a low melting point, so placed that when the circuit gets overloaded for any reason, the metal will melt and open the circuit, stopping the electricity and preventing danger. When the fuse burns, we call that a blowout, but this burning has saved us from dangerous currents. Every house should be well supplied with fuses, and as soon as they are blown out, restored. Your superintendent or electrician will show you how to restore the oft blown out fuse. So it is wise to keep a few new fuses in one's home. The fuse will blow out sometimes if you allow a bit of metal from a lamp shade to cavort too intimately with the excitable parts of your incandescent bulb. Then the wire gets overloaded and the tin or lead conductor on the fuse melts and prevents the greater current doing any damage. It is simple, isn't it? The fuses come in convenient shape. Sometimes it is wise to use a rubber glove when putting them in. We have seen a sparking do a bit of burning. Electricity is not dangerous when properly employed. It is dangerous when you use it wrongly. If you put your hand under a boiling hot stream of water, you will get burned. If you put your hand on a red-hot stove, you will get burned. If you burn a fire in a wooden box, you will have more fire than you bargained for. If you inhale gas, you will die. Such is the case with electricity, which is a most controllable force if you are not ignorant as to how to use it. However, if you will put a hot curling iron on your table without turning off your current, you will have a cozy little fire start up. So you would if you laid down a cigarette without putting it out. Most accidents occur simply because of such ridiculous carelessness. Mr. A. M. Grant of the Manhattan Electrical Supply Company said a wise thing in reference to this subject. Before connecting any appliance to your lamp socket, turn out the light in your bulb. Then you know that your current is off. Never attach anything to anything electrical until the current is off, and never go away and leave an appliance with the electricity turned on. More specifically, in using any electric appliance non-continuously, shut off the current immediately upon stopping. Do not only pull out the plug, but turn off the electricity. In using the flat iron, detach the plug at the iron as well as turn off the current from the socket. Remove the iron from the goods and detach the plug when called away from the ironing board. Never pull the plug out by the cord. Always grip it at the spring. Always replace at once frayed wires, as the ends often collide and make blowouts. Don't leave your electric curling iron on the tablecloth and do something else about the room without first turning off the current, or you'll have a cute little fire. Care must be taken in using too many cluster plugs, because the electric circuit path may be overloaded. That is, too much electricity drawn over the wire which is made for a certain load. Then your fuse will blow out. Extra appliances should be attached to different circuits. This a good electrician will regulate for you. Too much wattage, horsepower, over one circuit is like forcing any machinery to the breaking point. A percolator, toaster, and a lamp are too heavy a load for the ordinary circuit. Connect at the same place only those appliances that are of low wattage. Some firms have now made percolators and water heaters with fuse nut or safety fuse devices, which melt if overloaded or allowed to heat up without any liquid in them to be heated. You must not let a percolator perk without any water in it. People complain more about good percolators because their heating element burns out, either because they do this or because they have it connected up with too many other devices. Even if you do the right thing in these respects, don't forget to disconnect the electricity by pulling out the plug. Don't get your electricity heating pad wet. In fact, don't wet any electric appliance carelessly, or you may have a short circuit. Remember that electricity, magic as it is, can burn as well as any flame. So don't let your curtains blow against a red-hot electric radiator and then blame it on the electricity, which after all is your servant, if you make it so by right treatment. Always ask your salesman to what the device purchased should be attached. Some things are designed for the ordinary lamp socket, and others need different connections. Many electric appliances have the pilot light to tell you whether your electric current is on or off. Yet, it is wise to be your own pilot and remember what you are doing. Do not leave your electrical installation entirely to your architect. Watch what is happening. Remember, you need as many outlets as you possibly can afford. The more you have, the better lighting you can have, the better electric comforts you can have. If you have few outlets, you are very prone to overload your circuit. And in the future, as more electric devices come into being, you will have to pass them up. Outlets consume no electricity, but are simply entrances where electricity can be located as soon as the appliance is connected up with it and turned on. Above all, have your electric installation put in by the most responsible and experienced people you can get to do it. When you buy appliances, always ask what voltage they require and find out what your own voltage is before you buy. Also, find out whether you have a DC or AC, and if AC, find out what phase and cycle. These things will save you time and money and free you from any apprehension of calamity from the use of electricity. There is much left unsaid in this chapter. It would take a book by itself to say everything. End of section 1. Section 2 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The purchase and maintenance of household equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bahram Piruz. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Paisa. Chapter 2. Keeping out of hot water. There is never any magic about household equipment. You must not expect to do the impossible. If you have a dishwasher, you must not expect it to do any more processes of washing than you expect of your player piano of playing. The dishwasher is to wash, the piano to play. Many women have said, I think a dishwasher is a nuisance. You have to stack your dishes, hand scrape pots and pans, carry water by the pailful, and then have the job of cleaning the dishwasher itself. The only thing it does is to wash off some of the dishes. Well, it is only a dishwasher. Doesn't the automobile have to be cleaned and oiled? Why should the dishwasher be expected to polish silver? Yet we do solemnly think that the dishwasher attached to the plumbing of the house so that the fresh water comes in unlifted by the operator and goes out unheeded is the only dishwasher to buy, regardless of how it is worked, by hand, by water force, or by electricity. This is only one type. Some of the best dishwashers are made unattached to the plumbing, so that they can be wheeled into the dining room and be stacked as they leave the table. This is a rather perfect type for some homes, but you must have it fixed so that when it arrives dish-laden in the kitchen or pantry, it can be attached to the water supply and emptied through the sewer. This is the only way to get maximum comfort, unless you or your cook enjoy hauling pails of water. Yet, we can imagine many women who would rather haul water than handle dishwasher. And here is where the unattached dishwasher wins out over the old-fashioned style of washing dishes. The chances of breakage are less where the dishes are not washed separately and rehandled for drying separately. Dishes handled when dry do not slip so readily to fall or break. For the most part, these machines are equipped with a motor, which propels a fan or paddle to spray or swish and whirl the water about among the dishes. The efficiency depends not only on the speed the water travels, but on the direction. For example, one of the most interesting of dishwashers is not run by hand or electricity, but it is attached to the drain and water supply. The hot water is distributed and so forced against the dishes that without soap they are washed noiselessly. No soap is required with this machine. It has taken us a long time to be sold to this dishwasher, but we are convinced that it is the type to use when one has to do one's own work. If it is possible to use very hot water in your dishwasher, you can leave the top of your machine off and the dishes will dry without handwork. Of course, there will be no polish on the glass and silver, but they will be dry. The following is advice given by those who sell dishwashers. 1. You must have hot water really hot water to use an electric dishwasher successfully. 2. Use the soap powder the manufacturer supplies or recommends. Remember that suds are unnecessary for cleansing and are hard to rinse off anyway. You need an ash powder, which will cut grease. 3. Dishes covered with egg, flour mixtures, etc. should first be held under cold water. Hot water boils these mixtures and makes them stick closer to dishes. 4. Follow the manufacturer's directions as to placing dishes, silver, etc. Get the knack, which is easily acquired, of putting in the dishes with the fewest motions possible. 5. Experiment with the much disputed point of whether dishwashers will wash pots and pans. Most dishwashers will clean them of everything except burnt-on food or particles, which have to be taken off with a powder. 6. Note how easy it is to dry the silver and polish glassware, and that while you are doing this, the china dries itself and needs only to be put away. 7. If you have a small family, do not wash the dishes after every meal, but stack them in the dishwasher and wash them once a day, say after breakfast. 8. Remember that dishwashing is but one of a series of kitchen operations. To begin at the beginning and to get the utmost value out of the electric dishwasher, glass, aluminum, and enamel cooking utensils are to be recommended. Wherever possible, without handles, so that they do not take up too much space in the machine. In cooking and serving, clean up as you go, using as few utensils as possible in your cooking. All modern houseworkers recommend this procedure, although it does not always meet with the approval of housekeepers generally. Stacking bowls, plates, spoons, etc. in the dishwasher as you work, thus having a comparatively clean kitchen when you are ready to serve the meal. 9. See that the dishwasher is properly placed in relation to the entire dishwashing performance. The ideal placement is near the dining room or pantry door, so that it receives the dishes without extra steps and adjacent to cupboard where dishes are put away. You will perhaps think this is a lot to do, but didn't you have to learn to do things on your vacuum cleaner, your washing machine, your typewriter too? Weren't you willing to learn how to run your own car? When buying a dishwasher, look at the racks. Be sure they are smooth and easily cleaned, finished so that there is naught to peel off and catch food. Also, be sure these racks fit and are not cantankerous in going back into the machine. If they are difficult to manipulate, the misery is untold. In purchasing, look for the following points. 1. The dishwasher must be smooth inside. 2. No corners to harbor bits of food. 3. Self-cleaning. 4. Dishes placed so as to be unmovable and not stick together. 5. Cost of electricity low, from 1 to 2 cents per washing. 6. Capacity, to be convenient to your uses. 7. Operates in kitchen or pantry. 8. Operates from 3 to 15 minutes. 9. The water penetrates all sides of dishes. 10. Easy to fill and empty, whether attached or unattached to water and outlet systems. Some booklets advertise the fact that machines require only 6 quarts of water, less water than in ordinary dishwashing. The water, unless it is to be hand-handled, need not trouble anyone. But it is a well-known fact that dishes to be washed satisfactorily must have water used on them without stint. The most satisfactory soaps are the white powders. A new powder on the market which isn't soap at all does not leave a greasy residue and make a difficulty of cleaning out the dishwasher. In a good dishwasher, however, the water force banishes residue of all kinds. One manufacturer of a good dishwasher is honest enough to say that for a good effect, silver and glasses should always be polished coming out of the dishwasher, because any method of washing will always leave a film. Many a dishwasher has been sold on the pretext that this is unnecessary, and the result has been dissatisfaction and a psychological dislike of the machine. To be sure, an ordinary dirty pot or pan can be cleaned on a dishwasher. The burnt-on type of dirt must be scraped off by hand. Warning: don't burn in food. So, use utensils where you reduce this possibility to a minimum. Some dishwasher concerns supply you with hand-saving scrapers. A dishwasher in the shape of a table, beautifully finished, makes it unnecessary to have an extra table about. This does its work well. One example of this table-high dishwasher has a device whereby the rack of dishes is lifted to a reachable height by lifting the lid. Another supplies you with extra baskets in which to stack your dishes, while the full basket is being used in the washer. Yet another cylinder type has a cover that goes back flat, on which can be laid the tray to be filled with dishes. At present, some of these machines make a slight noise in operation, yet many do not mind this. But in telling a story, we must tell it all. Of course, many other machines used in the home are no modest violets either. We don't need to listen hard to hear vacuum cleaners or patent brooms, but they work well despite their blatancies. Washing machines are made in cylindrical and rectangular form and can be placed in small kitchens as well as large without inconvenience. Of course, there are some machines called domestic that are meant for the domesticity of a home where there are 17 servants and other things equally hotel-like. These are big and efficient, but the ordinary apartment or a small home could not afford to house them. The dishwasher really is the crux of the economic problem. Many a girl would marry gladly without a maid if the dishwashing was reduced to a minimum. One of these days when lovers offer dishwashers, in addition to the conventional platinum solitaires, they will find winning a bride a much easier task than it is at present. End of section 2. Section 3 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the purchase and maintenance of household equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bahram Piroz. Cheating the Junk Pile by Itel R. Pesa. Chapter 3. Electrocuting the Wash. Can't afford is the first thing that is said against the installation of electrical equipment in the home. Equipment for offices is placed because it is a saving of time and money and energy, but equipment for the home is often grudgingly installed just because makeshifts have been the rule for so long. Quite true is it that you often have a hard time to prove to your husband that the washer is a money saver, that the ironer too is a saver of money, but this can be done very easily. Let money talk, and the machinery will almost install itself. The laundry equipment, of course, is a serious thing and must be taken so. Many things should be investigated before buying, your needs known to yourself. Equipment should not, like marriage, be entered into unadvisedly, for when you spend money, you must spend it as an investment and not as a mere lark. You must get your return on the investment, or you have thrown it away. If you do not know what to get, read, use shoe leather, and ask those who have the thing you want. The manufacturers, too, are glad to talk over your needs. Requirements of the home laundry. A satisfactory laundry depends on 1. The location of room, its relation to outdoor drying, and its relation to the source of supply of incoming laundry. 2. Proper floor, ceiling, and walls, all joints curved, no corners. 3. Selection of equipment, the types and kinds best fitted to size of family and room. 4. The advantageous disposal of appliances purchased. 5. Thorough instruction of operators in the use of the machinery, as a good machine is useless unless the operator knows their requirements. 6. Proper care of appliances. 7. Sanitary conditions, light and ventilation. Good air is part of all good laundry work. 8. The acceptance of the worker to use cheerfully the machinery and the adequate payment of the worker. 9. Knowledge on the part of the housekeeper or mistress of the laundry procedure in order to oversee more intelligently the work done. Women seem to think a knowledge of cookery necessary, but give little heed to the importance of the laundry. 10. A system developed and maintained for the laundering of clothes. So much for the general principles. This chapter will not deal at all with methods of laundry work as is. The only reason for the electric laundry is that it does save time, money, and energy and prolongs the life of clothes to a certain degree. In doing missionary work in the past for these things, people said, "You can lead a maid to the washer, but you can't make her wash." They said these too about the horse and the trough. Yet, if he never drank, he would have died of thirst. So much for that argument. You may as well say, "You can lead a cook to the soup pot, but you can't make him stir." Money talks to husbands. You can prove the saving. Less work talks to laundresses. You can prove the saving. Generally speaking, a good equipment for a house with 6 in the family and 3 to 4 servants is as follows. A tiled floor. The large blue tile is interesting and less glaring for the floor than the white. Linoleum floors too are splendid, and cream walls. Washer, 1/3 horsepower, solid copper lined with planished tin to prevent corrosion. White enamel ironing machine. 2 rolls. Clothes dryer with 4 heating units. Clothes boiler, solid copper lined with planished tin with a screen for holding clothes off the bottom of the boiler. Combination sleeve and skirt board. 2 metal tables. Overhead clothes dryer. Copper clothes extractor. 4 stationary tubs. Electric irons for valeting and fine work. The electric ironer. A great fuss has been made about setting the clock ahead 1 hour to save time and daylight, but little attention has been given the problem of saving 4 hours every ironing day by means of electricity and the ironing machine. A good machine, unlike the mangle, which only folds and is not heated, should be able to iron at the rate of 7 or 8 feet per minute. In this way, the ordinary ironing can be done 4 times as quickly as by the old method. Many a housewife without a maid has found ironing good sport with a good ironer, and the labor-saving devices have often made marriage possible where a servant was too much of a luxury. Roughly, the ordinary laundry takes about half a day. 1 hour for 8 pieces for the average family of 5, including all things from table linen to handkerchiefs. By hand, this is about 4.5 to 5 hours. This costs about $50 to $100 a year, or $500 to $1,000 for 10 years supply of laundered possessions. The fuel consumed for the average ironing with coal or electricity costs about $15.60 per year. With a good machine, ironing by electricity or gas will come to about 1.5 cents, or a total of 3 cents for ironing and heating, which is a saving of 27 cents a week, or $14.04 yearly. In 10 years, a saving of $140. This is apart from the benefit to health and strength. There is one on the market with a bench attached, on which the worker can sit down to her work. As the feed is so arranged that the material turns under, because of the adjustable delivery board, one doesn't have to rise at all, and the saving of strength and comfort is beyond calculation. An ordinary tablecloth on an ironing machine takes about 3 or 4 minutes. With a good electric iron, it takes about 25 to 30. Besides this, the cloth is ironed evenly, and the pattern, if it be embroidered, is evenly brought out. Initials come out in beautiful relief. Buttons on garments do not break because of the deeply padded felt rolls which are covered with an especially made muslin. As an ironing machine has proven a practical money-saving proposition, what is the best way to purchase one? First, you should have a good idea as to the breadth on the average of your sheets and tablecloths, not forgetting that it is wise to have a machine wide enough to carry 2 table napkins at once. This saves time, saves the overimpression of the felt in one spot, and also uses up the whole length of heat along the roll. In large households where the work is unusually heavy, often taking more than one day, a machine about 48 inches or 56 inches is used for 2.5 to 3 yards of linen. These rolls should be padded, the heavier the better, to take care of heavily embroidered initials. Many persons think that an ironing machine is a mangle limited to ironing only the coarser flat work, such as sheets, towels, etc. It is, however, not a mangle, but an ironer, and will iron practically everything, except the more fancy shirt waists and elaborate dresses. It will iron to the entire satisfaction kitchen aprons, nightgowns, pajamas, underwear, children's play clothes, hosiery, men's negligee, and silk shirts, and iron better than an expert laundress can do by hand tablecloths, napkins, and centerpieces, doilies, dresser scarves, blankets, sheets, bedspreads, pillowcases, towels, and handkerchiefs. It is a great help to curtains, as they will hang perfectly after ironing. Trousers may also be pressed in such a machine. The ironing machines on the market claim certain best points. One, that a movable shoe, the heated part under which the garment is passed, is good, because you can remove starchy accumulations and clean it easily. Some say that the stationary shoe is the best, because the ironing cannot help being done evenly. You will have to pick your machine. In another machine, the manufacturers use their patented gas burner of drilled holes and their air mixture as a talking point to afford a gas saving. Another claims that oiling is necessary only every 6 months. The feedboard is a requisite part which must be perfect. Lowering the feedboard removes the roll from contact with the ironing surface in some machines. This is the same principle as putting the hand iron on the rest. At the same time, the motion of the roll is automatically stopped so that the goods can be withdrawn at any time. It also enables one to lay a folded piece or a number of them on and over the roll, and it ensures a straight start at all times. On single or double thicknesses of goods, the feedboard need not be lowered, as these will start in readily. This patented feature means safety to the operator and safety to the goods being ironed. The feedboard is the flat piece of board running the length of the machine over which the linen passes. Some machines are advertised as having all gears enclosed and protected. This, of course, makes operations safer. The swinging arms, too generally provided for hanging linen on, are a convenient addition. An extraordinary advance. The above is the usual list of machines made today, but there is an unusual one now on the market. This one works entirely by electricity. It can be heated by gas or electricity. There are no levers to handle, no treadles to thread. It works completely by a switch and dial. The little finger is sufficient only to do the job if all your other fingers were disabled. It is a very convenient size for family use and has been in use now long enough to assure perfection of adaptability for the home. In case this all-electric machine has a blowout, and to protect the clothes from burning on the shoe, there is simple provision to guard against this and all ills. The shoe by a button works back and forth if necessary, and taken all together, it is a beautiful mechanism. A few excellent machines, too, have the 2 rollers instead of 1. This is supposed to hold material firmer and work more expeditiously. Good points. In some cases, the gas burner and electric heater are divided in the center so that the burner can be used on warm work without scorching the unused part of the roll. The machines should be so made that they are comparatively easy to clean. Levers are not quite as good as the automatic adjustable feedboard, which ensures ease of control. It is worked by raising and lowering. This brings the roll in contact with the ironing surface, the same principle as a hand iron is brought to and from its rest. The action also stops and starts the rotation of the roller. In other words, it is automatic, and there is no possibility of the operator becoming confused at a critical moment. There are no levers to pull or switches to turn. The control is instinctive and always under the hands of the operator for instant use. Moreover, you can lay your work over the roll while idle, ensuring a straight edge, and start the work again at your convenience. Ironing on these machines is done on the same principle as with a flat iron. only instead of passing the iron over the goods are moved against a stationary iron. Power and fuel, gas, gasoline, and electricity are the fuels used to heat the machines. Electricity and hand power turn them. Motors come from 1/8 to 1/4 horsepower depending on the size of the machine. When buying one, be sure to tell agent whether you have alternating current AC or direct current DC and what voltage you have. Motors are generally supplied 110 220 volts DC and 60 cycle 110 or 220 volts AC. We are not considering here the belt-driven larger sizes. About 7/8 of a pint of gasoline is used on the smaller size machine. Sometimes the amount increases to 1.5 pints, from about 17 to 33 cubic feet of gas. In the case of electricity as fuel for high heat, 2.5 to 6 kilowatts are used. For medium, 1.7 to 4. For low, 0.85 to 2. The current driving the machine is from 180 to 320 watts per hour. Size. The household models come 46, 42, 37, 32 inches actual ironing width. The 46 and 42 inches seem to be popular with some manufacturers. The former is for 2.5 yards or 90 inches wide and 22 inches small linen, and the latter for 2.25 yards or 81 inches wide or 20 inches small linen. The 37 inches for 2 yards wide linen. Size 32 inches takes up actually about 42 inches by 26 inches of floor space. The 37, 47 inches by 26 inches. The 46 inches, 58 inches by 25 inches, etc. There is one ironing machine on the market that is separate from its base, so that it can be set up in an apartment on the top of a radiator or on a 14-inch shelf. This answers the wants of the flat dweller. It is an interesting fact that one agent in New York is shipping 1,000 ironing machines daily, many of which go to Boston. This is due to the low rate of electricity that prevails in that city. And here's a point. Even in some vicinities where the rate is low, where 2 lines only supply a whole state with electricity, it is not advisable to use electricity for machines. You must have a good current, even service, etc., to make it worthwhile. How to operate. You light the burners on these machines as you light the gas. Turn the electric switch and iron. It is quite simple and safe. Many of the machines have a pilot light to tell when the current, electric, is on or off. To heat by electricity, all you do is to attach the cord to the ordinary wall socket. A hand power machine is driven by turning a handle. 35 turns a minute is the right speed. It can be converted anytime into a belt-driven machine and attached to the washing machine or anything else that goes by motor. The saving in health of operator, whether wife or servant, and the saving of the life of linen, etc., is beyond computation. The best type of ironer has 1. The stationary ironing shoe under which the felt-padded cylinder revolves. This ensures evenly distributed heat and avoids the chance of scorching clothes. In some machines, this shoe can be set back in case of accident and prevents the clothes on roller from being burned. 2. Feed board instead of lever. This gives more rapid control and is more responsive to the touch. 3. Electric switch instead of lever or feed board. A few pertinent questions and answers. How long would it take to iron a tablecloth by the machine? About 3 or 4 minutes in comparison to 25 or 30 by the expert laundress using an electric iron, a saving in current and time. What about handsome linens with heavy initials? The pad on the roller should be plenty soft enough to embed not only the initials but carry buttons and not break them. What things can't you iron with it? Only fancy waists and skirts. Laces can be beautifully done, and, of course, all the table and bed linens, trousers, etc., etc., etc. How big are these machines? They come in 4 different sizes, but the ordinary home can use the 46-inch cylinder, or at least as wide as your widest linen to the best advantage. That enables fewer folds and more ironing layout on roll, enabling you to put a few napkins on the roll at the same time instead of one. The washing machine. The variety of washing machines on the market today are scheduled in 3 figures. The following will give you an idea of the better known types from which to weed out yours. A. Types. 1. Rotary or cylinder, in which the wash is put into a perforated cylinder which revolves through the soapy water. 2. Oscillating, in which the wash is put into machine and is washed by being shaken back and forth with enough friction and motion to clean clothes thoroughly. The bottoms of these machines are corrugated or in some shape to offer resistance and cause the necessary friction. 3. Vacuum, in which the clothes are put into machine and are washed by the operation of vacuum or suction cups raised up and down, drawing the water through clothes. 4. Dolly, in which clothes are washed by the semi-rotating dolly or device which looks like a milking stool. 5. Combination of these types, such as the dolly and disc twin tubs with a mechanism in each, washers with a bench upon which to place wash baskets, etc., oscillating cylinder as well as rotating. As to wringers, on these machines they are stationary swinging, or sliding. The latest type is the alternating. Here, the drum rotates and is divided into two compartments by a perforated plate. The clothing to be washed is divided equally between the two compartments, and the mechanical action of the machine produces alternately the action of the cylinder, oscillating, and the vacuum method. 6. A good combination in cylinder, oscillating, and vacuum type has just been added to the market. 7. Balance drum, in which the clothes are put in a drum and it shakes on a pivot. 8. Cylinder type worked by water force for hotel room use. 9. Vacuum and cylinder types for tub use, run by electricity, for houses too small in which to bring a washing machine. B. General requirements of washers. 1. All parts which might tear clothes should be covered. 2. All washers, if not stationary, should be equipped with swinging reversible wringer. 3. Hardwood outside or copper or some hard metal, and to prevent corrosion in the case of copper exterior, planished tin interiors are the best. 4. Durability. 5. Ease and simplicity of operation. 6. Minimum parts to take out and clean. 7. Less wear and tear on clothes. 8. Automatic release on wringer in case finger is caught. 9. All interiors smooth, non-absorbent of soil or odors. 10. Wash and wring at same time or separately. Now you have the requirements. You can take your choice after you have gone about comparing and examining all the different types. Dryers. What about the dryers? They are one of the things that you could get along without if you wanted to waste time in drying. They are expensive to buy, but you are never held up by weather. They dry clothes a good color, and you do not miss the sun. They are heated by their own heat, electric or gas, or can be attached to the coal stove and get the overflow heat. They are made to allow no heat to escape even when extended. Up until late years, women, not convicts, have been time servers. But long before the vote was women's, there was a mighty revolt, and women decided it became them better to be time savers and not time servers. For this reason, in gallant fashion, manufacturers have rushed to fill the needs of women in their homes, and from soaps to ironing machines have they labored, and not in vain. For example, in ancient days, if it rained on Monday, then called Moon Day, or was Monday humid, the work either had to be given up because drying was impossible, or the whole household work had to be dislocated by the transference of wash day to a more sunny occasion, to a day when drying was not a theory but an inevitable accomplishment. No longer need we say, if at first you can't succeed, dry again. For the heated air dryer has come for the laundry of the private home as well as for the apartment cellar, and drying has become an indoor sport rather than an outdoor hazard. These dryers are merely galvanized metal of from 2 to 10 compartments, from 46 inches to 53 inches wide and about 5 feet high. The compartments pull out as easily as a watch stem, and each drying rack has 6 drying rods, 66 inches long, or a total of 33 feet of rack. Each rack is about 10 inches wide. The ordinary length of the rack is 5 feet 10 inches, and the distance from the back of the cabinet to the end of the rack is about 11 feet 8 inches. When the cabinet is closed, the track which protrudes overhead can be used to hang clothes on. The overhead track is far more convenient than the floor wheels upon which some racks pull out, as the floor, should it be uneven, will prevent ease of operation of the racks, and annoyance will ensue. Single dryers can be bought with 2 racks only 23 inches or so wide for smaller rooms. These cabinets can be sunk flush in the wall and take up no more room if the building is so constructed, or lie against or at right angles to the wall. The heat does not permeate the room in well-made dryers. Any stove used in the laundry should not be in connection with the dryer. The dryer which really does its work should 1. Not overheat clothes. 2. Not sweat them. 3. Not turn them yellow. 4. Thoroughly ventilate them. 5. Remove all odors. 6. Dry them rapidly. 7. Make them easy to iron. Theory and practice. It has been imagined that the sun and wind alone dry clothes, but the fact is that air is the drying medium, and therefore the best dryers provide a good circulation of air plus heat. Dry air has a tremendous love for moisture and eats it up as a blotter eats up ink. The warmer the air, the more moisture it will hog. This would seem enough just to bake the clothes, but baking does not remove odors and does render them yellow. They are unventilated and smell like the laundry, so people are prone to say sun drying or nothing. However, the best dryers provide for circulation of air. At its best, the air changes from 250 to 300 times an hour. The air must change, for after one lot of air holds all the moisture it cannot take any more from the clothes. And new avid air must be substituted for that which is moisture-fed. This is accomplished by a moist air exhaust in the newer dryers, which are larger than the older types. the result is white, odorless, air-swept clothing. The stream of air is usually accomplished by the use of ordinary chimney draft, assisted by the warm products of heating from the heater. The hot air products of combustion pass through a tapered nozzle into the moist air exhaust pipe, and by the speed a suction is created, which helps to pull the moist air out of the cabinet and up the chimney. When you buy a dryer, see to it that the exhaust pipe is large so that you will have wind and heat instead of just heat. Air circulation is what you are really buying. See that you get it. Superficial points. All parts upon which clothes hang should be non-rusting. The racks must pull out without any expenditure of strength and must run quietly. Racks must be within the reach of the average-sized woman to avoid stretching. The heating burner must be simple and easily reached so that you can tell at a glance how much heat you have turned on. There must be ample screening so that should a garment fall, it cannot possibly get scorched. The finish of these dryers must be smooth, without protuberances, which could in any case tear the garments to be dried. Dryers are best heated with gas, electricity, or kerosene. Care must be given to get the best kerosene burner, as they are troublesome when not perfection. Dryers are simple to operate, and you are saved. 1. Tugging clothes to roof or yard. 2. Putting up a wash line. 3. Fastening clothes and tearing them with clothespins. 4. Carrying heavy baskets everywhere. 5. Sprinkling and rolling clothes because you keep them drying only long enough to be ready to iron. 6. The wear and tear from the exposure to dust, sunburn, fading, snow, and other outdoor contaminations. Electricity or none. A very good little dryer, simple as a broiler, is the overhead slatted dryer, which on a pulley is spread with clothes and pulled up to the ceiling where the clothes dry by the risen heat of the room. In a small kitchen where the washing and cooking is done, it is a real boon, and in the laundry too, it is a genuine convenience. The rack is about 32 inches to 64 inches, and on the ceiling it is comfortable and useful and out of the way. It comes in 2 sizes. Your clothes go directly from the wringer to the rack as in the big dryers. You obviate unnecessary handling, clothespin destruction, etc. It can be pulled down to your own level and hitched on a wall pin so as to make it reliably firm while you load it. Tables and shelves. Shelves in a laundry are very much more useful than a quarter of a dozen tables, or to buy 2 or 3 tables for laundries and abandon them for needed foot room, yet long for some room to put things on. The steel unit of shelves is a very convenient way out. by using a continuous running shelf, like an amplified plate rail. Any place in the laundry can be a handy one for placing a bit of soap, a clothes pin, washing powder, clothing waiting for starching, or any other thing. The steps could be saved and wheat conserved. Tables are a necessity, especially the large 7-foot table or smaller. The wooden one for a laundry is quite useful, and so also is the all-metal table. But too many tables spoil the temper, and the shelf is a comfort. They should be from 31 to 38 inches high, if possible adjustable. The tops are most satisfactory in a non-porous porcelain or porcelain enamel. Some people like hardwood or metal. Ironing boards. There are many varieties of ironing boards on the market. Some fold back against the wall, and some do not. Some fold back in self-closets against the wall. Some are adjustable to different heights, others are not. They come in various sizes and finishes, and do away with the fouling and slipping ironing board, which has caused so many useless burns. In large houses, the valets have tables such as you can purchase with sleeve boards, swinging bodyguard, supply cabinet for cleaning fluids and brushes, and with electric iron equipment, snap switches, and automatic signal pilot lamps for each iron. These tables are made of seasoned pine painted white. Legs, underbody, cabinet, brackets, and cord supporters are in silver bronze paint. The boards are covered with the best quality felt. Unbleached muslin makes a good covering for any ironing board and is generally used. The ironing board is indispensable for fancy things, even when the ironing machine is regularly used. A burning shame. When unelectric irons are used, there should be an ample supply of iron holders. If your irons are not of the removable insulated handle type, iron holders of ticking or soft bits of carpet can be used. This sounds very elementary, but many scorchings would not have taken place had the laundress not rushed to get through to save the hurting hand. This is truly a burning shame, if anything could so be called. It is possible, too, to get a thin bit of asbestos encased in a bit of ticking, and so protect the laundress from discomfort, and your clothing from destruction. These iron holders could be made by the children of the house, who are always looking for something that they can make to give to mother, auntie, or grandma. The laundry chute. Much time could be saved in the laundry if, whenever it were possible, a chute could be built into which clothes can be thrown and go directly to the laundry, where is situated a basket or a terminal closet to receive them. Here, stuffing the dumb waiter is obviated. Also, carrying the clothes in baskets down the lift, or just using the ugly clothes hamper in dressing room or bathroom. Here is a more or less suggestive plan of arrangement. Arrangement, assuring less expenditure in labor and money. 1. Soiled linen chute in one corner of the room. 2. A table near to sort laundry before washing. 3. Tubs in center of the room to be accessible. 4. After clothes are washed and blued, they can be partially dried in dryer and ironed. 5. Then a table on which to place clothes to be ironed. 6. Ironer next in the best light possible and arranged away from wall to permit 2 people working at it if necessary. 7. Skirt and sleeve board next. 8. After which another skirt and sleeve board, or a valet table, or another plain table. Some people keep a sewing table in the laundry, but it is easier to have the sewing done in the sewing room and away from the laundry work, because the different maids might much better stay in their own territory, and failing maids, it's easier to keep your threads any place but in a laundry. Flat irons. Because there are some dainty things that cannot be put through a machine, electric flat irons are absolutely indispensable in a laundry. For that reason, there are many kinds on the market. They are usually made from 2.5 pounds to 15 pounds. Most have but 1 heat, but some have 3 heats. A traveler will be pleased with the adjustable 3-pound iron, which has a voltage adjustment, making it practical with 220 or 110 voltage. Soaps and powders. With the best washing machines, you get bad results if you do not use good soaps or cleaning powders. There is a very good powder on the market which not only cleans the clothes well and leaves no greasy residue, but is really not a soap at all. It combines rapidly with water and makes a fine suds and cleans very rapidly. For the most part today, yellow soaps and white soaps as cleaners are on a par, but are not as good for laundry purposes, since the resin in the yellow soap combines unhappily with your clothes. White soaps are best if you want good results. Another delightful new thing on the market is the starch, which does not starch, but which imparts a gloss and resistance without stiffness. This will come as a boon to many women who do not want their lingeries stiff, but do want it to look as a starched bit of linen does. In the same way as a starch, this composition permits the lingerie to stand up longer under use. The foregoing is just a group of ideas in concrete form to add to the comfort of laundry days. They can be passed on to friends as ideas, even ideals, or as practical, concrete gifts. All 3 or any would be acceptable to the thinking housekeeper who wants 101 things done better than a man can do one thing well. So all aids in the home are worth not only considering, but investigating with eye and ear as well as heart and soul. To avoid blowouts. Perhaps more money is wasted on blowouts in homes that utilize electricity than any other cause. If you follow the rules illustrated here, and first published by the Edison Company, not only will you save expense in the home, but you will save the fire department, which is constantly called upon to save lives and property because of unnecessary fires due to carelessness, not to electricity, in handling flat irons. The cardinal principle for the use of all electrical appliances is this: when you are not continuously using any device, shut off the current. To do this, entirely disconnect the flat iron, curling iron, or whatever the device may be, by pulling out the plug. Do not be content with turning off the current at the lamp socket. It is absolutely necessary that the current be completely cut off when the iron is not in constant use. Sometimes the current has been inadvertently turned on when the flat iron has been left connected at the lamp socket, and material has been badly scorched or even more serious damage has resulted. An electric coil for heating water has caused fire when carelessly left near inflammable material. In like manner, a connected curling iron, when heedlessly placed on a bureau scarf, has also caused damage. Remember the invariable rule for the use of all electrical appliances: pull out the plug to disconnect when not using. L'envoi. Go to the best dealer. Buy the best only. It reduces later costs. Simplicity, safety, and serviceability necessary. Avoid machinery with extra parts to be cleaned, or upon which injury to attendant or clothes can be perpetrated. Don't buy until you are perfectly sure by numerous comparisons and other experience what are the best types of machinery to install. Be sure to apply the 3S tests: service, safety, simplicity. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emily Maynard. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 4, The Portable Vacuum Cleaner. I have seen 10 vacuum cleaners at the electrical show, and every one, according to the salesman, is the best on the market. I want one, but which one shall I buy? It's most confusing. This was said to me no less than 10 times. The answer is that you must find out in the same way as you found out about your motor car before buying it. You didn't buy your car because the salesman said it was a good car, and because he made you sign a slip, and because he promised you, as he departed, a quick delivery. No, indeed, you tried out the car first or last, and you asked your friends, who had purchased the same make, how they liked it, and you talked a lot about the cost of upkeep, efficiency, wear, and economy, and the service possible to be had from the makers. Didn't you? Well, the same process is necessary in buying a vacuum cleaner or any other piece of machinery for the house, and every domyologist knows this to be a fact. All is not gold, etc. All vacuum cleaners look charming and shiny and all seem very perfect in the shop. And they all do their stunts beautifully as the skilled operator thrillingly draws designs in the flour or bicarbonate, clean unclinging dirt, on the patient carpet. The operator talks glibly, often failing to give the failings of his machine because he doesn't know them. So the only thing to do is to try it in your own home, under your own special conditions, and see that it gets under your furniture, removes threads, lint, hair, dust, matches, and other substances with the least possible noise, for noise wears on the operator's nerves and raises a dislike for the cleaner. and the least possible effort. It must be lightweight, easy to operate, and economical and durable. There is nothing so hard to remove as, quote, natural-born dust. It becomes embedded in the carpet, and it takes force to remove it, and the sort of force that will not destroy. Taking up the differences in the various machines, it is the better part of valor to know what the nature of our prey is before we start to hunt. So we will examine the animal dust in its hunting grounds. Dust's hunting grounds. In your home, you have on the floor woolen or grass fabrics, rugs large and small, and carpets, grass rugs, and mattings. The carpets or rugs may have a long nap loosely woven, Chinese, Axminster, Wilton, velvet chenille, or the pile in loops, Brussels, or just woven threads such as ingrain without any nap or pile. Grass rugs, creques, etc., and matting are of this kind. It is easily understood that, as the carpet or flooring is walked on, the dust becomes deeply embedded and gets tangled up in the fibers, and that surface sweeping never can take out the dust, and you have to send carpets each year to the cleaners to restore their color, etc. Above the floors are, of course, the hangings, mattresses, books, pictures, moldings, ceilings, and walls. As to the dust and the litter, such as matches, hair, lint, collects, 85 to 90% of it gathers on the floor, and 10 to 15% in the rest of the room. Therefore, the cleaning is reduced on the upper regions if the floor is kept really clean. Of all dirt, considering the surface dust, not walked on, that blows in on clothing, etc., litter, threads, hair, lint, and pieces of paper, embedded dirt, grit tracked in and entangling itself in the carpet, the worst of these, of course, is the hair and lint and grit. These are hard to remove, but they must be taken out, especially the grit, which is the destructive agent in dirt. In the Oriental regions, where the street shoes are left on the doorstep, the vacuum cleaner might seem useless. The carpet doesn't wear out so much from the top as it does by being cut from the roots by the stamping in of the cutting grit. Therefore, the vacuum cleaner has been invented to save the carpet, and not only to destroy the carpet-destroying factors, but to annihilate the microbe drawn into the house from the street on your offending shoes. We are 3 kinds. And so, to have the cleaner that really functions, every machine must be constructed so that it can be easily taken apart and adjusted. And in order to know how to know whether the machine is useful, the following resume of the kind of cleaners may be of service. These will be treated in functioning classes rather than in technical terminologies. The portable cleaner, we will not discuss the installed types, are divisible into 3 classes. 1. Using air only as a cleaning agent. 2. Using air plus a brush. 3. Using air plus beating and sweeping brush. First, in this class are the tank machines, having vacuum pumps as well as fans, single or multiple, many fans mounted on the motor shaft, and the small fan portables. All these machines are on the same principle, having the motor, fans, or pumps for moving the air, a dust bag to collect the dirt, and the hose in the tank machine's case and the extra tools. In the small portable machines, which we are considering, the narrow slatted tool attached directly to the motor and the fan case is the medium through which the dust from the floor is taken up, and the hose, as in the tank type of cleaner, is eliminated for floor work and is only used for altitude cleaning. So the only difference in these types, the tank and the slatted portables, is that the tool for the floor work is directly on the motor case in the slatted or fan portables and on the end of the hose in the tank types. In some machines, the dust bag is before the fan, in some behind it, in some the bag is enclosed, there are hardly any on the market now, and in others it is hung on the handle. Wherever the bag is, it must be so made that it does not slip from its mooring and spill. The principle, however, is the same in each case. Drawing air through the tool which slides easily over the carpet, plus the velocity of the air as the instrument upon which the cleaning is dependent. Upon the rapidity and frequency of the passing of this machine over the carpet depends the thoroughness of the cleaning operation. When the carrier wheels are on either side of the nozzle or just back of it, keeping the nozzle slightly above the carpet, the operator, if skillful, can do a good job. Second, using air plus a brush. The brushes are used as follows. 1. Straight bristle brush, looks like a comb of bristles, attached inside or outside of nozzle, projecting slightly below it so that it will comb the carpet. 2. Spirally wound bristle brush fitted inside the nozzle opening and operated by the carrier wheels, either with a belt or gears. This brush moves in the opposite direction to that in which the cleaner is pushed and takes up the lint and hair, etc. As to motive power. Motor-driven brushes are driven by a belt attached to the motor. It is continually in action when the motor is running, except, of course, when the brush is removed for any reason. The surface is continuously swept as the air passes through the nozzle, and there is, of course, more power in the motor-driven brush. But its enemies in the friction brush camp aver strongly that the brush is prone by its velocity to wear the carpet. These brushes generally have 2 rows of spirally wound bristle, and in this type you get away from the old-time carpet sweeper where lint and threads adhere for a long time to the bristles and often return again to the carpet. Third, using air with beating and sweeping. These sweepers have a large brush in a large nozzle, and the brushes are spirally wound in 2 rows with a simple belt connection to the motor. These machines are generally adjusted so that the nozzle is about 1/4 inch above the carpet. The bristles extend enough below the nozzle so that the bristles push away the carpet as the air draws it up. This gives the shaking motion at the same time the bristles, coming down at an angle on the carpet, beat it, and passing through the nap, comb and sweep it automatically. The bristles comb the nap, and the air passing through cleans the carpet, and the embedded dirt is loosened by the shaking. The surface litter and hair is swept up, and it cleans efficiently by applying all the laws of cleaning at the same time. Of course, with a cleaner comes tools for altitude cleaning, for blowing out dust from books, moldings, upholstery tuftings, etc., etc. The extra tools are absolutely necessary, and it is well to remember that the price is generally given you without the extra $7 to $10 being added. Tools are made of aluminum, steel, and fiber, which means that they are durable and will withstand much wear and tear. If you should own the best vacuum cleaner in the world and take no care of it, it would be as if you had none. Every bit of machinery that was ever or will ever be made needs care. Any mechanism acts up if neglected. It is true that the vacuum cleaner needs very little care, probably oiling once a month and the removal of the dust after every cleaning operation. The oiling is easy to understand, but the reason for removing the dust after every operation is that if the dust bags clog up, the egress of the air is impeded, and therefore the action of the motor is impeded, and the fan's speed is diminished, causing a decrease in velocity and air supply, which is what makes the cleaner more useful than a broom. Do not be fooled by big talk and glib printed matter about high vacuum power and long air and water columns. What is needed for a good cleaner is air displacement at a sufficiently concentrated point or surface to maintain a high air velocity. A vacuum cleaner might show in a technical test a tremendous vacuum, and when used on the carpet, the nozzle be so constructed as to mitigate the power of the suction so created, and therefore be ineffectual as a cleaner. Therefore, the salesman can talk glibly to the uninformed about vacuums and tests and never say, "But our nozzle is so large or so high or so low that the air intake is bad." Too much vacuum often makes the machine heavy by sucking too heavily upon the carpets. Of course, raising the nozzle here will help this fault. Motors. Another battling point is the question of whether the motor put in horizontally into the casting or that which is put in vertically is the better. They all talk glibly on this subject, but heed it not. All that is necessary for the purchaser of a cleaner to know about the motor is that it should be made by a reputable firm, have a good speed that is spectacular, and that it be not embedded too deeply in unnecessary fixings to be oiled and cleaned. The universal motor is best for the average purchaser as it works well on indirect or direct current, whichever is supplied to you in your neighborhood. Nearly every cleaner employs a universal motor. Every vacuum cleaner manufacturer has some point of his own that makes him the most delightful of talkers. Here are some very useful devices which are worthy of mention, but for the most part are matters for individual choice. The enclosed dust bag, steel motor case, nickeled steel motor case, aluminum motor case, wheel bearings inside the nozzle, wheel bearings outside the nozzle, detachable nozzle, air-cooled motor. Most motors are cooled by in- and outgoing air. Dust bag on top of the handle shaft. Adjustment with nut for stair cleaning. Self-adjustment to keep handle erect when released from holding. Very convenient. Automatic current cutoff. Extra roomy hooks for electric cord on the handle. Oil cups protected from dust, should be always. And general attachments made as simple as possible. Dust bag lined and sometimes partitioned. Dust bag easy to put on and take off with a collar to hold between the soles of shoes to empty without making dust escape. Automatic closing valve where dust bag collar comes off, to prevent dust flying back into motor casing. Rubber bumper to protect furniture. Requisite qualities. In short, the satisfactory cleaner must 1. Sweep loose the adhering dirt such as thread, lint, dust particle, and brush up matted nap or pile to restore color tone. 2. Loosen and shake to the surface ground-in dirt that kills rugs and carpets so that it can be removed. 3. Have suction enough to carry away all dirt after the soft hair brush loosens it to make it possible. This is about the whole story. And as to the expense of operation, they cost not even as much as an electric iron, and far less than the cost of extra cleaning folk today. Cleaning becomes interesting, and the household without a maid or with one saves time and money. The rugs can be cleaned at home and stored at home in the summer. Here you save summer's many costs. Cleaning becomes almost a pleasure, at least a pleasanter performance, not a bugbear, or in this case we might say a rugbear. It is an economy, a comfort, and a gold-lined investment in which the interest is health, money saved, and fabrics preserved. Could you ask for more in a sweeper? But don't expect miracles. The vacuum cleaner needs slight pushing over the floor. It can't roll by itself. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kathy K. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. A Pipe Dream. As soon as you get accustomed to the intricacies of one method of doing anything today, something new crops up. This is probably more true in the realm of housekeeping than in any other, except that of military science. You have no sooner mastered the points of what not to do and what you should do with portable vacuum cleaners, then up comes the stationary vacuum cleaner, and you have to know about it, too. And so, this article after one on the portable cleaner. If you forget the technicalities, see Chapter 4. To refresh your memory, every vacuum cleaner has 5 elements. 1. Air producer. Vacuum is a misnomer. The pump or fan series employed to create the air current. 2. Dust collector. Bag, box, pail, etc. 3. Dust conduit, piping. 4. Cleaning tool, brush, felt, etc., etc. 5. Human direction, the hand that steers. The portable type of cleaner has the first 4 parts mounted on one unit, so that the whole machine is moved in its chassis for the enemy dust. Besides this, the electric wire must be applied to an electric connection in a baseboard or electric fixture. In the case of the stationary cleaner, the mechanism is larger and the air producer and dust collector are in the cellar or basement, and the dust conduit impartially spreads itself throughout the house through walls and ceilings and politely connects at convenient intervals with the cleaning tool via the agency of the vents in baseboards. With this cleaner, the only thing that is manipulated by the worker is the cleaning tool which bites the dust. Pros and cons. But why should you have the installed cleaner? Why not have the portable? The fact is that neither of these cleaners is in competition very directly. But let us quote an expert who has given most of his time to the subject of air cleaning. There is unquestionably a legitimate field for both types of cleaners, but the stationary type more nearly reaches the ideal. The next statement of his will explain that if we observe the action of the wind in an open field, we find that a gentle breeze will move light material. If the breeze changes to a hurricane, we find that moving air has the power to move anything in its path, including fences, trees, houses, etc. Therefore, in considering purchasing a cleaner, you must ask yourself first, do I want a gentle breeze or a little hurricane in my home? That's the first and foremost question. Is my home large enough to afford the much more expensive plant which makes the hurricane at a higher running cost? Or isn't the portable just the thing I need because of its various adaptabilities and small running and installation costs? It has been held against the installed vacuum cleaner that it is 1. Expensive, 2. Unusual skill must be employed in installation, 3. Suction is altered by length of pipe, 4. Cost of operation is high, 5. Wear and tear on the house too great, 6. It must be installed when the house is built. Of course, the stationary type is more expensive than the portables because of the larger machine, the indefinitely long pipe system, and the larger motor. The motor has from 6 to 12 times and upwards the horsepower of the portable machine. It is therefore more costly to run because it eats up more electricity, but it can do heavier work and quicker. Great skill must be employed in the installation of all machinery. Not long ago, mistakes were made when putting in the air system, but now engineers know this department of work as well as they know gas and electric installations. And with the length of hose used, there is no lessening of suction because of the construction of the entire pipage. The objection that with this apparatus there is tremendous wear and tear because the hose is taken through the doorway from the hall, so that the door must needs be scratched when it closes on the hose as it is dragged through, may be nullified by installing double-end hose connections in the wall near the door so that one line of hose will connect from the valve to the connection in the hall and another shorter piece of hose used inside of the room. There is no trouble at all about installing the stationary vacuum cleaner after the building is erected, but naturally it is less expensive to put it in during the building and when planned for ahead than it is to put pipes through a house after it is built. Operation. With the stationary type cleaner, you have no machine to move about. You simply move the tool attached to the hose, and the tools are just as light as those of the portable machines. There is no electric connection to make, no electric wire to carry unconsciously along. All there is to be done by the worker is to slip the end of the cleaner hose into the suction pipe opening in the baseboard of the room. A patented device prevents the hose from becoming detached accidentally. The usual tools come with the installed cleaner, such as handle, blower, felted sweeper, book cleaner, duster, etc. Other tools can be made to order to fit any particular need. One thing delightfully obviated in the stationary cleaner is the noise. The writer has what she considers the best portable cleaner on the market, yet the noise is a great drawback. The stationary cleaner is therefore a boon to the sick room, and it is easy to see why the newer hospitals take as readily to them as to the piped water system. Then, too, having the baseboard vent in each area in large houses, with the consequent needlessness of carrying a cleaner upstairs and down, over hill and dale, is a selling point for the piped cleaner. Also, the swiftness of the cleaning, due of course to the tremendous air velocity, a canned hurricane. However, in the small residence, the greater cost would be unwarranted because of the great efficiency of the portable machines. Where there is a garage in the family and it is piped for cleaning, the machinery, instead of being permanently installed, can be mounted on rollers and can be wheeled and attached to the pipes in that building. Therefore, the necessity of two machines is obviated where the other building is piped. Yet, when the buildings are widely separated, it is best to have one of the good portable machines which are on the market in so many designs and are adapted to so many and varied uses. Therefore, you see the portables as indispensable and see them filling fields that the installed can never hope to fill. The fact that the stationary entails no dust bag cleaning is a time and labor-saving actuality. Then, too, no matter how good the dust bag is on the portable vacuum cleaner, some of the very fine dust must escape through the bag into the room. In the stationary type, the cleaner politely does its exhaling in the cellar. This point has been made valuable to chocolate makers who want to save the loss of chocolate in packing boxes, to manufacturers who want to obviate the retaining of poisonous dust among the workers, etc., etc. In the stationary as well as in the portable vacuum cleaners, the suction is caused by the pump or fan type machine. Some manufacturers advocate one, some another. In picking your winner, you must go to the best manufacturer of each type and let him give you his tale, and then see whether you come out a pump fan or a fan fan. The other intricacies of this simple machine need not bother you. Go to the best makers and make them responsible for your purchase. Not all of us being engineers, you have to depend on the reputation of the best makers. The stationary cleaner can do more work than the portable. It will last longer because the machinery is heavier, yet there are drawbacks to it as all machinery which is not at all points open to the eye. For example, the pipes may clog. But you must remember that water pipes can clog and that gas pipes do very exasperating things, yet you use them without blinking. For the very large residence, factory, hospital, hotel, and institution, of course the stationary machine is best, mainly because it is difficult to get help today to carry about the premises anything that is heavy. To lift, push, or carry the lightest portable over a very large residence or institution is a trial, and the stationary type overcomes this difficulty. In some cases, the heavy-duty portable is advised with its increased horsepower, but when the purse and area of residence match, the stationary type is really the best, although we know householders who prefer to use the portable and heavy-duty portables everywhere. The stationary plant is only another real pipe dream come true, and in addition to piped water, piped gas, and conduited electricity, it will tend to hasten the process of home maintenance and free the homekeepers to do more spiritual home tending. But remember that in the average home or apartment, the portable machine is the ideal sweeper and fulfills more than every requirement of sanitary sweeping combined with the least effort. The stationary is for the large house, not the small. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The purchase and maintenance of household equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bahram Piruz. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pesa. Chapter 6. Cooking by Electric Current. The electric stove is the most dependent on geography of all your kitchen implements. Because it consumes a large amount of electricity, the rate of these as a fuel will decide whether or not you can use the electricity-consuming stove. This decision, in turn, is affected by the rate of electricity for cooking in every different locality in the country. The vogue of the electric stove is due to the convenience and sureness with which the cooking is done, the control which may be exercised, and the positiveness of results. Furthermore, the cleanliness, lack of odors and gases, and the easy installation and convenience of placing are other important reasons why the electric stove has come to stay, if electric companies cooperate with the stove companies to give a cooking rate. Its vogue, too, is largely due from the fact that in the maidless home, housekeepers find electricity simpler, cooler, and cleaner, if more expensive and not quite as rapid as gas. Points about the stoves. As with the gas and wood stove, the main principles must apply in picking them out, with but few additions and omissions. The electric stove is not bothered with its own deterioration by the combustion inside it of oils, woods, coals, cokes, etc., but has, of course, to be well wired, rust protected, and insulated against mishap and fire. Accidents are contingent on anything that uses any fuel. With electric stoves, it is unnecessary to have large or small storage systems, which makes electricity a convenient fuel for the small rabbit hutches in which the wealthiest and poorest are forced to live in these days of homelessness. Then again, if you employ electricity, whether it is more costly or not, you do not have to put in so strenuous a flue system when building a house, but just a hood over the stove as a vent to carry off cooking odors, and a special wiring system. You do away, too, with the drafts necessary for coal or wood types and all the contingent engineering niceties, which harass and vary you if they are not perfection. The body of the stove should be built of non-rusting iron. Armco rust-resisting iron is often used in the best grades of stoves. It is free from impurities which invite corrosion and rust, and has proved a valuable material out of which to make a good stove body. On some stoves, the tops are made of grey iron castings, which, with the black body and its polished iron trimmings, make a very stately and harmonious article without sacrificing anything of practical utility. The top of any stove is the place upon which are placed the utensils for frying, boiling, etc. This is true whether the fuel be coal, gas, electricity, or what not. The top of the electric stove is no variant to this rule. It has the spots upon which to place the utensil, and these spots are called the heating units. Heat, of course, is communicated in varying degrees between the units. These units are of cast or wrought iron. The tops of any electric stove must be of cast iron or some such non-warping, rigid material which takes readily to cleaning. The heating element should be safe from molestations, and the top of the stove must be smoothness itself to hold the utensils with perfect ease and steadiness. The unit's wire connection must be enclosed to protect the heating element. The top of the usual electric stove has about 4 cooking holes or plates or heating elements. In some cases, the electric connection is made by heating units being equipped with plug-like sets or fingers, as your ordinary lamp plug, and fitting into a socket under itself. In other cases, if it be a 3-heat stove, the 3 wires are directly connected with the heating element, and all that has to be done in case of bad connection is to raise the heating element and unscrew the wires. In other styles, when bad connection occurs, you must search the surface beneath the plug, a little more complicated operation, but still the manufacturers of these feel that it is an added protection to wiring. The surface units, too, must come off easily so that no extra tool is needed to pick them up. Ovens and broilers. There are 2 kinds of ovens used in the electric stove from the point of view of heat retention. One of them does not retain the heat completely enough to call itself a fireless cooker oven, yet does retain heat to a great degree and cooks well after a little time on the 3rd heat or low heat. The other style guarantees a fireless system of cooking when the electricity is cut off. Strange as it may seem, the largest and most elaborate and the most expensive stoves are not made with the retention heat method because, no doubt, the persons that can pay about $1,000 or even $700 for a stove have chefs and don't really care whether they use more or less electricity. For ordinary use, however, and for the large stove which costs today around $140 to $225, it is well to have the retained heat oven. The oven so insulated as to keep in the heat and keep out the cold, so that you can cook easily by fireless and save much electricity. The oven should be equipped with top and floor heating units. These should be controlled by a 3-heat switch and so geared and wired as to be accessible. If one unit burns out, the others will not. In some stoves, the heating unit in the top of the bake oven is controlled by the same switch which operates the units in the oven bottom and is of proper intensity to ensure good results. Often, this same unit also serves the broiler. In other cases, the broiler is supplied by an on and off switch alone, and it is only made in conjunction with the broiler. In still other stoves, the 3-heat broiler with a separate switch is employed. The broiler must be heavily tinned to prevent rust and corrosion, and it must have a removable drip pan. In one stove on the market, which has the broiler to the left on the top, that drip pan is fastened to the broiler so that when it is drawn out over the stove for any reason, the drippings are caught by the pan and not spattered on the stove top beneath. This is a minor perfection, but a very nice one. Some range companies make a unit of a certain size, say 24 or 48, and if you want a larger size, you can simply say, I want 2 units, or 3, or whatnot. There are small stoves for yachts and kitchenettes. In fact, the electric stove is as adaptable as a telescope. Some have ovens above. Some have ovens below. Some have broilers above. Some below. Some have everything above. Some everything below. You can have exactly what you want as to price and style. Some stoves are also equipped with practical plate and foot warmers. One very pleasing stove is called a period stove because it has legs that curve and cavort like a period bit of furniture. What period? We couldn't say unless it be early Edison. Then, 2. There are combination coal and electric ranges, for there are those persons who must have both, and as they are beautifully combined, they make a neat and effective unit in the kitchen. There are portable stoves and stoves that are built in. That is, the stove that can be very simply moved from place to place if necessary, and the one that is backed into the wall and would leave a scar if it were moved. Of course, the huge stoves are of the built-in type, but they too come with legs and are better adapted to removal. Electric measurements. For these electric stoves, special wiring must be effected. They cannot be attached to the ordinary electric socket. It is necessary when ordering a stove to give the voltage of your electric supply. The stoves are usually prepared for 110 volts with 2-wire service from the street, or 110-220 volts with 3-wire service. In some stoves, the cut-out box is built on the range directly back of the switches. These then can be easily opened if anything happens. In the stock stove, an extra charge is made for voltage exceeding 220 or less than 110 because alterations have to be made. The consumption of watts in the electric stove is a very vital question. Watts are a unit of electric power, just as you speak of 50 cubic feet of gas in measuring gas consumption. The unit of figuring the cost is not on the watt, because a watt is too small a figure, out of the unit of 1000 watts, which is the kilowatt. So you call the unit of fuel consumption the kilowatt hour, and you say the average stove consumes about 1 kilowatt hour per person per day. If a burner consumes 800 watts, it means you will be charged 800 divided by 1000 of a kilowatt per hour. According to the size of heating elements, the wattage of stoves runs from 10,000 watts or 10 kilowatts, which is the same thing, to about 2,500 watts or 2.5 kilowatts on a small 3-heating unit range. This gives its total capacity if everything goes at once. It is a little more intelligent for the housewife to read her meter than not to. So here is how it is done. There are 4 little dials which you read from right to left, the opposite manner of reading this page. The first dial measures the tens, the second the hundreds, the third the thousands, the fourth the 10,000s. Therefore, the total is found by adding all the figures at which the dials point and always reading the lowest number which the dial approximates. But you must always subtract your last month's record from these, of course, to get the month's average, and this amount multiplied by your electricity rate would give you what your bill should be. After all, the cost is the paramount thing in your purchasing and calculations as to purchasing. The electric stove is on the whole more expensive than the ordinary cook stove. The fuel cost varies, as has been said before, with the locality in which you happen to live. In many places, the electric companies have made a cooking rate much lower than the lighting rate. In such localities where the electricity is bought from 1.5 to 2 cents, the electricity as fuel is almost equal in cost to gas at $1. It has been generally admitted that, with care as to fuel consumption, a kilowatt hour per day is consumed by each individual in the house. If you have to pay 3 cents per kilowatt hour and you have 6 persons in the house, your electricity will cost you about 18 cents per day. In the large, weighty, and watty stoves, the consumption of electricity is about 2 kilowatt hours per day per person. But on the stock ranges, not weighing over 300 pounds, with a comparative low wattage compared with the 1,200 pound made to order range, the average is, as was said before, but 1 kilowatt hour per person per day. One firm, computing 4.2 persons to average a family, states that in the use of 26,180 ranges, the cost was $4.06 and 1/4 cents per month per family. The value of electric cooking is not in the low cost of fuel, but in the saving of labor, food conservation, cleanliness, comfort, and mental or psychological delight in the shipshape and orderly method. In cities where the cooking rate is the same as the lighting rate, around 7 cents, cooking by electricity is expensive for the average folk who have to think a little about the cost of living. It has been said that electric cooking is expensive because it takes longer to cook by it than by gas. This is being overcome in 3 ways. First, by proper use of electricity and the turning it off and cooking on retained heat. Secondly, by the better made stove in use today. Thirdly, by the use of proper sized and shaped utensils, which are a very great factor in the rapidity of cooking and thence economy of electricity as a fuel. Control and trimmings. Most stoves are equipped with reliable thermometers, and also many give charts with the stove to show you exactly what temperatures on that particular stove will accomplish. the popover, the roast, or the whatnot. This eliminates any basis of error. Some, too, have glass ovens, which further add to the gaiety of Rations. In buying, buy of the best firms. Get guarantees. See that your wiring is adequate and that everything is well insulated with asbestos or something of equal value. See to it that your oven doors close without slamming, that when they are open they won't bend if a weight is put on them. We have seen one stove stand the weight of a man jumping on the stove oven door when it was lowered. Many a good cake has been ruined by banging oven doors. The switches should be conveniently placed and not off in some corner. The fuses should be backside or back of range, as they are not particularly beautiful to gaze upon, and one is apt to take them for switches when rushed. But few stoves now put the fuses in the front. The fuses should be so connected that if one blows out, all do not. There is a stove on the market at present that has a fireless cooking timing device, so that when you go to bed, you can have your breakfast all cooked for you if you have stuck the stove before retiring at any time in the morning at which you have set the clock. This you may consider a trimming, but it is a nice bit of modern life's embroidery. In most of the stoves, the fireless cooking saves time and saves your food. Basting is unnecessary. You get what you pay for in weight of the roast and lose less than by any other process of cookery. In some stoves, 12 or 15 minutes of electricity are all that is needed. Stored heat then does the work. Dimensions and care. The heights in stoves vary from a few inches, table ranges, to about 5 feet. Height to cooking top varies too. The nearest it comes to 38 inches, the more comfortable, of course. The new stoves are being made with special emphasis on the height of cooking surfaces. The depth of stoves also varies from the built-to-order stove, which is 33 inches, to the stock stoves, which run even as narrow as 16 inches, with but 3 top cooking or heating units instead of the average 4. As with all new devices, you must practice with the electric stove to get the best results. The first few weeks you may think you are using too much current. You will be, too, but you will learn better if you take the following into your mind. 1. Do not overheat your oven. Never let the temperature exceed the thermometer's telltale face. 2. Oil your oven occasionally, as you would your typewriter or sewing machine, for some non-rusting ovens go back on you. 3. Not only engineers, but cooks often sleep at the switch, but you mustn't. It would be wise to have a master switch in the kitchen connecting the range to the electric supply. In this case, you can turn off the electricity and there will be no danger of leaving a burner turned on when not needed. The heating plate may crack if the current is turned on without anything cooking in a utensil on top of it. 4. Don't remove burners unless repair is necessary. Boiling over of foods won't hurt the burners. Use nothing but a light non-metallic brush to rid the burners of spillings. If you use old utensils that have become rich in food deposits, thoroughly scour before using on electric stove. The electric stove makes no deposit on utensils. 5. Turn down the burner when water boils. You have 3 heats. Turn from high to low at boil. Your bills will come down 75%. Use as little water as possible, and by keeping the lids on, you will cook by steam. Turn your switches to low at every chance you get. 10 or 15 minutes before the food is cooked, you can turn off current. There will be enough heat to cook with if your utensil is covered. 6. When cooking roasts, in about an hour, depending on the size of your roast, you can turn off full current on the top burner and cook on retained heat or on medium heat of bottom burner. 7. For safety in expense, keep one burner on at full. Start your cookery of each thing on full and then shift to medium burners. This will save electric bills, as you won't have all your burners going full tilt at the same time. 8. Flat bottom utensils, at least as large as the heating space, are necessary to the economical use of the electric stove. Use as little water as possible, thereby cooking by steam and saving food. Shallow vessels take less heat and therefore less electricity. A very new departure on the market, as this goes to press, has come the electric stove, which instead of heating by radiant heat, red, cooks by conductivity or black heat. That is, the unit becomes hot throughout and does not burn by becoming red hot. It is claimed in this case that the unit wears longer and that it takes less time to cook, therefore less electricity. We have not had time to test this stove, so cannot vouch for it, except that it is made by very eminent manufacturers and invented by a very distinguished expert. It is so built that the cleaning of it and the replacing of its parts is done with the minimum effort. All switches and connections are at the back of the stove and can therefore be kept inviolate. The top burner elements are made of multiple low-temperature units, from 1 ampere in a single unit to almost unlimited amperage of, say, 25 amperes from 25 single units in parallel within a square or diameter of 8 or 9 inches. Think what flexibility of heat this means. It is just what up to date the electric stove has lacked with its but 1 to 3 heats. If 1 or more units burn out, then there are others left. The stove is so geared that a fluctuation of 25 volts will make no trouble. The oven arrangement and the unit system is so arranged as to bake quicker and adjustable to different size pans. Ideal broiling is a thing quite boasted of in this stove. All the units and parts are easily removable for cleaning, so you will get a prize if all the things they say of their stove are true, and we have little doubt that they are true. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Taking guesswork out of gas cookery. The points in buying a gas range are for the most part the same as in purchasing an electric range. It must be of the best material, cast iron or sheet iron, or a combination of the two. The ovens usually lined with steel, upon which is baked aluminum or a vitreous enamel. Enamels are more expensive, but their sanitary value is great. Everything must be of the best quality. No seams or roughness can be allowed to catch food or odors, and the stove manufacturers must give you a guarantee of almost everlasting life. Stoves today are made with and without shelves. Some have the ovens above, some below. But where the oven is below, it is a great boon to have the top at least 32 inches high. 38 inches from the floor is better, so that the oven is sufficiently high to obviate back breaking, and the cooking surface high enough to eliminate the back bend for the ordinary cooking processes. Ranges today are built so that there is absolutely no guesswork either in management or accomplishment. New devices. A recent improvement is a stove with an oven heat regulating device, absolutely controlling the temperature. Because this device is used by domestic science cooking schools, cooking must be an exact science. No special training is required to handle this device, and it has no working parts to get out of order. The temperature is simply controlled and maintained by the turn of a wheel. This enables you to bake without opening the oven door. A chart is supplied by which you can cook any kind of dish, the time, the temperature, and the necessary decreasing or increasing of the temperature being given clearly. One new type of stove has the smooth top. It looks not unlike a coal stove. It has no aching voids for things to spill into, nor can pots tip over into the yawning chasms. This saves a lot of needless irritation, which is important with the present high temperaments of cooks and housemaids. This stove stands 38 inches from the ground. The top. An interesting feature is that the whole top becomes heated and is usable, whereas in the ordinary 4-burner top, only 4 utensils can be used at once. This top is connected with a flue which draws the heat, so that there is no waste of gas. If necessary, the lids can be raised and the flame from the burner will just tip the utensil, the proper position for flames. The oven in this range is so planned that it can be opened from the bottom with either hand. Another stove has a top that is semi-smooth and semi-spider, allowing you both systems. Should a vessel spill over in the smooth top, the top catches the overflow and it is simply washed off instead of the usual pulling out of the tray and the messed up burner plate, which must be scraped and cleaned. This range is made tall and narrow, ready for the small as well as the large kitchen. All gas stoves today have the automatic lighter, which gives you freedom from the use of matches and makes gas nearly as convenient as electricity. Of course, gas is hotter in the summer than electricity, and to obviate this, many of the stove makers produce marvelously contrived combination ranges of gas and electricity. Some stoves have plate warmers above, and some have a shelf open and available on which to warm dishes, which also makes a convenient rack for dishes while the rest of the meal is cooking. Nearly all stoves are equipped with broiler chamber, baking oven, and wire shelves. One, particularly convenient, has, instead of the two full-sized shelves in the large oven, one shelf divided into two pieces, allowing for more elasticity in placing different dishes in the oven. In the stove which has the oven heat regulating device, there are many of the fireless cooker features with some of its drawbacks eliminated. For example, it has no thick walls, which eventually become impregnated with odors of past meals. The time in pot washing is eliminated. You can do other work and yet be sure that your cooking is being done well. So much of the cooking can be done in the oven that fewer burners are necessary. This type is made in sizes varying from 35 inches wide and upward. Regulating heat. When you are ready to put the whole meal in the oven, your instruction card will tell you the correct temperature to set the thermostat. You can then leave the oven unwatched for a period of 3 to 4 hours. No preliminary cooking is necessary. In fact, the things can be put on in cold water if necessary. Furthermore, the cost of cooking is no more and sometimes less than with the old-fashioned hit-or-miss method. Canning with this oven is simplicity itself, as there is no need to lift the big containers to the cooking surface. Many prefer the fireless cooking oven gas stoves. These are excellent when made by the best manufacturers and certainly help the servantless house greatly. The old-fashioned methods of finding out if your oven is hot are as follows: poking your head into the oven, perilous; thrusting an unoffending hand therein; browning pieces of paper or a bit of flour; burning the gas and letting it go at that; gauging the size of the flame. But these are unreliable, for everyone feels the heat differently and the quality of paper varies and atmospheric conditions differ. How many times have you cooked the same thing the same way and have had success one day and failure the next? What waste, and how discouraging! With the particular stove in question, the novice soon becomes an expert. As much of the cooking can be done in the oven, not so large a surface stove need be bought. A small family can actually use a 2-burner surface. Burners. The burners on all the best stoves are regulated by the gas companies, from whom it is wise to buy, unless you are purchasing the installed made-to-order stove. One firm emphasizes its burner because it spreads well. It claims there is a saving of gas, which is quite true. This stove also stresses its glass oven door. Now, the glass oven door is a fine thing, but when meats are being cooked, the glass becomes greased, and unless cleaned off at once, may leave furrows. The cabinet stove is the type used practically all over this country. It sits on high legs and has the oven, top or bottom, warmers, and shelves. The stove without shelves is not called the cabinet style. Usually, the cabinet has the ovens to right or left or below the cooking top. Some of these stoves have a separate splasher on the side of the back wall or the side wall. This is not absolutely necessary if the stove is so finished that the splashing will wash off easily. Some stoves are completely enameled, including splasher. Others are just blue iron or polished steel. Of course, there are the expensive enameled stoves, which only have to be washed for the dirt and dust to slide off. The vital thing in the gas stove is the burner and its regulation. Nothing will compensate for poor burners, poor insulation, poor heating. Some stoves are so made that the linings come out and can be easily washed and greased with kerosene, thus keeping them in excellent condition. But keep your ovens more than spotless. The gas supply pipe, when installed with a stove, should be not less than 3/4 inch bore. Some companies advise making an iron pipe connection with a union coupling. The best results for the gas range would be had if connected by a stovepipe to a chimney, but great care should be taken to avoid a downshaft. Much moisture in a stove, which will slowly destroy it, denotes this downdraft presence. Yet sometimes the flue connection is a nuisance, as it is at other times a necessity. In some districts, the flue is necessary by ordinance. Top burners must be frequently cleaned, and when they are removed, the drip pan can be cleaned too, and the space in which the drip pan rests. Wipe off dust from the air mixer, that is, where the air enters the burner to make the flame cook. Grease your oven linings occasionally, and your stove will wear longer. If your stove happens to have a porcelain enameled broiler pan, take it out when not broiling in that oven. Range facts. Don't use a big flame when food or water is boiling. Nearly all the good stoves have air and gas regulating devices, and with each stove the method is explained to the purchaser. Remember that you want a blue flame, that the tip only should touch the utensil, and that the yellow flame may mean too much gas and cause smoking, or it may mean too little air. Keep your flame at the blue point, with no yellow or white tip. Before lighting any burner, try all the gas valves to be sure that they are closed and that there is no gas in the range. If the burners pop out, close partly the air mixers. The simmering burner on the new stoves is a great convenience and economy, if the burner is perfectly regulated. In most cases, the air mixer must be nearly closed. Cakes bake unevenly, perhaps if they are set too near the front of the oven. Be sure to put them at least in the center, or better, near the back. To prevent fish from burning while broiling or baking, grease the gridiron. In broiling steak, if it is thick, place it 1 inch from the flame. If not thick, 2 inches or 3 inches. Keep the broiler door open while broiling. Heat the oven for 10 or 15 minutes with the door shut before putting the meat or fish in to broil. Remember, the tip of the blue flame is sufficient to cook. Any other flame condition spells waste. When your burners do not light, they are probably grease clogged. Remove them and boil them in a solution of washing soda. Turn down the flame when the substance begins to boil. Unusual cooking capacity in a small space is really one of the great advantages of the new stoves. Know your space, your family needs, and then buy your stove from one of the best makers or order it through your gas company. Manufacturers have tried to beautify their stoves, but when you buy, see to it that you buy comfort first. A gas range should keep in first-class condition for at least 15 years. That is, if you buy the best and take reasonable care of it. All kinds of stove combinations can be had. Gas and coal, gas, coal, and electricity, electricity and gas, oil and electricity, etc. So every taste, every necessity can be met in stoves today. There is but one rule: buy what you need and the best of its kind. End of section 7. Read by Johnny Wong, San Bruno, California, March 21st, 2022.
Section 8 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 8. The Oil Range. What makes it possible to live in gasless, electricless, coalless, transportationless places in gustatorial ease and digestive comfort? The oil range. Not the old-time, messy oil stove, but the efficient, capacious oil range. In districts unopened to modern improvements, cooking is made a pleasure rather than a drudgery with this highly effective medium. So effective that nothing that can be done on any other type of stove need be omitted in the daily routine. It has the maximum comfort and the minimum cost and trouble. This range, too, need never be lighted until wanted and can be put to bed immediately upon finishing the meal. So now there need be no place where man cannot have his puddings, his breads, or his flapjacks with speed and finish. The two most important types of oil stoves with which it is worth your while to become acquainted are the wick and the wickless, kindler type. It is quite evident from their descriptive titles that the former employs a wick as a heat carrier to the vessel in which is the food, and the wickless has the kindler by which the heat is carried to the food in a different way. The wick oil range is a development born directly of the lamp. It employs the round wick, and with it, in its best form, a long chimney is used. This long draft chimney has proven in the case of the lamp to make for perfect combustion of the oil. Hence, after many years of trial and proof, the wick stove is developed to a delightful point of comfort and utility. Speed, lack of odor, and perfect work, three necessities of any stove, are here exemplified, to say nothing of longevity and ease of upkeep. You have probably used the heat from a lamp chimney to light a cigarette or a match, or even to heat a curling iron. Well, this is really the principle of the wick stove. This heat has been harnessed and petted into cooking usefulness by expert heat and stove engineers. The parts of the wick stove with which you must be acquainted are few but important. 1. The burner. 2. The wick. 3. Flame spreader. 4. Brass wick tube, a fine feature in that it is of brass. 5. Clamp set screw. 6. Hand wheel to adjust screw. 7. Little mica door which opens in chimney instead of having to pull off the chimney as you do in lighting a lamp. All you have to do is apply the match and touch off the wick at several places. Then lower the wick until the flame is even. To extinguish the flame, turn the little wheel to the left. Never blow it out. This blowing out of the flame causes all sorts of irregularities and the real troubles. The oil range is supplied in the best types by gravity conduit. That is to say that the oil flows from a reservoir into the burner, and as the oil is consumed, the fresh oil flows down and takes its place, so there can never be overflow to cause fires or odors. These reservoirs are of glass, and in one case the manufacturer has a service of reservoirs, which supplies the consumer with a rack of 3 filled reservoirs, which in turn replaces the emptied one. This obviates entirely the need of the cook to pour oil in the reservoir, or in fact know she is using oil. Reservoirs, of course, are delivered and called for, if you are in reach of a dealer. Where this service is impossible to be had, the pouring of the oil into the tank is simpler than simple. It is no more difficult than pouring milk into a glass. In truth, the reservoir is mechanically adjusted and filled with oil, the human being but its guide and beneficiary. The heat wanted in the wick stove depends on your culinary need and consequently on how high or how low you turn the wick. Very often it means when the flame burns low when it should burn high that the wick needs a cleaning. Don't blame the mechanism. It is difficult to say how often you need to buy a wick or how often it should be cleaned, as it depends very much on the quality of the oil that you have to use. Some kerosene is charry and some more free of impurities than other kinds of kerosene. Here are some points to observe if you want good results. 1. If there is a gap in the flame, the wick needs cleaning. There should be a continuous round fence enclosing the burner around the flame spreader, or it may mean the wick is up against the flame spreader. 2. Be sure that the wick is not up against the flame spreader after lighting, because it will prevent the air from passing through the center of the brass wick tube and cause overheating of burner and a murky flame. 3. The flame when high should show white points above the blue body of the flame. These white points should be about 1 1/4 inch for perfect combustion. That means that there will be no odor and that you will get all the heat you need and no waste of fuel. 4. The flame has lost its usefulness when the line of demarcation between the white and the blue is gone. The flame will begin to smoke, the burner will be overheated, the cookery underheated, and odors and smudge will result. Here again, the human equation comes in. Use your eyes effectively. 5. Cleaning wicks is done by removing the chimney, even as you do in cleaning a lamp wick. Nothing new in this. 6. Watch your reservoir. Never allow it to run dry or your range to burn dry. Form a habit of watching it daily, and you will never regret it. 7. Under usual circumstances, one wick should last several months. 8. Clean wicks daily for best service. 9. Correct unevenness of the wick with a pair of scissors. 10. For rewicking, arresting any other troubles, consult the guidebook, which gives directions simply. 11. But remember, when you get any kind of range, you must set it up solidly and level before filling with oil or cooking upon it. Put it in a part of the kitchen away from drafts and where you would put any other stove. 12. Every range has special directions for inverting reservoir and refilling, but in the best types it is always very easy and simple, needing no strength or skill. And so, in the best type of the wick range, we have the possibility of cooking everything that any family or its guests need. Wicks are easily bought all over the world. The stoves heat rapidly. The oil reservoir is easy to fill. Your hands need never be oily unless through crass carelessness. There is a basin-shaped stove base to collect char and dirt, and the feed pipe is so placed as to make cleaning easy. All the parts should be easily removable for cleaning, and all should be simple and visible in every part. This grown-up lamp should have all these modern twists. In the best of the wick type, you should have the best vitreous enamel, where it is enameled, baked in at least 3 times, solid brass wick tubes, best grade of steel tubing, and heavily tinned plate pipes where necessary. In the long chimney wick type, the flame never touches the vessel. In the short drum type, the flame does touch. One wick type manufacturer makes a perfect long chimney type, yet also makes a short drum type to give all consumers their heart's desire. Wickless ranges. The wickless, as its name implies, has no wick, but carries the heat directly to the cooking vessel and therefore shortens the cooking time a little as the heat reaches the spot more quickly than it can in the long, non-flame touching type of range. In this type of range, a kindler is employed. This kindler is a round asbestos ring, costs about 10 cents to replace, which lies in the burner bowl and is slightly corrugated at the top and stiffened by a metal band. Its function is not that of a wick at all. It is rather the self-starter of the stove, and its business is to light the oil and start the cooking. The stove is lighted by applying the match to the kindler, which is saturated by oil from its very position. And this ignition of the kindler furnishes sufficient heat to the surface of the oil to turn it into a gas. After the burner is started, the heat automatically keeps the gas forming, vaporizing, as long as there is oil in the burner. So you can see that all the kindler does is start the gas ball rolling. The wickless type of range is equipped with a 12-inch seamless burner, which will last several years. The regulation of the heat is managed by lowering or elevating the oil in the burner bowl. The greater the area of oil exposed on which the heat from the kindler ring can act, the greater amount of gas formed and released, and inversely, the smaller the area of oil surface exposed, etc. This range, in its best forms, employs a lever with a dial, which, when turned by the cook to the point in the dial she knows by experience she needs, automatically and mechanically adjusts the heat from simmering point to the most intense heat through a heat scale from no heat to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. With the dial, there is taken out of oil cookery the guesswork which resides in most cookers. Here is used the short chimney with very concentrated heat focused where it is most needed. In lighting, you turn the lever to the word light on the dial. After the kindler is saturated, generally a few seconds after switching the lever, the chimney must be raised and the match applied in a few spots to the kindler. In a few moments, your blue flame is going full blast, or any blast you desire depending on your lever setting. Gravity supplies the oil here, too, as in the wick type. The reservoir, with its glass bullseye to detect oil quantity, holds a gallon of kerosene, sufficient to last 16 to 18 hours for one burner, or at the rate of about 1 cent per hour. Refilling these reservoirs is very simple, and when you go to buy an oil range, this is one of the things you must insist upon. Unscrew the cap in this case and pour in your oil. That is all. There are a feed pipe and release which gather any sediment that may be in the oil. Flame regulation. Experience is the best teacher in the way of knowing where you must set the lever to get the hottest flame. Sometimes, dependent on varying conditions, the flame may be highest when the lever is over the 12th division of the dial. Sometimes it may be at 6 or 7 on your range. This sort of thing you learn by knowing your range. Some oil will, of course, be left in the burner after the light is turned off. Therefore, you must expect it to burn a little while after you have turned your lever to out. The blue flame, to be just right, must touch the vessel with its uttermost tip. On some of the most modern type of this is a match scraper plate, which makes it easy to light the match without using your shoe, a good white wall, or the seat of your pants. Every stove in this class is made of the finest pressed steel, and where the enamel is used, it is of vitreous variety with 3 bakings. There is an all-white stove, too, to fit in with the bridal effect of the newer kitchens. The good points of the wickless stove are many. 1. No wicks to clean. 2. Unleakable. 3. More powerful burner than anywhere else, being 12 inches. 4. Burner 100% odorless. 5. Delivers heat where it does the most good. 6. Acts a little quicker than any other types. 7. More economical in upkeep. Either one of the stoves herein outlined is the best on the market as to type and manufacture. If you have to buy a stove, try and get the most for your expenditure by a collection of the best traits in the stove. No mechanical device is perfect without perfect handling. If you do not put in the wick correctly, or if you do not light your kindler sufficiently, you will have trouble. If you put a tire on your car the wrong way, you would not blame the car, yet the tendency is always to blame the oil range and immediately call up your dealer and say that your stove is smelly, or that the wick won't burn, or that the kindler won't start, etc. The best firms give every consumer a little textbook to consult when in difficulty. These stoves, even in electric and gas regions, are used in summer because they are cool cookers. The advantage over coal is evident, as there is no fire to clean out, no kindling wood necessary, no ashes to carry, and no coal to lug about, to say nothing about wondering about dampers, flues, and the like. In all ranges burning oil of the best makes, you can have all the heat you want and as little as you want as well. On all well-proportioned ranges, you can put some of the excellently constructed ovens. The ranges come from 1 burner to 5 burners. Some are built in cabinet style with shelves, etc., some just plain style. As yet, none of the cooking surfaces is quite high enough. A few inches added to their stature would make cookery easier on the human back. The cabinet size usually stands about 54.5 inches high, 64 inches wide. The spaces between the burners is ample for comfortable placing of utensils. Watch this when purchasing a stove, for you can be very uncomfortable with a jammed surface. It is pretty much a matter of what you can get in the way of either of these two specific stoves. They are both so good. The wick type is convenient because the wick is sold all over the world. The wickless is convenient because it is easy to clean and is a bit more rapid in heating. The kindler is only 10 cents and can be had at all dealers, and when you buy the stove, you can get a supply. You must demand no odor whatever, speedy cooking, steady flame, cleanliness and easy to clean, easily replaceable parts, no smut and dirt, easy flame control, oil visible in reservoir, best materials on the market, perfect combustion making for the minimum amount of residue carbon. With the oil range as well as with the gas, electric, and coal range, there can be bought water heating boilers, ovens, etc., and with one stove, special broilers and toasters. There are 2 very good ovens on the market to be used with these stoves and with other kinds as well, each one with its special selling points. Each is large enough in some size for a 12-pound turkey, each small enough for the smallest uses. Sizes range from 21.5 inches by 18.5 inches by 13 inches to 13 inches by 18.5 inches by 13 inches. They weigh from about 12 to 18 pounds. You place the oven over the surface burner. One oven maker claims asbestos lining for insulation, shelves set for 5 different altitudes, curved top to oven like baker's oven to pass off gas and prevent air pockets, shelf support growing out of lining, strap hinges, one motion to handle to open oven door. Door closes only if it locks. Special asbestos lining porcelain enameled heat spreader, triangular in shape to deflect heat and prevent burning. Another says of itself, special heat-resistant lining, mica windows below to watch flame, unbreakable glass and unstreamable, 3-point locking device on door, all glass door. The oil range is not cheap, yet it is a godsend at certain times. We are not advocating it for general use where pipes and wires and coal are at our convenient disposal, but we do recommend it forcibly and sincerely where you want a simple, efficient cooking medium beyond the reach of the popular sources of heat. Unless you buy the very best, not merely the best, oil cooker, you will be saddened, and with the best, you will sign yourself Pollyanna without reservations. Just about now, a new oil range is being advertised. It is a cross between the wick and the wickless, because it uses an asbestos and brass thread wick, which is almost immortal, for it can be reversed when charred, and when both sides are charred, it is burnt off in the stove and ready to begin its double life again. Like the wickless stove, the flame touches the vessel with the short drum construction, and like the wick, it uses a wick even though quite different. The stove is of japanned tin and is made in cabinet type and in the ordinary style. It is also in the best class. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Cooking by Absent Treatment. The fireless cooker is primarily a fuel saver. Secondarily, it has developed into an absent treatment cooker. That is, the food can be cooking while the lady of the house is airing the baby, or at church, or at club entertainments, or while the cook is cleaning the kitchen, laundry, and pantry. Thirdly, it cooks thoroughly and longly, without the added expense of fuel or effort. It was first made with a box and with excelsior and padding, but the manufacturers came to the rescue, as they always do, to supply a demand, and the comfortable fireless cooker was born. Its story is short and sweet and to the point. The essential for the cooker is that it will cook by retained heat. Therefore, it must be built so that there will be no leakage of heat. For this reason, it must have perfect insulation. The utensils must have covers that are clamped on so tight that they retain the heat generated by the stove or electric current. The lining should be non-absorbent of odors or spill. Therefore, practice has proven that aluminum, which does not rust and is easily cleaned, is best for this lining. The linings, too, must be smoother than smooth, and be as seamless as it is possible for them to be made. For long processes, of course, the heated plates must be able to retain heat, and for this, soapstone and iron plates have been found to be the most practical. The cookers can be had with from 1 to 3 or 4 compartments. Therefore, a whole dinner can be cooked. They claim that you can brown with them as well as in the roasting oven. Browning can be, to some extent, accomplished by an accomplished fireless expert with extra heating of extra plates and the like. But for real crisp browning, it is as well to take out the food and rapidly brown in the oven. The best results are gained with the fireless if used in conjunction with gas, oil, and electric stoves. With a coal stove, there is a loss of fuel saving of somewhere around 50%, due to the fact that it takes so much time to get up the fire in a coal stove before the plates are heated sufficiently to do their work in the cooker. Therefore, it is cheaper, if you're going to use the fireless to any great extent, to have a one-burner gas plate on which to heat your plates for the fireless cooking process. Fireless stoves. In the chapters on gas and electric stoves, you will find there mentioned the fact that there are some stoves so built that they have fireless ovens. That simply means that they are so insulated and constructed that when the cooking has reached a certain point, the current of electricity or the gas can be turned off, in some cases turning itself off automatically, and the rest of the cooking can be done by the fireless process or on retained heat. This, of course, is the ideal way, because then there is no extra paraphernalia in the house, and the stove is built so that the back is not bent in stooping to the low fireless cooker. For this reason, we would suggest that if you have a fireless, it is best to have it on a shelf built for it, or keep it on a table. Save your back or your kitchen aid where you can, as we have but one back for every process in life. The electric fireless cooker is one which has its own connection with the electric light circuit. It is not a stove or part of a stove. It is merely a most convenient cooker for which you are not forced to heat extra stoves or plates. It is a two-in-one combination. According to directions, you turn on and off the circuit. Cooking. After you become accustomed to the fireless, you will find that cooking in it is quite definite, and the time and the schedule can be heated like clockwork. Do not let the food cool in the cooker, or you will have the cooker odor to battle with, and you will always have olfactory souvenirs. The cooling and steaming in the box will do this only too well. Air your utensils and cooker after each usage, or your food will have a uniform flavor which, to say the least, is most unpleasant. Remember that it takes longer to cook like this, and that you will only save time by being able to do something else without fear that your food is boiling over or burning or whatnot. This cookery takes a little practice. It is like everything else, a case where practice makes perfect, and where the good utensil and a good understanding work together for good, while a poor utensil and a slovenly understanding work together for a little hell on earth, and this is putting it not one whit too strong. It is no doubt true that tough cuts of meat are better cooked by the long process of retained heat. It is no doubt true that cereals are much more wholesome with the process of retained heat, yet it is doubtful whether the fireless cooker is ever bought for these reasons. It is bought, however, to economize time, service, and food. There is less waste of food by the fireless process. You can buy cheap cuts of food if you have a fireless cooker and enjoy them. So, the fireless cooker is not an embroidery, it is the bib and tucker of culinary labor. End of Section 9. Read by Kerry Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona on the 30th of March, 2022.
Section 10 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cynthia Chilinsky. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Section 10. Chapter 10. Questions from the League of Rations. A very possible conversation, but invented by the author to bring out some points that the reader will readily see. "Joy!" gasped Mrs. Gregory Eggleston, turning on the electric current for breakfast coffee. "Isn't it a luxury after you've been out late," she said, turning to her guest, Mrs. Bradford Reardon, "not to have to think of servants and be able to have breakfast like this at 10:30, with impunity. You know I think the kitchenette will rob domestics of house room. It certainly is a luxury to have a little cooking kit like this, whether one has another home or not. And to have it as you have, within easy driving distance from the theater, where you and your friends can spend the night and breakfast like kings from the shiny apparatus? Besides," she continued, "it's amazing how a little 6x5 room, see Plan 1, does solve the omnipresent question of how to live in the country, and yet not to have to depend on hotels to keep one comfortable, while attending to the affairs of business and pleasure in the city. "You're right," agreed Mrs. Eggleston, taking some chilled oranges out of the refrigerator under the table. "Gregory and I wanted the country for our growing kindergarten, and yet it seemed impossible until we thought of this scheme. Gregory has so many interests in the city, and you know how many I have, that it seemed almost exile to leave it. If we didn't have this place, I'd be on the road all the time, whereas now, when I am home, I can devote my entire time to the kiddies." Dropping the maids. "But," she went on, "you'd be surprised how Gregory hated the idea at first of a manless or maidless entourage. He said he couldn't bear to think of me messing with stoves, etc. And now you should see him. He loves it. He helps me, too, and says it makes him think of our early days. And he loves me to wait on him and be alone with him." "The kitchenette as the domestic canteen has come to stay," Mrs. Reardon said, and then looking about her with an amused flash in her eye. "But your kitchenette, dear, is like an ordinary kitchen. The kitchenettes I've conjured up when thinking of them at all have been little curtained slits in the wall, in the corner of 2 rooms, without bath, clothes closets without clothes, bathrooms without baths, washstands capped with shelves full of canned goods, and gas appliances all permitting of cookery, with every requisite for human food except the desire to eat it." "Yes," laughed Mrs. Eggleston, "I guess the only definition of a kitchenette is a place to cook smaller than your previous one, and smaller than any kitchen of any of your friends." "But," Mrs. Reardon continued with rapture, "your kitchenette is a dream. It always reminds me of jewels. The tiled floors, walls and ceiling like luminous settings, and the apparatus like lovely gems. Really, it breeds appetite and culinary prowess. Anyone could cook in this place. And when I'm not in such an aesthetic mood, I'm reminded of an engine room in a small electric yacht." "That's amusing," said Mrs. Eggleston, laughing. "But I hardly can see how it could be otherwise, because Gregory and I thought of all the yachts we knew before arranging this kitchenette. He always says, 'Well, dear, we certainly are shipshape here, even if we don't own a yacht.'" Whether the slit in the wall kitchenette or the tiled kitchenette is the only kitchen in the family, or whether the kitchenette is only for weekends, of the foregoing variety, it must be small and shipshape. These are the only definite kitchenette requirements. The necessary equipment. It need consist only of a couple of 3-foot shelves. So compact are the stoves and ranges made for light housekeeping. But roominess is no crime. So multitudinous are the tools to play with. Smallness, however, is unusually synonymous with convenience in kitchenettes. Nearly every professional woman and many men in the large cities are banded into a huge league of rations by the sympathetic tie of small kitchenettes. These compact cooking outfits make the lives simple, adaptable, and healthful. They are the result of the hatred of the restaurant and cafe, which turns steady diet into a farce. And they put an end to the regime, "Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we diet." And so the slit in the wall or the covered cupboard is made the nucleus of home cooking and family feeling. No servants needed, none missed, and a feeling that you are not living down by doing your own work, but living up by managing the difficult combination of living well and doing your job on the outside to the best possible advantage. For the most part, these kitchenettes are run by gas, but are for that reason cheaper in the cities like New York, where there is no cooking rate for electricity. But the new appliances for the electric kitchenette are like toys. They are so fascinatingly contrived. You are crazy to have ice cream or whipped cream with which to employ the electric kitchen power unit, which can perform all these miracles, and you are led into gustatorial and epicurean extravagances by cooking, boiling, baking, and grilling at the same time on the new stove. A whole dinner can be cooked on the dining table with these new ranges, even if you have no kitchenette. The terror of dishwashing has evaporated. The electric dishwasher has been born, and now our ladies Eggleston and Reardon can, without loss of epithelial beauty, dash into the kitchenette for their matinal refreshment, sans sacrifice, sans anything but appetite and culinary ardor. In the model Edison kitchenette, the utensils are hung up to avoid unnecessary and spinal calisthenics. The sink is near the stove and is high enough to save the back from contortionate bends. All surfaces in the kitchenette should be an inch or so higher than that which the palm of the hand can reach without bending the back. The floors should be cement or hard wood with mat or with linoleum, either cork inlay, tile, or brick. The ceiling of a light color paint, or tile or brick. The walls the same, and all joinings rounded to avoid the cracks at the base of the wall joining the floor, or where the wall and ceiling join. The best kitchenettes are tiled or bricked with generous water vent, so that the light hose played on them flushes and cleans them in no time. One of the best arrangements is to have the kitchenette apparatus follow this succession. See Plan 1. Drop table, closet, sink, work table, refrigerator beneath, shelves above, utensils hung underneath, stove, on either side of the sink drain boards of hard wood tilted towards sink or copper, or composition slightly tilted, and a garbage chute on right side of work table near the sink. However excellent or concentrated the arrangement, there can be no success, however, with any machinery unless you know how to use it advantageously. So as engineer in the electric kitchenette, you ought to know a few things about the mysterious current over which you preside. How to use it economically, how to use it to its full capacity, minus disaster, and how to have the same mental attitude toward your kitchenette equipment as the workman has to his tools. In the Edison kitchenette is a little sign with the following legend. Turn off the current when the range is not in use. 1. Start the oven on high, then turn it to medium or low. 2. Turn oven off completely and finish baking and roasting on retained heat. 3. When contents of pot are boiling fast, turn the plate to medium or low for long cooking. Turn off current when nearly done. Complete the cooking by retained heat in the plate. In a little booklet is found this advice. Fires caused by the use of electric stoves are mostly caused by carelessness. 1. Detach the plug as well as turn off current at the socket. 2. When you are not using any device continually, shut off current. 3. Grasp the plug at the spring, not by the cord. 4. Blowouts are caused by too many devices all attached to the cluster plug. Reduce the number. The utensils of these kitchenettes are without end. Some of them are tables, ranges, aforementioned, oven and grill combinations, griddles, toasters, percolators of all kinds, large and small ranges, ice cream freezers, combination meat grinders, ice cream, whipped cream, and dough mixing units, electric ice makers, automatic time ovens with clock attached so that you can put something in to cook and at a designated time the current turns itself off, immersion heaters, coffee mills, samovars, egg boilers, buffer, etc. for sharpening and polishing silver and knives, and countless other things. But the latest of all is the electric kitchen cabinet, or movie, of small price and great compactness. Gas or electrically ranged and arranged, containing in its simple confines pots, pans, icebox, folding table, flour bin, stove, shelves for dishes, and all the comforts of home. Just the thing for one-night stands or bachelor's retreats. And jot this down, that if you have a good refrigerator, electric or plain, you can have all the onions inside of it that you want without affecting other foods. And if you have an electric ozonator, you can cook onions in the smallest kitchenette without damage. So they say. End of section 10.
Chapter 11 of Cheating the Junk Pile, The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. Chapter 11, Keeping It Cool. She rang for the butler. Wilson, please ask the chef what kind of a refrigerator the architect put in for us. Very well, madam, and he departed to the kitchen. This same chatelaine did not send for the butler to inquire what kind of an automobile her garage held. Not for a moment. She knew, too, the difference between the Rolls-Royce, her car, and the Ford, or any other car. Yet she didn't know her refrigerator. And today, although all the world's a wheel, the very crux of the situation is the refrigerator. Peace, war, The economic structure of nations hinges on the preservation of food, not only in refrigerating cars, but in our kitchens. For as our kitchens save food, just so much more easily will the world be fed and unrest cease. Beyond much doubt, the chic porcelain-lined refrigerator of today is the cornerstone of the halls of domesticity, for what in the unconscious song of every husband is a wife without well-kept food? And is there any romance that will survive flabby lettuce and pulpy celery? How it is made, the booklets about the refrigerator are entrancing. The pictures bring to mind marble halls, a la Alma Tadema, and you might wonder why he never used a modern refrigerator in one of his Roman paintings. But you will remember that the linings of the refrigerator are not of marble, no matter how much they resemble it, but instead must be made in one piece of smooth, hard, non-porous, non-warpable, non-rustable material, the best type of which is the burnt-in vitreous porcelain in several layers on a metal backing. These linings must be made in one piece with no seams. No seams and seamless are quite different means a camouflage of joints. Joints and seams are food and odor entrappers and presage disease and death. Many of the advertised enameled interiors are made of nothing but paint heated, not burnt in, which therefore flakes off or crazes, cracks form, and falls into the food, which of course is not a particularly Epicurean sort of truffle. The doors, too, must be seamless, jointless, screwless, and smooth. The shelves and other partitions must be of smooth, heavily tinned wire mesh. Smooth to prevent accumulation of food, and the wire mesh to ensure rapid and unimpeded circulation of air. The 9 points. Whereas some refrigerator owners may keep butlers, the following points are more essential to the maidless home, because effort and energy and strength are saved, to say naught of money and ice, if conditions are such that the ice will not fade away rapidly and cleaning have to be done under difficulties of construction. Therefore, to preserve the sanitation of the home and the consequent sanity of the world before buying a refrigerator, the following 9 points should be laid before the kitchen diplomatic table. 1. Does it maintain a low and uniform temperature? 2. Maintain a pure atmosphere? 3. Appear to keep absolutely sanitary? 4. Seem to be built to keep perfect circulation and an absence from odors? 5. Keep free from moisture? 6. Seem built to be economical in ice consumption? 7. Have a system to ensure perfect drainage? 8. Contain a porcelain lining in provision chamber? 9. And does it seem to be built for durability as well as for beauty? And now about enforcing the 9 points. The insulation. How, for instance, is a minimum temperature to be kept? Chiefly by insulation. This is a strictly mechanical term, understood by motorists and engineers, and must be understood by the housewife, who is a domestic or kitchen engineer if she is anything. The low temperature is kept by keeping out the outside heat and keeping in the inside cold. After much experiment, it has been found that the walls, floors, and doors of every refrigerator must have at least one air space from 6 to 9 layers of insulating material consisting of pebbled cork or certain patented materials, mineral wool, asbestos, and various layers of porous substances which keep out the outer warm air and prevent the cold air from escaping. See illustration. Well-insulated refrigerators backed up against boilers, stoves, or vats maintain a temperature far below 58 or 60 degrees, some, the best, maintaining 50 degrees. As to ice chambers. The ice compartment should be above and to one side so that the cold air from the melting ice can descend, as is the custom of cold air, and can rise again as it gets heated in its contact with the provisions and pass up over the ice, be cooled and passed down again with its collected odors through the drain. This is what is called air circulation, and when the ice box is properly constructed and when the ice compartment is kept full, the air is in constant motion, traveling over and over again up and down and around the food and ice. This constant activity of the air is what ensures an odorless condition, unmoldy, and cold food. Insulation. Nor cold nor heat can get beyond these fortifications. Porcelain enamel, lining one piece, dead air space, inside wood lining, black waterproof paper, wool felt paper, flax linum insulation, outside wood case. In the best refrigerators, the ice chamber extends a few inches below the door and is lined with the highest grade of smooth galvanized metal, lock-jointed, and is without seams and sharp edges. In some refrigerators, the wall between the ice compartment and the provision chamber is slatted. In some, there is a space at the top. In others, holes are bored, top and bottom, to permit the free egress of the circulating air. These methods are good in varying degrees. The main things to be kept in mind are: 1. Does the air circulate enough to prevent any moisture accumulating in the refrigerator? Can salt be kept dry and granular in it for 100 hours? 2. Does the refrigerator keep below 60 degrees, or better, between 45 and 50 degrees? Will a damp cloth dry quicker inside than outside of it because of the rapid circulation and dryness of the air? 3. Do matches keep dry, and can they be lighted by being struck on its walls? This shows whether the icebox is dry. 4. Does the milk taste of cheese or the butter of the soup? If they have any acquired traits, you may be sure the circulation of air in your refrigerator is bad, or else there are seams or crazes in the tile holding odors in their grip. Tiles and other beautiful interiors have in many instances been discarded by many makers because of their brittleness or pertinacious grip on odors, which in the form of gases poison foods and hence the family. Opal glass has been dropped because of its fragility and lighter weights. There are, however, some manufacturers who use tile with excellent result. Another important feature is the drain pipe, more important almost than the exhaust on the motor. If this pipe is not constructed solely to carry off odors and waste materials from the cleanest ice and not to import insects, gases, and warm air from the sewage of the town, it will collect a very tidy packet of typhoid, diphtheria, or any home-seeking germs. This drain ought, therefore, to have a water-sealed trap in it. It should be smooth, of hard, well-finished metal, and be so simply cleaned that the kitchen maid, or whoever is delegated to perform the laving of this important part of the household, should not look forward to the performance with horror, but with a sense of ease. There isn't a doubt that a faulty drain in the refrigerator has caused more typhoid than anything else. Think what it means, then, to be a good kitchen engineer, what service you can render your family. Few homekeepers realize the necessity of understanding the underlying principles of air circulation, sanitation, and germination, but what a lot of misery could be avoided if the chatelaine or even the wife cook had a little technical knowledge. How this would dignify the science of the home. And yet how lightly is the function of homekeeper assumed, and how many brainy women look down upon it. How to use a refrigerator. But if you have everything to assure perfection in refrigeration and know not how to use it, it is as if you had none at all. Note this amendment to the 9 points. 1. Keep your ice chamber full even after dry laws. It saves ice and preserves your food. The circulating air will only go over the top as far as the bulk of ice drives it. 2. Never put any food in the ice compartment. It must play in infinite solitaire. 3. Keep the doors shut and open them as little as possible. 4. If the ice gives out, take out all the material and rinse out the refrigerator. Refill it with ice and keep the door shut at least 6 hours. And remember, sufficiency of ice ensures efficiency of refrigeration, and efficiency of refrigeration means a sufficiency in expenditure for a refrigerator. Water coils can be put in some ice chambers which connect directly with the water supply. In this way, the water can be kept continuously cool for drinking under all conditions of outside temperature. The outside of the icebox should be of hardwood or porcelain, the hardware of the best, including lever door handles. Back doors for filling the icebox can be set so that the ice can be put in from the outside of the icehouse, room, pantry, or kitchen. This avoids useless handling and melting of the ice and obviates the iceman's journey through the house. And above all, choose a refrigerator that has no unnecessary improvements in the ice chamber which have to be taken out and scalded. The easier it can be rinsed from within, the more often the attendants will clean it. And remember this, too, that an icebox is a cooler where the ice and provisions go in the same chamber, while the refrigerator, well, you know it all now. And by the way, if you want a useful little device to keep your grape juice, or yourself, cool while motoring this summer, look up a little basket refrigerator, which comes in many sizes and many prices. End of section 11, read by Robin Lee, May 24th, 2022.
Section 12 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emily Maynard. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 12. The Passing of the Iceman. How would you like to be the Iceman? Is the lyrical refrain to an ancient ditty that is getting more and more obsolete every day, for there is a mechanical conspiracy to oust the Iceman from his age-long position as purveyor to the home. So do icemen, gladiators, and dogs have their day and relinquish to machinery their evanescent glories. Nowadays, everybody knows that there are domestic refrigerating plants for home use that displace the iceman and in which pure ice for table use can be made. Many people, however, do not realize the reliability of such equipment, the simplicity of its operation, and the satisfaction to be derived from its use, nor yet that there is an actual saving in its use. These facts will, however, be borne out by thousands who have freed themselves from the bondage of the iceman. Even though few will care just what contributes to making the coldness, it might be well to give a simple explanation of the principle of making ice, in order that the prospective purchaser will know what she is getting. When you wash your hands, they feel cool if you do not dry them. You say they are cool because the water evaporates, but the fact is that the evaporation takes place because the water is drawing on the heat from the air, and your hands feel cool in the process. And so, in simplest terms, engineers have found refrigerants or liquids which vaporize or evaporate at low temperatures, and as they turn from liquids to gases, they use up the heat and leave the air cold. Some of these refrigerants are sulfur dioxide, chloride of ethyl, ammonia, etc. There are two ways of having refrigeration in the home. 1. The mechanical refrigerator, which is permanently cool with the machinery a part of itself. 1 unit. 2. The domestic refrigerating plant, for making ice and steadily producing even low temperatures, which you can have installed in your own refrigerator, 2 units. The general system of home-making ice refrigerators consists of the brine tank with copper coils within, a motor-driven compressor, and a condenser of copper piping. The compressed liquid passes through an expansion valve into the brine tank where the pressure is reduced, and it changes into a gas, flows out through, and is condensed by the condenser, changed back into a liquid, is pumped back again by the motor, and starts cycling again, indefinitely. In the best ice-making plants, there is a heat control which turns on the motor when the temperature in the refrigerator gets too high and turns it off when it is sufficiently low. In one refrigerator, there is a device by which the food compartments are kept at any temperature you desire, usually around 40 degrees, while the temperature of the ice-making compartment is never allowed to rise above 20 degrees. By this arrangement, it is possible, and very often the case, that ice will be made in the ice compartment without running the electric motors for hours, while food is kept in the food compartments at slightly above freezing point. Fancy the health insurance that the best iceless processes guarantee in the home. Infants' food, for example, can be absolutely foolproof. Although the above technical libretto is of some use, the things that most people want to know and are asking are these. 1. Is ice making at home practical? 2. Is it messy? 3. Can I use my old refrigerator? 4. Are they to be had in a special refrigerator? 5. Will I save money? 6. Will it save time and annoyance? 7. What's the use anyway? A good refrigerator is a jewel, and it is the first requisite to be considered. It must be insulated well enough to keep out hot air and hold in cold. It must be seamless and smooth in its linings. The air circulation must be continuous. The temperature inside must never be higher than an average of 45 degrees, and rarely that. In such a refrigerator, one should be able to keep matches dry, and butter must never absorb any of the charm of the onion. If you have such a refrigerator, keep it by all means, and install the ice-making machine. The installation is simple, and the initial expense is readily made up in the future saving of ice consumption. But do not install an excellent ice machine in a poor refrigerator, as the electric bills will climb the Alps. Yet even in a poor refrigerator, the refrigeration bills are lower than if you had iced refrigeration. If you have no refrigerator, it is possible to buy a refrigerator which has in it the ice-making machines. But before you buy the outfit, you must be very careful to know whether this refrigerator comes up to the most stringent tests of the ordinary first-class refrigerator, for this reason. The average refrigerator in which ice is used has to be efficient because it must keep itself dry with actual ice evaporation going on. It must keep a cold chest with an actual diminishing ice supply. It must keep ice melting, yet staying in spite of weather and surrounding atmosphere. To make the circulation of air effect these processes, a refrigerator requires fine construction. The refrigerating manufacturers have put the most superb effort into making a first-class refrigerator, and if you are not convinced that the combination outfit has as good a refrigerator as you can get with the installed outfit, it is wisest to buy the refrigerator and install the ice-making machine. There are excellent refrigerators on the market. Apply rigid tests and accept nothing short of the best. The machinery can, in some instances, be put on top of the refrigerator, or in the cellar, or in the next room, or right next to the refrigerator. In some cases, the machine, consisting of pump and condenser and motor, takes up no more than 1.5 by 1 1/4 by 3.5 feet. This can be put in place as simply as installing a new gas stove. In the best of the iceless machines, the refrigerator maintains a lower temperature than the iced ones in both winter and summer. At a cost of 10 cents per kilowatt-hour, and with ice at 50 cents per 100 pounds, it is cheaper per day to use the iceless refrigerator. There is, too, less dampness in the iceless refrigerator than even in the best iced ones, due, of course, to the absence of the ice itself. This lower percentage of humidity should not be taken as a reflection on the low percentage of humidity that can be maintained by the iced refrigerator of the best make, which is a percentage low enough to dry towels and keep matches dry. The iceless refrigerator does these things. 1. Reduces the cost of refrigeration. 2. Maintains a constant low temperature regardless of weather and automatically starts up, quote, cold making when you raise the temperature by opening the doors. 3. Operates automatically when once installed and is reliable, clean, and noiseless. 4. Permits you to make neat little cubes of ice for your tumblers, which give your table distinction. 5. Gives you ice of which you know the clean source. 6. Operates by electricity. 7. Needs no refrigerant for years. 8. Is oiled very seldom. 9. Is easily kept clean. 10. Obviates the uncertain iceman and his dirty boots trailed across the kitchen floor. 11. There is no icebox drain to clean, no water dripping to worry about, and therefore no extra effort. 12. Consumes from 1.5 to 2 kilowatt hours per day, if it is run from 6 to 8 hours per day. The purchaser of an ice-making refrigerator or a domestic refrigerating plant should be warned of the following. 1. A poor refrigerator will mean more electricity to keep up a sufficiently low temperature. 2. Don't let a manufacturer tell you that a freezing refrigerant, such as sulfur dioxide, will escape and corrode the pipes. It has been tested out and in the best machines has neither escaped nor worn out its pipings. 3. Remember that opening and closing doors raises the temperature even in the magic iceless paradise, and therefore uses more electric power to keep the temperature down. 4. The best machines maintain the ideal and theoretical low temperature. 5. Expect service from the manufacturer. 6. It is best to have the gas air-cooled and not water-cooled, because the introduction of water makes for the confraternity of gas and water a troublesome mess. 7. Demand the temperature-controlling automatic device which starts the refrigerating when the temperature gets up around 39 degrees and cuts it off when the temperature is low enough to do its work. This saves electricity and wear and tear on the machine. Some iceless refrigerators make little cubes of ice by putting trays of your favorite drinking water into the brine tank compartments. In these, the temperature ranges from 20 degrees to 27 degrees. Desserts, too, can be frozen firmly and surely when placed in these trays. The brine tank fits easily into the ice compartment of the well-made refrigerator. The brine tank, compressor, condenser, and pump come in 3 sizes, corresponding to an efficiency of making 200, 300, 400 pounds of ice per day. Actually, these 3 typical sizes of refrigerators can only store ice to the amounts of 150, 200, and 300 pounds, a difference being allowed for melting. The condenser, compressor, and motor of some types of ice machines do not take up any more space than that of 30 by 16 by 18 inch high. This can be installed anywhere. When ordering an ice maker for your home refrigerator, it is well to measure its interior, regardless of its compartments. Get the width, depth, and height, and multiply them together. This gives the cubical contents, and the manufacturer can then estimate as to the cost and size plant that you need. At 5 cents per kilowatt, the cost per day of running an entire kitchen by electricity is but 50 cents. Compare this to the cost of motoring per day. End of section 12. Section 13 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emily Maynard. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 13, A Burning Question. Let me see your backyard, and I can tell you what sort of housekeeper you are, said a sleuth to a friend. But we would add, and your method of garbage disposal. So we beg your attention for the tale of the incinerator, the modern and comforting inferno, built to bring heaven, paradoxical as it may sound, into your home. The incinerator, to be sure, is one of the last comers to domestic economy. To most homekeepers it has not occurred as either a necessity or a convenience, and for that reason this chapter aims to introduce the householder to the garbage incinerators. Once upon a time the incinerator was made to connect with the kitchen flue and fitted into the stovepipe. The hot air was thought to be sufficient to evaporate the moisture of the garbage after the housewife had evaporated and dried it out as much as possible. This had to be done because moisture in waste is the deterring factor in its combustion. Then, after this stove-like incinerator had done its work, the dried garbage itself would act as fuel. But there was one terrible flaw in this method, and that was the fact that the odors and gases that were given off were not only unpleasant, but often dangerous, and so for this reason this method has pretty well passed out of existence. To do away with the odor and the gases released from the combustion of household waste, the developing incinerator has been created and flourishes deservedly among us. The enthusiast cannot say about the incinerator, as he can say about substitutes for his favorite drinks and foods, "If you don't have one, you will suffer torture and go down to your death in agonies of discontent." No, he cannot. But he can say this: although you can and do prosper without the incinerator, and although consciously you do need one in most cases, yet when you once own and use one, you find that it brings up the sanitary conditions of your dwelling at least 50%. In brief, it means doing without the garbage can which breeds odors, gases, and vermin. It means doing without the garbage carts, which are aesthetically, alone, a torture, to say nothing of the menace they hold in common with their aid, the garbage can. Fly costs. The fly costs the United States of America, it is estimated, about $350 million a year because of its contaminating influence on the health and the weal of the population. It is alone responsible for nearly 90% of the intestinal and typhoid fever cases. The answer to this must be, everyone must fight the fly, and the moral of that is, the incinerator is one way of getting rid of garbage and at the same time starving out the fly. There is no room in the house in which cleanliness is so important as in the kitchen. Therefore, the garbage can, in most instances, militates against its absolute cleanliness. To be sure, there is one good can on the market with an automatic lid, which is raised with a foot so that stooping is unnecessary. One touch by the foot on the pedal opens the can, and as soon as the foot is taken off the pedal, the lid closes. It is seamless and finished in white enamel. But even this can is hardly a substitute for the incinerator. The average kitchen isn't the best lighted and sunniest room in the house, and what is often left in the garbage can, if not carefully lined with new paper every time it is emptied, is a real menace to health. If you live in the country, the garbage can is usually in the yard, and tours to it are demanded daily. If it is cold, it is a hardship, and if it is warm, it is a hardship too. The garbage freezes in the winter, it decays rapidly in the summer, and there is always the worry about its collection. If it is kept in the shed, it means other sources of storage and worry, so whether you are your own help or whether you have help, garbage disposal is a really truly problem. Now to the device to obviate the immoral fly, extra steps, unclean kitchens, and worry, the thief of content. The incinerator. The incinerator, besides being the burner of garbage, is a garbage container. It burns garbage without smoke, noxious gases, and floating inorganic matter. If the stove could do this, the incinerator would not be necessary as suggested above. But it can't, especially if it be a gas or electric stove. Every incinerator, if it be any good at all, is so designed as not only to burn the waste, but reburn the gases, etc., before the products of combustion reach the outer air. Every manufacturer will tell you that his apparatus burns without smoke or odor. This you will do well to prove by observing one in operation, staying in the building in which it is being used, and also whiffing the air a few doors away. The writer knows of a bank which was severely tried by a daily recurring odor at lunchtime. The authorities found out later that the incinerator of a neighboring bank was playing its owner false. There is no use in describing the recombustion or reburning devices of the good incinerator, but it is necessary for the buyer to know whether the reburning is accomplished so as to reduce the waste to clean ash without smoke, noxious odors, and the rest. The two main classes of incinerators are 1. Those that are installed in the cellar and there burn the garbage, which is dropped in a chute through a hopper installed by the sink or elsewhere in the kitchen, somewhat the way mail is dropped into the mailbox through its chute. and 2. The incinerators which look like oblongly high stoves placed in a recess in the wall or against the wall in the kitchen where the waste is stored and burned. The cellar incinerator is connected with the kitchen, etc., often through the flue, and the waste is dropped into a little hopper. Of course, the installed type should, if possible, be put in with the connivance of the architect before the house is built, as it is simpler than tearing up afterward. This type, of course, takes up less actual kitchen space. Some homes use a large incinerator in kitchens, stove type and small ones in pantry or laundry. Objects. The large installed incinerator should be able to burn up bits of paper, sweepings, old boxes, soiled rags, garbage, smelly waste, and reduce them to sterile, odorless, clean ash. And if these things are not done without clogging up your flues with oily combustion residues, etc., you might as well burn your stuff in the kitchen stoves. The ash lift can be used for various things. The ordinary portable type is primarily for garbage, but some get away with whatever is put in them. Construction points. In the construction of the portable incinerator, the one that is placed in the room and not below the stairs, you must be sure it is so built that the heat from burning is not communicated to the room to heat it up. This means, then, that the maker must think of supplying the apparatus with sufficient insulation to retain the enormous heat generated inside, which is somewhere around 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. Just as your icebox is insulated against the cold air getting out and the warm air getting in, so must your incinerator be insulated. Besides, the lining of the incinerator must be durable and made to withstand not only the heat, but the tremendous attack on its walls of chemical substances released in combustion. Sometimes the fire brick is used, but usually clay or metal is used in the portable types. Furthermore, the incinerator becomes a fire peril if the insulation and the lining is not 100% perfect. Again, the devices of air intakes and outlets, etc., are questions for the engineer. All that we are concerned with is whether the apparatus does its work. Economy. The cost of operation is practically nil. The fuel used is gas or coal. Gas is the best method, the writer thinks. It takes only about 20 to 30 cubic feet of gas per burning, as the gas is needed only to start the operation, and the evaporated garbage burns itself thereafter, or should. There is a type of portable incinerator which needs no fuel, just burns by ignition of dry waste, which burns the wet as it dries out. Capacity. The incinerators are made in various sizes, burned from 1 bushel of waste and upwards, depending on the whys and wherefores of its uses, whether it is the installed type or the stove type, or for what home or institution it is designed. The stove types are purchasable in sizes ranging from 15 inches wide, 15 inches deep, and 30 inches high, to respectively 31 by 34 by 64 inches, and they range in price from about $70 and upward. It isn't safe, of course, to give prices today on anything, as they change continually. Casing. They are usually built of very heavy serviceable castings, brass and sheet steel, well lined and insulated. Everything is well hinged, and the grates, which are removable, are made so as to be easily taken out when it is necessary to remove the ashes or substances not burnable except in smelters. Summary. So, almost in conclusion, the incinerator is sanitary, destroys refuse, destroys it by burning not only the garbage but the products of the garbage combustion at a minimum expense, and it should sterilize itself and the flue in the process. And it does away forever with the back-bending disposal of garbage into low cans, for the openings into which the garbage is put are high and comforting. However, with all this we must not forget that garbage, if it can be expeditiously taken off the premises at once and easily, is an immense help as fertilizer and food for pigs. But it must have fine and careful care. The pits into which it is put must also have careful structure and care. To the suburbanite, the incinerator will be a boon. No more fussing about garbage disposal and about who is going to collect it. And to apartment dwellers, and they are being put in apartments rapidly, No more elevator and dumbwaiter garbage and all the rest of the garbage nuisance. And to the new home builder, a sense of the disposal not only of garbage, but of a vexing sanitary problem. Furthermore, because you have an incinerator, it doesn't mean that you should burn up good leftovers. Never burn up today what you can use on the morrow. And with this injunction, we think you will enjoy looking into the subject of the disposal of waste. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. Air and its Entrance and Exit. Am I an heiress, not heiress, ought to be the question to ask yourself if you are really a responsible home manager. It seems strange that with all the air to be had for the asking, you let it pass you by, content with whatever drafts and gusts filter through the cracks and crevices of your house. Now it so happens that although air is to be had for the asking, you have to woo it if you want it, but it pays. Keep the air about you in good condition, and you and all those of your household will soon find yourselves approaching the 100% efficiency ideal. Business has found this out already. Do you know of any factory, goods school, bank, or department store where there is not installed some sort of ventilation apparatus, including weather strips as well? Of course not. Why? Because fresh air keeps costs down and keeps health up. On this relation of health and output, efficiency depends. Does it not flash into your mind now that if housewives thought more of home ventilation, and especially kitchen ventilation, you might have improved service, better tempered cooks, and more satisfactory life in general? Of late, there are cults of outdoor fiends, all kinds of cold-attracting, pneumonia-coddling outdoor fanatics, who try to tell you it is good to sleep in drafts, to have cold feet and the like. Their advice is wrong. The thing to do is not to subject yourself to the rigors of cold, but to approximate in your warm, comfortable rooms the sweet, clean purity of out of doors. And this is easy to do by proper ventilation. Ventilation can render air even better than the outdoor variety by purifying it of dust and by supplying it with the right amount of moisture and motion. For the ordinary home, the great air conditioners and ozonators, which are installed in institutions and factories, are unnecessary, so we will not consider them. The best, simplest, and least expensive ventilating system for the home is the system regulated by fans and blowers, and to this method we will introduce ourselves. Now it is conceded by ventilating and heating engineers that the air, to be healthful, must be in ceaseless motion, and it must be renewed constantly and evenly. In other words, it doesn't make much difference if the air is burdened with carbon dioxide gas, which we exhale from our lungs, as it does if the air is stationary. Hence the use of agitators such as fans, etc. The theory is that as the pores of our skin exude moisture, the body is comforted and cooled by its evaporation, which is effected more readily by constantly moving air. Moving air, however, does not mean a draft. In the ideally warmed house, the doors and windows are nicely placed so that the warm air gracefully exits from the top of the room and the cold air comes in from the lower parts of the room, such as lower windows or well-placed air takers. Thus the air is moving nicely without the least draft. So it will in the use of the fan and blower types of apparatus on the market. But before we go on to describe them, it will be well for us to review some of the reasons why humans need special air treatments. It is said by scientists that a woman exhales 600 cubic feet of carbon dioxide per hour. A young man exhales 614. A young woman exhales 453. A boy exhales 363. A girl exhales 343. Whereas women don't breathe so much of what is noxious, yet they have to look after their menfolk. But joking aside, doesn't this impress you with the foolishness of inhaling so much vitiated air when the supply can be renewed so easily with fresh air. Also, when you realize that humans give off 1,000 grams of water vapor under normal conditions per hour and emit 350 British thermal units per hour. A BTU is the amount of heat which will raise 1 pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit, or from 32 degrees Fahrenheit through 33 degrees Fahrenheit of heat at normal, not heavy work. Another authority says that air should be renewed per hour. 10 times for public toilet rooms, 6 times for clothes lockers, 4 times for small meeting rooms, 5 times for public offices, 4 times for ballrooms, 15 times for kitchens, 20 times for laundries, 3 times for libraries. The average air change in the average room is 1 to 2 times per hour. In the well-built house, it is 2 to 3 due to fireplaces, windows, doors, etc. Of course, there are other opinions, but this data gives you an idea of the necessity of changing old for new air. Good ventilation. The requisites for good ventilation are: 1. Equable temperature from about 60 to 65 degrees Fahrenheit and the moderate relative humidity or moisture of 45 to 65%. In order to keep the room moist in winter, it is well to keep a pan of water on the radiator. Regular humidifiers can be bought for this purpose. 2. Clean air, free from impurities such as dust, insects, oily vapors, soot, etc. 3. Odorless air. You have been sickened by the use even of the most costly of perfumes, free from gases and vapors. 4. Air motion. But the motion must be accomplished without those objectionable blasts of wind that so frequently startle you in some houses which are supposed to have the most up-to-date equipment. The weather strip is insurance against the gale. Air isn't a mysterious chemical combination. It is a mechanical mixture of 21 parts nitrogen, 79 parts oxygen, from 0 to 4% of moisture, and usually 4 parts of carbon dioxide gas per 10,000 parts of air. So it need not distress you to effect a good clean supply of air and equip your house with some of the steadily improving devices on the market. Some devices. Any device to be useful to the home must, of course, be convenient, economical, safe to operate, and durable. Well, let's begin with the kitchen, for this ventilation is more necessary than any place else in the house. Not only is it difficult to keep the kitchen in equable temperature, but to have it cool often means a draft, and a draft means a cold for the cook, and a cold for the cook means danger to the whole household. Then there are odors from the kitchen. These are continually getting loose, unless the door of the kitchen is kept closed, which is trying, and infecting the house prematurely with the taste of dinner, all of which is uncomfortable and gives the house a commonplace, tenement-y atmosphere. Your home may be judged by its laundry and cooking odors. The fewer the better. Did you ever think of that? The cellar is another important room to keep well aired and should be provided with windows and doors to formulate a current of air. Pantry and laundry, too, should be built with ventilation in view in order that, as in the kitchen, these rooms can be kept sweet and savory. Without extra ventilation apparatus, you can take advantage of the movement of air as it cools. It falls, and as this falls, it is heated and rises again, keeping up a rotary circulation. 1. Lower windows from top and bottom so that the warm air will go out at the top and the cold air come in at bottom, starting the circulation of air. 2. If not too drafty, have a door open opposite the windows, or use a draft board or screen, which can be easily placed on window sill to curb current. 3. Cool, moist air can be had often by hanging up a damp sheet and re-wetting it as it dries. 4. Fireplaces with small or large fires in them cause air current. 5. In some rooms which have a grated air intake cut into the walls near radiators, air circulation is affected easily. 6. Give the risen hot air a chance to get out of the top of room, and give the cold air a chance to come in at the bottom of room, and keep it agitated. This is about the best advice. If you can't do this, call in a ventilating and heating engineer. He will. With the new type of ventilators, cookery odors, drafts, smoke, steamy vapors, smudges collecting over walls, curtains, etc., are obviated because they are all dissipated and sent flying to the big outdoors. Its blowers blow out the bad air. The apparatus, which is simplicity itself to operate, is attached to the ordinary lamp socket and placed in effective places. The improved motors are encased and almost frictionless in action, which means the minimum wear and tear and no cost for repairs. Some of the motors are self-cooled, which also does away with wear and hot boxes. There are various kinds of fans which may be used. Those which change their direction in process of revolution are good. Some think they are better than the one direction fan, and maybe, where the fan is used alone without other attachments, such as purifiers and blowers, this style may be more efficient. It at least does the work more swiftly. But whatever kind you use, they should be so placed as not to make drafts. The steady movement of air is the only thing necessary, not hurricanes. In the study, it is necessary to have light and air and no drafts to blow papers away. The ventilator, which may be put on the window sill over the radiator, thus obviating the uncertain winds coming crassly through the open window, will provide a boon to the writer or housewife. Oh, homekeepers! It is often that these office devices, which are always employed where work is done, if installed at home, would keep your menfolk and even your women office workers happy. You would be surprised how many people would come home to do after-hour work if the home were as office-shaped as business places, and the ventilator is a very good point at which to start. It is nice to think that along with ice cream, the steamboat, and other American inventions, applied ventilation seems to be an almost pure American product. So, you patriots, here is a way to build real air castles that will build finer and finer things as you profit by the stimulus which fresh air, more than any one commodity in the universe, can give. Weather strips as aid in ventilation. No consideration of ventilation of houses could be complete without a few words on the value of weather strips. It is strange, too, that this precaution in the home is so little known, and that the housewife has so little knowledge of their infinite good. Disregarding them as a factor in the cleanliness and noiselessness of the home, disregarding in this chapter the intriguing facts of their manufacture and application, they are adjunct at their best in the home because they reduce the possibilities of drafts and therefore reduce the possibilities of colds and rheumatism and the like. They keep the temperature of all the rooms as even as is possible here below to keep anything even, and therefore give the ventilating regime a square chance to function well. In keeping welcome air in and unwelcome air out, insofar as is necessary, the reduction of fuel bills is enormous, from 15 to 50%. This today is a favorable asset when fuel is expensive. With all the systems of ventilating in the world, if you have tornadoes flying about your floors from the air you do not wish admitted, you cannot have a properly or healthfully ventilated home. In short, the weather strip makes it possible for you to have your say as to the air that comes in and out, and makes it possible for your heating and ventilating systems to work as they should. The hit or miss element in the home is again routed by the weather strip, and anything that does this is worth considering. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 15. The Plumbing in Your Kitchen. Once upon a time there was a businessman who, upon buying his first house, bought simultaneously a plumber's kit. He was sure he could save a lot of money by attending to simple matters himself. One day, a simple faucet sprung a simple leak. He confidently used a complicated tool, and the result was a vast sea of trouble. Plumbers, expense. It is not necessary to draw the moral. The plumbing in the house is akin to the alimentary canal in the human body and is as complicated a system as the alimentary canal. The system of plumbing in the house is a series of pipes which carries water to the house and eliminates it as it carries with it various forms of waste, connecting the house with the main sources of water, gas, and with the sewage system. The best plumbing is that which affects these things with the least deterioration and with the least mixture of sewer gas and foreign matter. Every community has its own plumbing laws and regulations. This is true unless you build in very rural sections where there is no sewage system. However, this article will deal only with conditions in which a sewage system prevails. Plumbing laws. As will be seen by the following excerpts from the plumbing laws of New York City, the ordinary housewife need not worry about transgressing the law, as everything from the material used to the size of it and the laying of it is controlled, and the plumber is supposed to know these rules before he is licensed, but it is in no way as glorious as poetic license. All the materials must be of the best quality, free from defects, and all work must be executed in a thorough, workmanlike manner. All cast iron pipes and fittings must be uncoated, sound, cylindrical, and smooth, free from cracks, sand holes, and other defects, and of uniform thickness, and of the grade known in commerce as extra heavy. The size, weight, and maker's name must be cast on each length of pipe. All joints must be made with picked oakum and molten lead, and be made gas tight. 12 ounces of fine soft pig lead must be used at each joint for each inch in the diameter of the pipe. All wrought iron and steel pipes must be equal in quality to standard and must be properly tested by the manufacturer. All pipe must be lap welded. No plain black or uncoated pipe will be permitted. Each building must be separately and independently connected with a public or private sewer or cesspool, except where a building is located in the rear of the same lot with another building, when its plumbing and drainage system may be connected to the house drain of the front building behind the house trap and fresh air inlet, which shall be used for both buildings if sewer connected, or may be connected to an existing cesspool of the front house and be provided with a separate house trap and fresh air inlet. Further provision. When there is no sewer in the street or avenue, and it is possible to construct a private sewer to connect in an adjacent street or avenue, a private sewer must be constructed. It must be laid outside the curb, under the roadway of the street. All pipes and traps should, where possible, be exposed to view. They should always be readily accessible for inspection and repairing. In every building where there is a leader connected to the drain, if there are any plumbing fixtures, there must be at least one 4-inch pipe extending above the roof for ventilation. The contents of settling chamber or dust receptacle for vacuum cleaners may be discharged into a plumbing and drainage system. Leaders must be trapped with cast iron running traps so placed as to prevent freezing. Rainwater leaders must not be used as soil, waste, or vent pipes, nor shall any such pipe be used as a leader. To have an intelligent understanding of what the plumber has to know, it might be well to know what certain terms are which are used in the plumbing rules. Definitions. The term private sewer is applied to main sewers that are not constructed by and under the supervision of the Department of Public Works. The term house sewer is applied to that part of the main drain or sewer extending from a point 2 feet outside of the outer front wall of the building, vault, or area to its connection with public sewer, private sewer, or cesspool. The term house drain is applied to that part of the main horizontal drain and its branches inside the walls of the building, vault, or area, and extending to and connecting with the house sewer. The term soil line is applied to any vertical line of pipe having outlets above the floor of first story for water closet connections. The term waste line is applied to any vertical line of pipe having outlets above the first floor for fixtures other than water closet. The term vent pipe is applied to any special pipe provided to ventilate the system of piping and to prevent trap siphonage and back pressure. The trap. Most important from the hygiene point of view is the trap, which is a curved pipe permitting the last of a flow of water to remain in the pipe to prevent a backflow of sewage gas into the house. There are for use various forms of traps under different circumstances which, of course, are entirely the plumber's business. In hotels and large institutions, and in some large homes, a grease trap is built in the sink, which is so constructed as to separate the grease from the water, which obviates clogging of the pipes and which amasses the grease which is sold to soap makers for soap. Fresh air inlets and main traps. Fresh air inlets and main traps are also for the prevention of odors and gases coming directly from the sewer. The entrance of these gases often takes place, even though the plumbing is excellent, by the settling of the floors and foundation, rendering the soil pipes defective. The question of soil pipes, etc., is sufficiently covered by the plumbing regulations so far as not to need any explanations here. Every sink, of course, must have its own trap. The following are a few excerpts from the law. Sewers, drains, and traps must be made of heavy cast iron. When found in a leaky or defective condition, shall not be repaired or replaced except with heavy cast iron pipe. The house drain and its branches must be of extra heavy cast iron when underground, and of extra heavy cast iron or galvanized wrought iron or steel when above ground. The house drain must properly connect with the house sewer at a point 2 feet outside of the outer front vault or area wall of the building. An arched or other proper opening must be provided for the drain in the wall to prevent damage by settlement. No steam exhaust, boiler blow-off, or drip pipe shall be connected with the house drain. Such pipes must first discharge into a proper condensing tank, and from this a proper outlet to the house sewer outside of the building must be provided. In low-pressure steam systems, the condensing tank may be omitted, but the waste connections must be otherwise as above required. Soil and waste lines. All main soil, waste, or vent pipes must be of iron, steel, or brass. Soil and waste pipes must have proper Y or TY branches for all fixture connections. The diameters of soil and waste pipes must not be less than those given in the following table. Main soil stacks, 4 inches. Main waste stacks, 2 inches. Branch waste for slop sinks, 3 inches. Branch waste for kitchen sinks, 2 inches. Vent pipes. All vent pipe lines and main branches must be of iron, steel, or brass. They must be increased in diameter and extend above the roof as required for waste pipes. They may be connected with the adjoining soil or waste line well above the highest fixture, but this will not be permitted when there are fixtures on more than 6 floors. Branch vent pipes shall be kept above the top of all connecting fixtures, so as to prevent the use of vent pipes as soil pipes or waste pipes. Branch vent pipes should be connected not less than 6 inches nor more than 2 feet from the crown of trap or side of lead bend. No form of trap will be permitted to be used unless it has been approved by the Superintendent of Buildings or the Board of Standards and Appeals. No anti-siphon trap or deep seal siphon jet fixture shall be approved until it has successfully passed such test as may be prescribed by the Board of Standards and Appeals. A set of not more than 3 wash trays may connect with a single trap or onto the trap of an adjoining sink, provided both sink and tub waste outlets are on the same side of the waste line and the sink is nearest the line. When so connected, the waste pipe from the wash trays must be branched in below the water seal. The sizes for traps must not be less than those given in the following table. Traps for slop sinks, 3 inches in diameter. Traps for kitchen sinks, 2 inches in diameter. Traps for wash trays, 2 inches in diameter. Now, of course, all the foregoing relates to the whole house as well as to the kitchen. But as the kitchen sanitary conditions depend upon the same regimen, the foregoing is a basis for kitchen usage. The kitchen is mainly concerned with the water supply and wastewater, which is the result of cooking, washing, cleaning, and storage. Refrigerator. Sinks and connections. The entry of water to the kitchen is effective through faucets, for the most part, in some sort of a sink. What then should these sinks be, and what should be the nature of their connections? For the most part, the building law will take care of the connections, but you should see to it that the traps are below the sinks and are in plain sight, and that the materials used, for your own good, should not only be within the law, but a little above it. Another thing you must remember in ordering sinks is that they should be smooth in one piece if possible, having a seamless interior, non-absorbent, non-rusting, and with a certain amount of elasticity, so that when hit by sharp and heavy utensils, neither the utensil nor the sink is cracked or injured by the impact. The materials to be used in the making of sinks are tin, wood, soapstone, galvanized iron, slate, copper, enamel, enamel over iron, a porcelain-like material over metal, and solid porcelain. Stone and slate are poor because they are too absorbent. Wood is bad for the same reason. Tin rusts. Copper is difficult to keep clean and is rarely used for anything but pantry sinks. Enamel over iron is excellent. Porcelain over iron is better. Solid porcelain is regal, but has the disadvantage of having so little resiliency that dishes are apt to break when coming too effectively in contact with it. This is often obviated in the pantry by enclosing the pantry sink in a wooden casing. The surface of good porcelain over metal will not scratch. Second grades. Solid porcelain sinks are made from the same material, yet the action of fire affects some differently from others. For instance, a workman may fail to work out of the wet mold a bit of air in the clay, and when this piece is fired in the kiln, the air condenses and bursts out, and the result is a slight streak, or a bit of copper may get into the clay, causing a green stain on the piece. When such things occur, it does not alter the value of the sink, but the high-grade manufacturer marks these second grade. This is well for you to know, as it really does not affect the lasting qualities, and probably the initial cost is lower. The shallower a sink is, the easier, of course, it is to take care of. A general run of sinks has the metal base with a porcelain-like covering, as they are elastic and are kind to falling china. However, you cannot go wrong in buying any of the enameled or porcelain over iron or the solid porcelain bought from the well-equipped, long-established manufacturers. There is one firm which makes a superb solid porcelain sink in 13 varieties, including 2 vitreous porcelain over metal slop sinks. When you think of one firm making so many varieties and a few other firms making almost as many, it soon becomes necessary for the domyologists to know what to tell a plumber to install before the masculine mind installs something for which you will have little use. Of course, it depends first on what the sink is to be used for. In large kitchens, the pot sink, vegetable sink, and slop sink are used. Sometimes two of some of these varieties. In the medium kitchen, the pot sink and one of the others. In the small kitchen, just the ordinary pot sink is used. Do not buy an all-roll sink. That is, a sink with a curved rim and no back, unless your kitchen has a tiled wall. Why? Because your wall will be splashed to the destruction point. Very commodious sinks measure 5 feet 2 inches overall, back 9 inches high, front to wall 26.5 inches. This size sink is often in 2 divisions, one for washing and one for rinsing, and has integral drain boards of self-material as part of the sink. If the integral drain board is not of wood or metal, it can be rendered kindlier to china by a rubber mat. Some sinks have a 5-foot 2-inch back. Some just have a porcelain back behind the faucets. A small sink a little over 3 feet can be had with or without integral drain boards on either side and a vent at the right end so as not to interfere with the dishes. Speaking of drain boards, it is very often expedient to have them hinged to the wall or so attached to the sink that they can be let down and out of the way. Patented materials. Sinks of patented materials with trade names, which are often metals with a porcelain-like covering, also come in many sizes and in many designs, and are, as inferred above, quite as valuable in usefulness and beauty as solid porcelain, with one exception, of course, that under some remote circumstance a chipping off of the material may occur. But the makers of solid porcelain sinks make a metal-coated slop sink where an extra heavy thudding by pails and cleaning instruments is apt to occur. This precaution speaks for itself. The solid porcelain certainly gives you a feeling that you have the best, yet some of the greatest houses in the country use the other types of sinks. Although we have touched upon the subject of drain boards, there are few more words to say about them. The sink with a double drain board is, of course, the most convenient, but this is not always possible. They are made of metal, such as copper and zinc, and also of wood, either oak or ash, preferably ground ash, hard enough to prevent absorption. Sometimes they are of metal over wood. The porcelain drain board is easiest of all to clean, requiring only a moist cloth passed over the porcelain or metal under porcelain, while others need scouring and scraping. The grooves in any of these boards must not be so deep as to require digging to remove lost particles. Most pantry sinks have the wooden drain boards and the wooden enclosed solid porcelain sinks, just to save breakage. Boards, of course, should always be slightly tilted toward the sink. It is wiser to have sinks 36 inches high or have them on adjustable standards. If 36 inches happens to be too high, a long wooden step can be provided. It is better to step up than to form a crick in one's back. However, any plumber will alter the standards no matter what sink you buy. Sinks are purchasable with from 1 to 4 standards, depending upon which space in the kitchen is to harbor said sink. The standards of sinks are made of glass, brass, nickel plate, or porcelain, or a porcelain coating over metal. Some of these standards are supplied with adjustable bracelets, making it possible to raise and lower the sink to desired levels. The nickel standard is very desirable, as is the brass, but they require cleaning and polishing. The glass and porcelain families need just to be rubbed down with a moist cloth. Slop sinks are made to set lower than other sinks in order to obviate lifting up heavy pails of water, etc. Outlets. The question of outlets in the sink is simple. The outlet should not be perforated so minutely as to prevent rapid exit of the water, and yet the holes must not be large enough to permit foreign matter to clog the pipes of the plumbing system. Very often, it is wise to have a wire net over the outlet. Some sinks are equipped with stoppers and with cylindrical outlets familiar in wash basins and bathtubs. In these sinks, the water is kept in until it is time to release it, obviating the necessity of wash basins. Sunken outlets are a nuisance to keep clean. Faucets. Faucets are usually of metal, and high-priced ones are of enamel. Some sinks have 2 sets of faucets, 2 in each set. Some have a higher faucet, a gooseneck pattern, for filling carafes. The metal faucets are generally brass and nickel-plated. Brass corrodes and is hard to keep clean. The nickel are very satisfactory, but cost more. The enamel are quite ideal because the polishing is absolutely obviated. In this case, it is a toss-up to the purchaser what is best to save, time or money. Then there is the pressure faucet, the one which has to be held in order to get water out of it. These are quite hateful and ought never to be used unless the water price is almost prohibitive. Sometimes a foot pressure faucet is used in order that the worker may have his hands free for work. A new faucet, which can be swung into different positions, is to be had on the new pantry sinks. If the water pressure is extraordinarily high, try to get faucets on your sink with air chambers to take care of this extra pressure. And try, above all things, to buy faucets that emit a flow of water which does not splash the worker. Unless you are a skilled mechanic, don't try even to put a new washer in your faucet to stop a leak, because, unless you are skilled, you may forget to shut the stopcock which shuts off the sink from the main water supply, which may be under the sink or in the cellar. And to prevent a woeful catastrophe, don't forget, if you leave your house unheated in the winter, to turn off the water in the cellar. Filters. The question of filters, see Chapter 32, Polishing the Water Supply, which are attached to faucets, is full of danger, as there are only a few good ones on the market, and those that are good can be rendered, through careless handling, much more of a menace than the ordinary water supplied to you. The porcelain-like candle type is one of the best, but not absolutely foolproof. The water sifts and filters through this porcelain candle. If this is sent away to be thoroughly baked at regular intervals according to the manufacturer's description, it is useful. But when this is not done, the filter becomes a breeding place for germs. Therefore, all things being unequal, boiled water is the safest insurance against germs. As for the refrigerators, see Chapter 11, Refrigerators. Role. In the plumbing of the kitchen, this is, of course, very important and very simple. It is necessary to keep noxious gases from the stored food. If possible, have a connection through the floor with the trap and pan in the cellar. If this is impossible, have a trap and pan under the refrigerator, which can be often emptied. It is, of course, convenient to have the icebox filled from the outside of the house rather than having the ice dragged through the kitchen. These are some excerpts from the Plumbing Code. Safe and refrigerator waste pipes. Safe and refrigerator waste pipes must be of galvanized iron and be not less than 1 1/4 inch in diameter, nor larger than 1 1/2 inch in diameter, with pipe branches at least 1 inch in diameter with strainers over each inlet. Safe and refrigerator waste pipes shall not be trapped. They must discharge over a properly water-supplied trapped sink, with trap vented unless an approved anti-siphon trap is installed in the manner specified in Rule 91, such sink to be publicly placed and not more than 4 feet above the floor. In no case shall any refrigerator or safe waste pipe discharge over a sink be located in a room used for living purposes. The branches on vertical lines must be made by Y or TY fittings and carried up to the safe with as much pitch as possible. Where there is an offset on a refrigerator waste pipe in the cellar, there must be cleanouts to control the horizontal parts of the pipe. In all lodgings and tenement houses, the safe and refrigerator waste pipes must extend above the roof. Homilies. When I started to write this article, I thought I would give specific plumbing rules, but the buying of fixtures is really all that is necessary for the housewife to know, as all first-class plumbers know the rules of the code. So the best plan to adopt is to use the best plumber. Even if he be expensive, he will save your money in the end. And remember, always use one in your vicinity, for if you do not, you will be very unpopular, as you will know when some dire emergency emerges. If your pipes freeze in the winter, warm cloths until the plumber comes is the best remedy. If you build in a remote district, have your water tested by an expert on the spot so that he can examine not only the water, but the source of its supply and help you in settling where to build your well or pump and where the cistern should go, etc., etc. After a new installation of plumbing is made, there is applied always a test like the peppermint smoke test, etc., to see if there are any leaks in the pipes. This is also accounted for in the plumbing code. Although not quite technically a plumbing fixture, there is a ventilating, self-cooled motor propeller fan, which is being put up in kitchens to keep the kitchen cool in summer and to remove traces of excessive heat, steam smoke, and objectionable odors. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James K. White. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 16, Knife Life in the Kitchen. "I would like to have a vegetable knife," says a woman to the salesman. "Yes, madam," says he, handing her a knife. "Thank you," says the customer, not even looking at it. Then she goes home and tries to pare a pumpkin with the dainty little flexible knife that she has bought, and finds that the task is quite impossible. Why? Because she has used a knife not designed at all for anything but a potato or an apple. Such things are very frequent, because the purchaser doesn't realize that vegetable knife as well as motor car spells many types, and that the knife is even more diversified in design than the car to meet various kinds of work. What carpenter would think of cutting across the grain with a plane meant for cutting with the grain? The carpenter realizes the range of design in his tools, however. So should it be with women if they wish to save their nerves, their hands, and their time, and make their food look worthy of its cost. The background of the knife and fork is surrounded with historic significance and romance. The knife seems to be the firstborn of father cutlery, and the fork a late development as a table essential. And the spoon comes so late that it isn't even romantic. First of all, cutlery was developed from the hunting knife in various guises. Then it became the sword of history. Not until the Middle Ages were knives used on the table, and then only one or two. Not until 200 or 300 years ago were they used by each individual, and this first took place in Italy. Ordinary cutlery was really first used in the form of the sheep shears, very much like the shears used in the Rembrandt painting, The Old Woman Cutting Her Nails. Before steel was used, bamboo, shell, then copper, bronze, tin and copper, and the so-called steel of Damascus were the materials out of which the knives and swords were built. As forks were a later development and were used at first only as a means of helping the diners from the central dish, it was necessary for diners to wear gloves to shield them from the rigors of hot foods. Therefore, with such methods, it was necessary to recover in sanitary fashion, and to this end, servitors would meet each diner with a bowl of water and a towel. Thus has the finger bowl descended unto us. For some time, after the knife and fork were used generally, each person would carry his own beautiful set in a handsome case at his belt or girdle. During the 18th century, when the fork was commonly used, it was with the knife superbly fashioned of jewels and metalwork. For the most part, forks were two-pronged, and not until Louis XV of France did the four-tine fork come into being. So from the hunting knife and the crotched wooden stick was born our own diversified cutlery, not only in steel of fine temper and hardness, but recently of steel with the added qualities of stainlessness. Although Sheffield, England, in the past, has the reputation for the finest cutlery in the world, and although Sheffield must be given the credit for fathering the craft, yet the United States today is making some of the best cutlery and bids fair to outmake and outsell the world in quantity and quality. Kitchen cutlery. The subject of kitchen cutlery, the one which this chapter is dealing with, does not interest itself in silver plate and all the cutlery so beautifully made for table use. The same general principles apply, but there is too little space here to go into the detail of pattern, brands, and general details of table cutlery. However, the blades for most cutting articles are made of sheer steel, and for this crucible, cast steel and forged steel are used. The essential parts of the process of cutlery making are 1. Forging, 2. Hardening and tempering, 3. Grinding, 4. Polishing, 5. Assembling, honing, and the finishing touches, and these are subdivided into many divisions, making nearly 100 in some instances and more in others. The last division is the one which the cutler does today. In the 18th century, the cutler did the whole work of making a knife, but today the polisher polishes and the grinder grinds, etc. The hundreds of processes today in the course of the manufacture of one piece of cutlery are in the hands of nearly as many workmen. Of course, the value of modern cutlery is in the finesse of manufacture and the quality of steel that is used, and in the perfection of its varying parts and their assembling. Knives are meant to cut. Knives, therefore, must be so made that they will keep their cutting edges, so proportioned as to fit the thing to be cut, so limber or so stiff as to be comfortably wielded, so assembled as to keep their handles fastened to them, and so balanced, even as a golf club, as to be not only easy but pleasant to use. Pleasant tools make light work. The knife has 3 or 4 main parts: the blade, the tang, that part which fits into the handle itself, or haft, as it is sometimes called, and in some cases a metal ferrule. Much depends upon the way these parts are made and fitted. They must be so married that nothing can divorce the knife from the handle, so that they will preserve their oneness indefinitely. The great Reno for the knife is the huddled drawer in which it is for the most part kept, but more of this later. Variety in knife life. The kinds of knife in which the housewife is particularly interested are carvers, vegetable slicers, parers, fruit, cleavers, etc. Subdivided, they are paring, bread, meat, poultry, carving, cake, boning, paring, small pocket type style, spatula, lemon, grape and orange, curved in French, German and American fashions, cleavers, and scrapers. Where it is necessary for a knife to conform to shape in paring, a flexible knife is more comfortable than a stiff one. Therefore, if you want a vegetable knife for slicing potatoes, never think of buying a long, stiff one, because your work will be seriously impeded. If you have the right tool, the job of paring or whatnot will be as much fun as carving is for the artist who, in his turn, always has the correct tool. "Gracious! I can never slice a ham that doesn't look as if someone bit it up," said a friend of mine. As gently as I could, I told her it was because she was trying to do the impossible. She used a knife for bread and cake, broad and short, and expected it to do the work of a long, thin blade slightly curved off at the end. The heavy, wide-bladed knife cleaves to the surface of the meat and makes it a practical impossibility for any ordinary mortal to push it through. The narrow blade is what you must have, as it requires less strength and cuts, therefore, more efficiently. The knife with the almost scimitar formation makes it simple to cut around a bone. Most everybody has a bread knife, so we need not bother about that familiar object. But the only thing necessary is that the bread knife should be kept for bread and kept sharp, as far as possible, unless it is adapted by having a medium-wide blade to cut meat and cake. For hot meats, a rather flexible but not too flexible knife should be used, especially in the case of hot steaks and ham. It is a real comfort to have a good knife for these things. The meat is not chewed before its time, and is not wasted in formless gobs. For the person who must economize on the number of utensils, a knife about 8 or 9 inches long, with rather wide blade, can be bought, which can very comfortably be used for cold meat slicings as well as bread and cake. A set of 6 knives, 2 spatulas, and 2 forks will fill most kitchens' needs. Other knives and forks can be added as specials. Here is the 2-inch paring knife, 3-inch for splitting. The general household keeps a fork with the French pattern blade for general work, and the heavy 6-inch blade for cutting vegetables such as turnips, pumpkins, squashes, etc., where a thin blade would snap. The fork has hardened blades with needle points. The spatula for pastry works as well as the wide spatula. The carving knife in 8-inch short blade, and the flexible slicing knife with 9-inch blade usable for cold meats, cake, bread, etc., and the general utility knife. For tough cutting and broad surfaces, the narrow stiff knife is best. For crumbly broad surfaces, the broad stiff knife. For rather tough small surfaces to be pared and trimmed, the medium, flexible, narrow blade is best. Use the narrow and stiff and short knife for tough small surfaces like squash and turnips. With these simple logical suggestions, the knife problem is easy. Had I only learned the use of the spatula in cooking school, I should have thought my course to be a lifelong economy. This was said somewhat in jest, but it shows just what the value of the spatula is. It is an economy. It is not a cutter, but a very flexible, bendy blade with round corners, which can assume the curve of any vessel and pick up dough or anything left behind in bowl or pastry board which is worth saving. It is a scraper and saver. You need not waste a bit of the precious egg on the sides of your dish or a bit of batter if you use the spatula. It also lifts comfortably the egg, griddle cake, fish, etc. from the pan. It is really a joy unbounded. A larger size spatula is a convenience too, for scraping and cleaning large kettles, and also for a cake or pie lifter. Being larger, it is a trifle stiffer. One corner of the end of this blade is sharp, and the opposite corner is round. The reasons are obviously for attacking corners and not scratching surfaces. Home butchering. In some homes, a certain amount of butchering is done in the kitchen, sometimes to save expense and sometimes for certain and very fine results if the chef is a jewel. To this end, there are some good implements on the market, strong, well-balanced, and riveted to give good service. Knife blades for this work range from 5 to 14 inches in length and are in various styles. The cleaver is a good thing to have should the butcher sometimes neglect to break a furtive bone. These come in pleasant weights and dimensions, the one with blade 6 inches long by 2.5 inches wide, weighing in all 1 pound. In connection with knives for fruits and vegetables, you will be interested in the story of the late product of steel which is so fast coming to the markets of the world. It is stainless steel, a steel with an admixture of chromium which resists rust, does not corrode or scale, and is impervious to food acids, with the exception of the mustard plus vinegar plus salt combination, which makes a muriatic acid, which is the acid with which steel is etched. It keeps a fine edge, and is of fine temper and hardness when made by accomplished manufacturers. The steel you use now is a carbon steel. Before the war, both in England and America, it was rapidly coming into our markets, but the value of such steel was so patent to governments that the War and Construction departments used it all. Now, however, it can be bought even in some department stores. Think of not having to scour or polish your knives. Think of the knife having an indefinite life and always looking highly polished. Soon, too, even the handle will be made of this steel, and the knife will look like a highly polished silver utensil. What may this mean in a servantless home? No cleaning powders must be used to clean this steel. Only warm water and a mild soap. Its advent reminds you of the early days of aluminum utensils, doesn't it? The manufacturers are planning to make kettles, pots, and pans of it, as they will wear well and will not scale and wear as do iron ones. As this steel is non-staining, the hands are not stained as much when it is used with fruit juices. The factor of the juice combining with the elements in the steel is absent. There are some people whose hands stain from certain juices, whereas the hands of others do not, but generally speaking, there will be less hand staining with this newer steel. If you do your own work, how your hands will be saved. The few years of its service may not have revealed all of its good points or some of its bad points. Only time will tell, of course, but as a fruit knife at present, the stainless type seems to be a fine thing, though the ordinary steel knife, if sharp and well made, is no less of a joy than ever it was. Manufacturers are adopting the stainless, even those who think that it isn't as good as it is claimed to be. Vegetable and fruit slicers and parers come in many sizes and styles. They are usually small and light with narrow blades and sharp. They are to be had in stainless and carbon steel, in sets and in singles, and when bought wisely, make the kitchen maid's job an artistic one. Grapefruits and oranges have knives for their very own. Manufacturers have given much time and thought to the easiest method of preparing these fruits easily, without loss of juices and flavor, and without waste of time on the part of the operator. And so there have been born a few of these knives which are excellent and live up to their glowing advertisements. Their characteristics are two-edged, like the great swords of old. They cut from either the right or left with ease. The blade is curved to fit the fruit and has rounded points so as not to lacerate the outer skin and waste the juices and spoil the shape of the fruit. The blade is exceedingly sharp and honed carefully like a razor. The sharper it is, the swifter it will do its work. The blade must be securely fastened to the handle. The handle must be light, of comfortable shape, and well balanced. In a few words, the knife must be able to get down and under the center, cutting the side segments as well as making the tough walls fade away easily. The knives are made in stainless steel, in nickel-plated steel, and in the ordinary and fine vanadium steel. Your fruit, when prepared with such a knife, may look as if hands never touched it. Handles. The question of handles is interesting because the knife without the handle, however sharp it may be, is of little use. The main question is of ease and gripping, in the balance and in the duration of time that the blade will stay firm in the handle. There are many ways of accomplishing these things. In some cases, the tang of the blade is cemented in the handle. This is done where the knife is used with little pressure and strength, such as the feather-curling knife of the milliner. There are some knives which are riveted, such as butcher's knives, because much force is used with them. Household knives are penned, and cemented sometimes, and in the case of home butcher knives, as many as 3 pens are used to keep the handle steady. With knives like the corrugated types, there are often metal wire handles drawn out on them. The corrugations on these blades are to obviate tearing and reduce, some think, the pressure necessary in cutting. Handles themselves are made of various things: woods, rubberoid, celluloid, metals, stag, and in the case of table knives, mother of pearl, shell, silver over nickel, etc. The kitchen knife handle must be able to stand all heats, be impervious to hot water, be smooth and comfortable in shape, and must be nicely finished so as to give the worker a feeling of worthwhileness in his job. Sloppy tools make for sloppy work. Think of your cutlery as the dentist does his tools, and you will feel professional. The housewife errs in no place quite so much as in the care of her cutlery. In 9 1/2 houses out of 10, the good blades are huddled and hustled into a drawer, where they loosen from their handles, nick, scratch, and hammer each other to their own destruction. What good is there in having good materials if they are to be stored in this manner? Consider the carpenter, how he stores. He hangs each tool in a certain groove, and as he desires a certain thing, he extracts it. He can't afford to have auto-destruction. It is too extravagant a disease. Yet it is the hardest thing in the world to make the housewife hang up her few knives and keep them forever in good shape. Clean them after every using. It's easier then. A little scouring powder now and then will keep them in good condition. Do not use scouring powders with stainless steel, as it reduces the polish, the very thing which maintains its imperviousness to stain. All new knives should be so finished when you buy them that they need no further edging. The best manufacturers see to this and have a department just to hone and make knives ready for use. Sharpening. The housewife's best method of sharpening, or rather keeping the edges straight and keenly cutting, is the steel. When the knife really gets dull, it should be ground. The use of the stone or carborundum by the ordinary operator often wears the steel. However, if the use of the grinder, or the stone, or the carborundum is really known, time and money will be saved in the sharpening process. Sharp knives save temper, save food to a great degree, and therefore, if you can't sharpen knives yourself, send them out to be taken care of once or twice a year. There is a special stone on the market for stainless steel sharpening. It is well to get this for your stainless utensils. Follow the directions with it carefully. All sharpening steels should have a guard for the hand, in case the knife slides back towards the fingers. Never hold the knife on edge on the steel, for it should be quite flat. Remember, you are trying to flatten the 2 sides toward the edge, and thereby make it a better cutter. There are good rotary grinders and polishers on the market, and knowledge of them and their use is very valuable. There are also stones flat and stones in handles, all for keeping knives sharp. They are yours if you want them, and realize that you must know how to use them to save rather than to destroy your cutlery. The story of forks is almost the same as that of its confrère, the knives. The tines must be rigid and sharp enough to pierce immediately and not drop their prey by dull points. Forks were not meant to open cans or lift lids. Many a perfect fork has had its life history snapped by this usage. As with the sharpening steel, so with the fork which accompanies the carving knife. It, too, should have a guard to prevent the knife slipping and injuring the left hand. If you buy the best cutlery from the most representative firms, you will have the best results and be well repaid. Good cutlery, like everything good, is more expensive than the cheap varieties. Good cutlery may stand up longer under bad usage than poor cutlery, but don't tempt it and waste your money. A little care with cutlery will curtail your bills, give your food a better appearance and swifter accomplishment, for, after all, the kitchen work is mostly cutting up. End of section 16. Section 17 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James K. White. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 17. The Ancient Wood Implements. In these days of metals, electricity, and enamels, you are very prone to forget that there is still virtue in the ancient wood, which, with true aristocratic gentleness, has given way to those more parvenu products that boast their sanitary qualities. Today there are still things of wood for the kitchen, pantry, and laundry, which are retained to advantage, and other things which can be kept, if not with advantage, at least for utility. Some purchasers have wasted time in their zeal to kill entirely the wood tradition and substitute metals in every instance. To save this time, this article is written and dedicated to you who would have the right thing, be it of the darker ages or of this so-called sanitary or enlightened era. For example, could you ever use a metal plank for planked fish or meats? Of course not. The wood itself, in this case, gives up its own essence as it combines, through the medium of heat, with the juices of the food cooked on its surface. What metal could do this without imparting the metallic taste to the bill of fare? These planks come in different sizes and shapes. The best are of oak. Some cost more than others. But the thing to remember is that a plank is like wine. The older it is, that is, the more it is used and becomes impregnated with the empyromatic flavors of the foodstuffs, the more exquisite become its quality and the better flavor it imparts to the food. According to Nicholas Sabatini, chef of Delmonico's, the best thing to do with a plank when you buy it is to keep it for at least 6 weeks, to be sure that it is seasoned sufficiently. After using a plank, do not soak it in water, but clean it off with a damp cloth only. Then keep it under a weight of some sort to prevent any probable warping of the wood. Mr. Sabatini was very insistent about the plank being of oak, as any other wood imparts too definite a flavor of its own to the foodstuffs cooked on it. Ironing boards have never been replaced with metal to any large extent. It is their give, when swathed in white stuff, that makes them comforting and usable. Even the modern bracketed ironing boards are wooden, with the exception of their metal joints and arms, enabling them to be folded against the walls or put out of the way. So too the sleeve and skirt board. Time would be wasted in hunting for a more modern material to use for these staples. Ironing folding tables are neat little things for the small house. These are made of whitewood. They will not last a lifetime, but they are inexpensive and useful. Skirt boards come from 3 to 6 feet long, and the sleeve board around 18 to 20 inches long. In some cases where there is available both a wooden article and a china or metal, it is often better to get the non-wooden. For example, the wooden salt box. Good enough in its way, but it is outranked by the china, porcelain, or composition boxes, because these materials look better, wear better, and cannot help being smoother and less fibrous than the wooden variety. So, would you rather buy sharpeners, flour sieves, some of the pot racks and sink racks in metal garb than wood? Although there are some sink racks of wood which not only have a porcelain lining, but save breakage of china. Chopping bowls of sugar maple, not southern maple, are kitchen necessities. These do not splinter, and they make the din of chopping less obnoxious. The rotary chopping machine is not always analogous to the chopping bowl, for who could chop parsley as well in a chopper as with blade and bowl? Wooden bread boards and cake boards, of course, are invaluable. Pie boards are better of marble, porcelain, or their cognates. These must be of hardwood, such as maple or birch, and so made as to be knotless, crackless, and long-grained. A damp cloth will remove traces of material used thereon. The onion should have its own little chopping board for obvious reasons. Noodle boards are oblong, usually of white wood, and come from 14 by 20 inches to 20 by 30 inches. These have a descending ledge at the near side to hold fast to the table, and an ascending ledge on the far side to keep the dough from sliding off. Bread boards are round and are from 10 to 11 inches in diameter. Pastry boards can be had from 12 by 16 inches to 20 by 30 inches. The wooden step, non-rickety and solid, is of inestimable value in the kitchen, where the worker is too short for the tables or tubs, or where things must needs be on high shelves. The step chair, which readily is changed from ladder to chair, combines a 2-in-1 arrangement that makes room in a kitchen by obviating extra chairs and extra space for a pair of steps or ladder. We would warn purchasers against the salesman of wood garbage buckets or pails. In no case are they as sanitary as regular metal containers. But the oak pail, keg, or bucket for cider, vinegar, preserves, or water is a good culinary adjunct. They are hard, firm, and well constructed in the best makes. Often these things have been quite forgotten, and yet they are quite useful in kitchen economy. Wooden pails come for various uses: scrubbing pails, water pails, jelly pails, and flour pails. They are made with 2 or 3 hoops and are of pine, cedar, oak grain, or oak. The flour pails hold from 12½ to 50 pounds of flour. The jelly pails hold from 5 to 30 pounds of jelly and are a convenience to the housekeeper who puts up a lot at a time and who has a large menage. The large wooden spoon for use in acid cookery, preserves, and the like, is indispensable to the Epicurean household and should be on every kitchen utensil list. The clothes horse is practically an extinct animal. In its place has come a different species of varying kinds. Some fold up against the wall, some are pulleyed up to the ceiling and get the ascending heat of the room for drying, and some don't fold at all. Some are built for porch use, garden use, and roof use, but all are less aggressive than the extinct horse. A close relation to the clothes rack is the towel rack and hand towel roller, usually of wood, and made as well of this material as any other. The bread and pastry roller is usually of wood and is quite efficient. There are glass rollers on the market, but of course these can chip. Special noodle rollers are made now of maple and birch, and are long and thin, giving quick contact like a low gear. Some rollers have designs cut in them for finishing off a bit of dough with a pattern. Potato, slaw, and bread cutters are merely wood receptacles with cutting blade insertions. Knife drawers or racks with grooves to keep the knife blade inviolate are too little used. This is one of the things that will make the kitchen a more proper tool chest, prolong the life of cutlery, and save time in the search for wanted knives on the part of the worker. These are being made in compact, useful fashion to meet the needs of the well-ordered kitchen. We can't stress the housing of cutlery hard enough, and it is a real housing problem. The pot cover rack for those who do not hang up their pots is a great comfort. It is inexpensive and easily installed. With these cover racks, you easily identify the cover, and it doesn't get lost in a dark closet, although many folks think quite the contrary and deplore the newer methods of hanging up pots and their covers to the public gaze. The question of serving butter delightfully is taken care of by keeping it in the icebox in a stone crock and making butter balls with little wooden butter pats. There are also wooden butter prints, which enable one to serve butter in forms with a probable little raised design on its top surface. These come in a flattened butterball size and also in 1/2 pound print molds. The question of wood in the kitchen becomes acute in the handle situation. Brushes, brooms, and mops of all kinds have wooden handles, and the handle makes for comfort and comfort for efficiency. Therefore, it is not out of place here to give a few suggestions as to what a handle ought to be. 1. Smooth, no splinters, hard, non-porous. 2. Easily held in hand, if on scrubbing brush, sink brush, etc. 3. Long enough to do the work, if on wall or ceiling or radiator brush. 4. Set firmly in its socket and easily set in, if on mop, wall brush, etc. 5. Non-snapping, not brittle, if on a wall duster. 6. Enameled to resist heat and water. The mallet and the potato masher are heavy tools and quite necessary. The former is usually of hickory or lignum vitae, the latter of maple. The potato masher's function is obvious, but the mallet is often needed for cracking a bone or ice. For fixing lobster and making a chicken go a long way, a mallet is quite a little fixer. The coffee mill and the sink rack can be as well made of wood as of metal, yet this does not need to preclude the metal ones for those wanting them. The wooden ones themselves are really more of hardware than of wood. The mousetrap of wood, used once and then to be thrown out, is rather a pleasanter idea than using the same impregnated trap over and over again. These are cheap and ready to use at any time. The wooden salad set, knife, spoon, fork are rather Epicurean, but seem to be passing out of fashion. Tables of wood are so common that they need little description, yet a few suggestions may be of real value. The table with the stove is all important in the kitchen. It is so valuable indeed that it has been lately combined with the dishwasher and the effete refrigerator in order to make it possible in limited spaces to install these quite noble but less royal things. Tersely said, the table must be large enough for the work to be done, steady on its legs, simple in construction, and easily kept clean and wholly sanitary. If possible, metal-capped legs will prevent the legs becoming unlevel by swelling when the floor is washed or shifting through general use. The tabletop would easily take a whole story. The main requisite is that it be hard, easily cleaned and scraped, be it of wood, composition, marble, metal, or of the porcelain family. Kitchen tables, 3 to 7 feet long, with and without shelves beneath, and also with or without closets and drawers below. The wooden top of maple is most satisfactory and probably of all the tabletops most used. Yet for those that can afford the wooden table with marble top and German silver trimmings, nothing could be more perfect even though the price soars. Finally, if there be benefit in this article, take from it suggestions for the wooden wedding gift. Few people think of the kitchen as a realm for gifts. In our experience, presents of culinary use have been a boon to many householders, especially at the wooden wedding period. End of section 17.
Chapter 18 of Cheating the Junk Pile, The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robin Lee. Cheating the Junk Pile, The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments by Ethel R. Pazer. Chapter 18. Glassware. Glassware is now no longer for ornament alone, but for cooking uses as well. The only way to tell if you have a good piece of glass or not is to compare it to other pieces for color and sound. If it sounds clear and bell-like, it is pretty sure to be a good bit of glass. But don't strike it if it happens to be in a groove, or it will, of course, shatter it, as the pieces will have no room to vibrate and will break the bounds. Annealing. Annealing is the process brought to such a perfection today that glass can be made almost shell-proof. In fact, glass for automobile windows was and is being made that when it is struck will not shatter, but will simply crack or graze. This process is one of careful heating and cooling many times repeated. It makes the glass more elastic so that the particles are in more of a state of equilibrium and can be struck without danger of breaking. Manufacture. The basis of all glass is soda, aluminum, or oxide of lead in combination with silica of sand. Doesn't this sound highfalutin? Well, it isn't. Then this is heated to something like 1200 degrees Fahrenheit, and when in molten form is blown with air incorporators into the requisite shapes. You no doubt have seen glass blown at bazaars or fairs. But of course this blowing in the factory is done with huge blowers. The best glass is dependent on its base as it is combined with lead. This combination is the fine glass called flint glass, and it is from flint glass, which has the luster, that the cut and engraved glass is made. Color. The color in glass is given to it by the use of metal oxides. Blue is derived from copper oxide, yellow from iron oxide, the stunning reds from gold. Don't these facts make glass more interesting to you? Rock crystal is the fashion now and probably will persist. But don't, for goodness sake, be untechnical enough to say anything but polished engraved glass when you speak of it. The old-time glass with intersecting canyons cut in it, which left telltale gouges in one's fingers, is dead, and if you use it, you are dead too. Now be it remembered, it's polished, engraved, alias rock crystal. How it differs from cut glass. Cut glass is decorated with geometric lines by means of steel wheels and carborundum used for the cutting. Then these lines are smoothed with stone wheels and given a high polish. Some manufacturers press in the design by putting the glass into molds in its molten state, but this makes the cheaper glass, commonly called pressed, to imitate the cut variety. Then the glass is cooled, and the effects are often good enough to fool the ordinary person. Cut glass can always be distinguished from the pressed by feeling the inside of the cutting where it is the deepest, and if there is a slight lump corresponding to the cutting, it is surely cut and not pressed. Engraved glass is thinner than the cut glass very often and is decorated by copper wheels fed with emery and oil, which does not cut so deep. The skill of the designer and workman are the only limits to the beauty of this glass. This kind of decoration is left in the satin gray finish with the exception of the polishing out of the centers of the flowers, and other figures according to the taste of the engraver. This gives the contrasts in gray and clear glass which give the tonal value to the glass. And when the engraving is sunk deeply and then polished, it is called rock crystal because it has the peculiar colorless matte finish brilliancy of the natural rock crystal. Colored glass. What about colored glass? There is much of it about, some of it the frank imitation of the old stuff, and some of it the real old thing. It is very popular. The reason it is an epidemic is because one has to have all the fixings with it to use it well and to be au fait. Unless one has centerpieces and side dishes and flowers, and, to go even to extremes, old chairs and antique refectory tables, colored glass gives a vagrant, restless, spotty cast to the table. You know what it means to have everything en rapport, in the way of expenses and fussing these days, to the majority of people anyway. And so when colored glass is used, even if one has all the articles necessary, real vision must be employed and discrimination exercised in massing everything to give the ease and grace, the basis of beauty, necessary. One of the most interesting things about glass today is that a firm in America has been taking the Grand Prix and the gold medal in a competition with the glassmakers of the world in Paris. And some of the best glass is made in little old America. Talk about American prowess! And two, because the foreign markets have not been able to make the rather staple enamel and gold glass, America has again stepped in and has been engaged in making this sort of glass too, and making it well. Some very old and exclusive dealers say colored glass is not in vogue because these firms have in their clientele very selected people who probably do not buy it as they have inherited all they need. Furthermore, many of their clients don't want to be bothered with it. But from the way colored glass has been selling in some places, it is certainly safe to say it is very popular. Yet on the other hand, many dealers are afraid to stock up heavily with it because they fear a slump. At any rate, the manufacturers can hardly keep up with the demand for their excellent reproductions of the old Scotch, English, Irish, and Venetian glass. But many hostesses like it because it takes such taste and skill to assemble a table when it is used. Cooking glass. No other utensils on the market combine as these do: beauty, durability, economy, and cleanliness, even if the initial cost is more. You see, they save fuel because they cook food more rapidly. They save the cook's time and the waitress's time because they save the cooking time and because they are easy to clean, collecting no burn to be forced off and no food to be laboriously scraped away. Besides all this, the food can be served directly from the stove without putting it into another dish for the table. This saves more time and ensures hot food. It doesn't crack in the oven. It comes in many styles. It is not inexpensive, but it is worth the outlay. Plate glass. Of late, plate glass has been taking an important part in the household. This glass differs from other glass in the way it is made. In short, it is spread over iron tables in a molten state and cut and trimmed to measure. It is made more carefully than other flat glass and of the finest material. It is, of course, very carefully annealed to make it as soft and as little brittle as possible. For the tops of bureaus, dressing tables, desks, shelves, medicine cabinets, etc., it has no equal. It is easy to clean and protects what is under it. Many are using it now for the tops of dining tables and sideboards and serving tables. This is a good way to protect the table and save laundry, as beautiful linens shine through the glass and yet do not soil so readily. The same can be said of the glassed bureau scarf and the dressing table where so much may be spilled. Some people who do their own work like plate glass for the kitchen table. As yet, we feel that the brittleness of plate glass makes the kitchen table a little too temporary. Yet while it lasts, it is a comfort for pastry work as well as for anything else. For the motor, it reduces danger in driving and looks better. For the house doors and windows, it adds 90% to the elegance of the layout. End of Chapter 18. Read by Robin Lee, Denver, Colorado, March 25, 2022.
Section 19 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. The Bride's Kitchen. We moderns are so up to date that although we expect our women to marry, they know less of the kitchen needs and the infant's psychology than of the constituencies of the planet's atmospheres. So to correct some of the deficiencies, we are going to list in this article the prices of the necessities of the bride's kitchen at the present, which you must remember are subject to daily change and can only give you approximate values as this book reaches you months after the data is collected. Today, prices veer so rapidly that we can only hope that they will not veer upward before your kindly eye peruses these pages. Whether you use electricity, oil, gas, or wood should be part of the determining factors in buying utensils. For this reason, we will, as far as possible, designate the special uses of these utensils whenever possible or necessary. May it be said at the start that aluminum and enamel, best quality, can be used on any stove. Aluminum is more expensive, but doesn't blacken up on the stove and lives longer than enamels. We will not take up copper, as it is too heavy and costly for the ordinary kitchen, and takes too much labor to keep in the brightened condition in which it should be kept. We favor glass whenever it can be substituted for kitchen utensils as the most ideal oven utensil. If your purse can stand it and its initial expense, it will save fuel, time, and energy in the end, and therefore money. The lists. Our omissions in this listing in any case are due to personal experience and choice, and also to a feeling that there are many things that can be omitted when the kitchen is started, and be put in later when exigencies appear and the income is greater. We have purposely not added up the list to get an aggregate expenditure, as it would mean little when cheaper or more expensive materials can be substituted. Therefore, we have given but the individual costs which can be combined in the ways you desire. Thus the list is meant to be a nomenclature rather than a hard and fast formula, a vade mecum rather than a crystallized rule of thumb. You may consider some things unnecessary in these lists. Again, the list is a personal compilation, as lists are as yet not machine-made, and the maker has considered what are the essentials to culinary habits. Nor have we mentioned stoves as a consideration of the first tool chest, because the architect or the landlord in many cases has decided this for you. If you need to purchase a stove, your choice is usually bounded by the kind of fuel which is cheapest in the place your spouse has necessarily to live. So, although utensils are dependent on the stove and stoves on utensils, we have omitted the stove here, but if you read chapters 6, 7, 8, you will get data on ranges and can find out from the manufacturers the present cost. Cabinets and conveniences. Were we fitting out a kitchen, we would either buy a kitchen cabinet or have one built in the home of the steel unit type. We have not included it in the list for fear of being too commanding, and it can be dispensed with if the shelving and hanging room is sufficient, though we venture to say not quite so delightful will be the kitchen atmosphere without one. The kitchen cabinet in steel costs from about $92 upward, in wood $89 up. Devices on which to hang the pots and pans and house the knives in frictionless positions are too omitted, because these things vary in price with carpentering and the amount necessary to spend in room and money. It is the only way to house utensils, in the open air where they are visible and where the arm can reach, and where the back is not unrelentingly and unnecessarily bent in the performance of the manifold duties of kitchen usage. The ice cream freezer is not included, as this is not an essential, unless you think it to be one. It is to be had in a 2-quart measure from about $4.90 upward, and the gallon is available at $7.50. In some instances we have put an article under 2 heads. Trays, for example. This is done to show you that the 2 articles in aluminum or tin are equally useful, and if the cheaper grade is desirable, it is a safe buy. The grapefruit knife may be a glaring omission. We hope it is. Yet as it is not strictly necessary, we have omitted it. If this little joy is bought, the stainless steel is the best material in which to look for it. It costs about 75 cents. And as soon as the purse is large enough and the manufacturers have come to the point, stainless steel is the best in which to buy nearly every bit of cutlery, as it requires little attention and neither rusts nor stains. Here follow the lists. Utensils in aluminum. Tea kettle, 3 quarts, $6.15. Quart measure, $2. Double boiler, 2 quarts, $4.05. Funnel, 90 cents. Ladle, $2.25. Pie plate, shallow, 53 cents. Pie plate, deep, 62 cents. Saucepans, 1 quart, $1.40 with cover. Saucepans, 2 quarts, $2 with cover. Saucepans, 6 quarts, $3.75 with cover. Kettle covers extra, 1 quart, 25 cents, 2 quarts, 44 cents, 6 quarts, 62 cents. Pitcher, $7.85. Baking dish, $1.30. Measuring cup, 60 cents. Dripping pan, $2.95. Frying pan, $3.60. Griddle, $5.55. Roaster, $7.20. Angel caker, $1.85. Bread pans, $1.15. Cake pans, $1.60. 2 muffiners, 6 cups, $1.65. Steamer, Fitz kettle, $3.15. Trays, $2.55, $3.20. Jelly cake pan, $1.20. Jelly mold, $2.90. Waffle mold, $6.65. Strainer, $1.20. Dish drainer, $4. Utensils in enamel. Double boiler, $2.20. Second grade, $2.20. Colander, $1.30. Second grade, $1.05. Funnel, 50 cents, 40 cents. Ladle, 45 cents, 35 cents. Pie plates, 55 cents, 40 cents. Measure, $1, 80 cents. Uncovered saucepans, 55 cents, 50 cents. 75 cents, 60 cents. $1.35, $1. Basting spoons, 30 cents, 28 cents. Tea kettle, $3, $2.55. Mixing bowls, 95 cents, $1.20. Teapot, $1.75, $1.60. Dipper, 85 cents. Oval dish pan, $2.40, $1.85. Soap dish, 55 cents, 45 cents. Sink drainer, 75 cents. Utensils in glass. 3 kitchen glasses, 10 cents. Baking dish oval, 55 cents. Baking dish deep, $1.50. Lemon squeezer with holes, 25 cents. Measuring glass, 15 cents. Spice jars. Casseroles, according to taste as to size and depth, range in price from 2 1/2 quarts at $3 to 1/2 quart at $1.25. Individuals at 75 cents. Pie dishes shallow, 90 cents. Bread pans, $1.75. Layer cake dish, 9 1/8 inches, 90 cents. Custard cups, 4 ounces, 25 cents. Fruit jars, 1 quart, $1.20. Fruit jars, 1 pint, $1.05. Glass butter crock, 1 quart, 45 cents. Glass butter crock, 2 quarts, 70 cents. Glass butter crock 4 quarts, $1. Earthenware. Teapot, medium size, $1.50. Butter crock, 50 cents. Small mixing bowls, 2, 60 cents. Large bowl, $4.50. Casseroles, individual, 50 cents. Custard cups per dozen, $1.70. Japanned ware. Bread box, $3. Cake box, $4. Dustpan, 63 cents. Flour bin, 10 pounds, $7. Boxes. Tea, $1.25. Coffee, $1.25. 3 sugar, $1.50. 2 trays, 75 cents. Salt box, $1.75. Tinware. Flour sifter, 56 cents. Grater, 30 cents. Flour scoop, 30 cents. Biscuit cutter, 25 cents. Apple core, 18 cents. Nutmeg grater, 15 cents. Pastry sheet, 10 inches by 17 inches, 70 cents. Steamer, fits any kettle, $4.25. Ironware. Garbage pail, galvanized, $1. Poker, coal stove, 20 cents. Lifter, coal stove, 10 cents. Ash can, coal, $5.75. Woodenware. Mop handle and mop, 80 cents. Broom, $1.70. Chopping board, 75 cents. Meat board, $1.25. Bread board, 75 cents. Rolling pin, 35 cents. Pair of butter pats, 35 to 50 cents. Spoon, 15 cents up. Onion chopping board, an extra board not so called in the shops, 25 cents. Towel rack, 60 cents. Salt box, $1.25. Step chair, $5.75 up. Table, all wood, 3 feet, $10 up. Knife board, $1 up. Cutlery. Scissors, $2.25. Silver nickel, 3 knives at $4 per dozen. 3 forks at $4 per dozen. 3 spoons at $4 per dozen. Set of kitchen cutlery including 1 2-inch paring knife, 1 3-inch splitting knife, 1 household knife and fork, fine point, 1 French bladed knife for general work, 1 6-inch blade for tough vegetables, 1 spatula for pastry, 1 large spatula for lifting cakes, candy, etc. 2 carving knives, 8-inch blade stiff, 9-inch flexible slicer, $5. Measuring spoons, 38 cents. Hardware. Ice pick, 20 cents up. Meat skewer set, 35 cents. Metal mesh pot cleaner, 20 cents. Nutcracker, 75 cents up. Can opener, 10 cents up. Corkscrew, 45 cents. Brushes. Bottle, 15 cents. Dust, $2.63. Pastry, 70 cents. Refrigerator, 25 cents. Scrubbing, 65 cents. Silver, $3.63. Sink, 15 cents. Vegetable, 12 cents. Stove, $2.75. Wireware. Egg beater, 25 cents. Broiler. Coal, oil, wood stove, $2.50. Deep fat basket, $1.60. Potato masher, 25 cents. Puree sieve, 85 cents up. Fabrics and paper. Cheesecloth per yard, 38 cents. 6 dish towels at 90 cents. 6 dusters at 50 cents. 3 floor cloths at 40 cents. 2 oven cloths at 15 to 25 cents. Roller towels, $1.25. Roller towel rack, $1.38. 6 glass towels at $1.25. Machinery. When possible, electric. Prices here not for electric devices. Bread mixer, $4.50. Cake mixer, $4.50. Meat nut grinder, $4.50. Egg beater, 40 cents. Electric fireless, 2 units. Electric mixing units, price on inquiry at electric appliance store. Motors, price on inquiry at electric appliance stores. General. Pail, 12 quarts, $2.38. Scales with scoop, $7.75. Scrap basket, metal, $2.75. Large needles, 35 cents. Labels per box, 15 cents. Cork per box, 15 cents. Clock, $2.50 up to $9. Paper. Shelves roll 85 cents. Drawer roll 85 cents. Wax roll 50 cents. Napkins per thousand $3 up. A set of utensils in aluminum suitable for family of 5. Tea kettle $6.50. Double boiler $4.05. Straight saucepan $4.05. Straight saucepan $2.35. Saucepan and cover $1.40. Preserving kettle and cover $2.35. Strainer $1.20. Steamer section $1.80. Coffee pot $4.15. Fry pan $3.60. Pudding pan 80 cents. Pudding pan $1.30. Bread pan $1.15. Tubed cake pan $1.85. 2 jelly cake pans each $1.20. Corn cake pan $1.65. Roaster $7.20. 2 pie pans each 62 cents. Measuring cup 60 cents. Mountain cake pan 85 cents. 3 boxes Wherever cleanser $1.05. Here follows what a first-class aluminum manufactory believes to be a complete set of aluminum for the home. This shows another's ideal of essentials. Tea kettle $7.05. Double boiler $4.05. Saucepan and cover $1.40. Straight saucepan $2. Straight saucepan $2.35. Saucepan and cover $1.88. Preserving kettle cover $3.62. Strainer $1.20. Steamer section $1.80. Coffee pot $4.15. Teapot $5.85. Fry pan $3.60. Griddle $5.55. Waffle mold $3.65. Pudding pan 80 cents. Pudding pan $1.30. Bread pan $1.15. Tubed cake pan $1.85. Mountain cake pan 85 cents. 2 jelly cake pans each $1.20. Corn cake pan $1.65. Gem pan $1.60. Roaster $7.20. 2 pie pans each 62 cents. Measuring cup 60 cents. Tray $1.65. Water pitcher $6. Jelly mold $2.90. See Chapter 40 for suggestions as to weights and measures. China. China for the kitchen can be had at varying prices depending largely on the part of the country where you live, from 10 cents upward if there is a dime shop around. Yet there are inexpensive sets to be had from time to time at from $20 upward and downward. It isn't always necessary to buy at the beginning a whole set of china for the kitchen. 6 of each thing ought to be plenty for a time, counting breakage, which is perennial. Platters for the ice box in enamel are excellent, but if you have extra plates for kitchen use, they might, subject to easier breakage, be utilized. The cookbook. Last but not by any means least is the cookbook. For what availeth it if you have utensils by the score, if you know not how to fill them and manage foods in them? There are many books on the market of fame and repute, but we have yet to see one for the beginner that outdoes the Home Science Cookbook by Anna Barrows and Mary B. Lincoln. Both these women have cooked and lectured and taught the science of cookery, and, what is more, they know its practice. In this book are to be found simple, brief, successful, economical recipes and methods of serving which in their very simplicity knock terror out of the culinary life for the matrimonial initiate. The writer of this article has had eulogies heaped upon her by various brides and even experienced housekeepers for the knowledge given them of this book. End of section 19. Section 20 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Canning and Preserving. To get the best results in canning and preserving fruits and vegetables, disregarding, of course, the necessity of good recipes, for this is not a cooking history in any sense of the word, you must use the best set of utensils. It has now been proven that the process of packing fruits and vegetables into containers and sterilizing them after packing is a better method than the old way of cooking in an open kettle, transferring hot to the jar and sealing without further sterilization. Therefore, you must know what utensils to use for the process, that is, the final application of heat to the sterilized product as well as for the packing. There are canners made for the express purpose of doing this work, and they must be chosen for the amount of work necessary to be done. The small hot water canner is the least expensive for home use and is good for fruits and tomatoes. These two are canned in this safely at the boiling point and are often better than products processed at higher temperature in other canners. If you have not got a water seal canner or a cast iron steam pressure canner or a small portable hot water canner, water bath canner, you can use a wash boiler or bucket or an aluminum or enamel combination roaster canner, or an enamel or aluminum boiler, if you place the bottles of fruit during the processing on a false bottom and put on a tight cover. The false bottom, of course, is best made of strips of wood and keeps the glass jars from contact with the metal container, which is dangerously near the flame. This, of course, is to prevent breakage. You can use wire netting and galvanized trays, which must be raised 1 inch to 2 inches above the vessel floor to permit circulation of water underneath the jars. A very simple steam canner is on the market now, made of copper covered with nickel. The processes of canning. The processes of canning are well known: the cleansing of fruits in containers, the scalding or blanching, cold dipping, packing, processing, air releasing, and sealing. For these processes the following articles are used: colander, steamer for blanching, preserving kettle when preserving, ladle, measuring cup, funnel, canner or aluminum or enamel roaster canner, strainer, dipper, silver knife, shallow trays, pans, vegetable brushes for cleaning, sieve, squares of cheesecloth also for blanching, wire basket, teaspoon, spatula, a most convenient pliable blade to use like a paddle to let air out of the jars before sealing, scales, and saccharometer, if accurate work is necessary in preserving. Wooden spoons and saucepans are necessary if the product to be packed is to be cooked, also the indispensable handle with which to lift the jar from the hot processing utensil. In using the aluminum roaster and canner with rack, fill half the lower pan with hot water. Place the rack in position and set the jars on the rack. Place the caps on the jars lightly. Do not screw them down tight. Place the cover on the canner, being sure that the ventilator is closed tight in order to confine all the steam. Only one burner is necessary in case a gas, gasoline, or oil stove is used. After the water begins to boil, the flame may be turned down 1/3 to 1/2. Just keep the water boiling nicely for the proper length of time as per schedule. When the time necessary for sterilization has elapsed, remove the cover from the canner and the jars can be taken out without difficulty. Then come the mechanical parers, hullers for strawberries, stones for cherries, corers and slicers, all valuable when the products to be preserved or canned are in sufficient quantity to warrant their purchase. Of course, a good steel knife must always be in the kitchen, and a thermometer makes work less haphazard, for the kitchen without a thermometer is like a motor car without a speedometer. Preserving and canning jars. Probably of all the persnickety parts of preserving and canning operations, the jar question is the most jarring. Pardon the pun, but it truly must have had its genesis here, and one can't refrain from putting a joke back on its native heath. We will entirely disregard the tin container, because it is rarely, if ever, used in the home. In the use of glass jars, the same attributes of construction, efficiency, utility, and economy must be considered. There are numerous brands and variations of these brands on the market. Sometimes, in a canning or preserving operation, strange to say, the contents of 5 jars will turn out well, and the 6th will be a failure. This is of course due to the human or inhuman equation. Here are some of the types. 1. Glass jars with metal screw tops lined with porcelain, made more airtight by a rubber ring. These tops can be used again and again. 2. Glass jars with glass tops fastened by a wire clamp, plus the rubber ring. The tops are usable again and again. 3. Glass jars with flat metal tops held on temporarily by a metal clamp until firmly sealed and then taken off. These look neat and shipshape, but the top must be punctured before its removal, and therefore new caps must be bought each time. 4. Glass jars with flat metal cap over the rubber ring, and a bracelet ring with thread and overlapping top edge, which, when screwed over, holds the top securely. These tops can be used indefinitely. 5. Glass jar with hermetic seal with lacquered metal top. Around the inner edge of the top is a narrow lining of a composition which, when heated, softens and sticks to glass, and while the adhering is going on, a wire clamp holds it together and is removed after it is sealed. It is self-sealing, but you are unable to remove cover if for any reason during the processing it has to be removed. The government has this to say about the types mentioned above. If the old-fashioned screw-top jar is used, number 1, good caps are essential for safety. After having been used, the edge of this cap becomes flared and the porcelain lining frequently is loosened from the top. This lid then not only is difficult to sterilize, but may fail to give an airtight seal. If such jars are on hand and must be used, it will be better to use them for the canning of fruits, preserves, and other products which are easily processed, and to secure jars of the lightning seal type for vegetables which are more difficult to preserve. In preserving, it is always well to put a 3-ply hot towel underneath the jar when pouring hot material into the jar to insure against breakage, especially when the table has a glass or porcelain-like top. Sealing tests. If, after 24 hours, the seal or hermetic jars can be lifted by their lids without falling from grace or from anything else, the seal is pretty sure to keep the contents in good shape. Screw-top jars can be tested by inverting in order to discover leakage. All jars should be tested and reprocessed if jars leak. Sad to say, foods in the best sealed containers are often ravaged by the culinary Bolsheviki, which are bacteria forming in the most airless jars. Unless all the bacteria are killed in processing, the tight seal is no indication of salvation. To make safety sure, the laws of cleanliness must be observed to a scrupulous degree. The table scoured and covered with oilcloth to prevent dirt. Refuse cans near at hand to prevent any accumulation of bacteria or decay. Containers and tops boiled at least 15 minutes before using, and used as soon after as is possible, and then inverted either in water or on an exquisitely clean surface until used. Rubber rings for sealing jars must be cleaned immediately before using by dropping for 1 minute into a boiling solution of soda and water, 1 quart of water to 1 teaspoonful of soda, and removing quickly from fire to prevent rubber deterioration. Buy only the very best rubber rings on the market, or else your crop may fail. New rings must be bought for every canning and preserving process. Preserving is the result when whole fruits are cooked in syrup until the syrup is clear and transparent. The object is to have the fruit thoroughly permeated with the syrup. Preserving then is the process of introducing syrup into the fruit. A United States government authority says, in order to prevent shrinkage, it is necessary to put fruit at first into the syrup and increase its density slowly enough for diffusion to take place and for the fruit to be permeated with the syrup. This is done by boiling the fruit in syrup or by alternately cooking and allowing the product to stand immersed in the syrup, the density of the syrup being increased by evaporation or by substituting a heavier syrup for the lighter one after each period of standing. If at any time the fruit shrivels or wrinkles, the syrup should be made less dense by the addition of water. If this process be carried on gradually enough, the fruit may be completely saturated with sugar, as is the case with crystallized products without shrinking. Density measures. When there is much preserving to do, and absolute accuracy is a savor of money and time, a measure is used for determining the density of the liquids. This is called a saccharometer. It is inexpensive, about the same price as a thermometer, and consists of a long glass spindle like a thermometer, with a scale on it, but instead of mercury, the bulb is full of shot. When put in a vessel of water, it rests at the bottom of the vessel and registers 0. As the density increases, the spindle rises until the solution is saturated with sugar at the temperature indicated, the reading being 100. This, however, is the balling scale. The Brix scale is more accurate and is more expensive. When using a saccharometer, use a 250 cubic centimeter glass cylinder or a brass saccharometer cup for the liquid. The preserving kettle and the rest of the list of tools can be used for preserving. For cooling, enamel or aluminum trays are the best. Fruits will discolor tin. When jars are full, as mentioned before, slip a paddle silver knife (silver doesn't discolor fruit) or spatula through the fruit next to the container when packed, to remove air bubbles. Aluminum utensils. Aluminum is light and enduring, and contrary to allegations, cooking acids in aluminum utensils does no harm whatever. In fact, if any chemical action should take place, it does in the aluminum and not in the food. Chemists use it to cook acids in sometimes, which is a proof of the hardness of it in cooking fruit acids. If compounds were formed with aluminum, they are entirely harmless and have no more effect than any of the organic salts. Salts solutions can be cooked in aluminum, but don't score a concentrated brine, as pickling mixtures in aluminum, or the aluminum may become pitted. To clean aluminum, never use a strong alkali. Steel wool is the best cleaner on the market at present. If, when a utensil is washed, any slight stains or discoloration on the inside are immediately removed with some steel wool and a mild soap. It will be kept in a bright and shiny condition all the time. Oxalic acid is often recommended as one means of removing the discoloration from aluminum, as it unites so readily with the iron or mineral deposit which sometimes forms on the aluminum from the action of hard water. This, however, we do not generally recommend, as it is not a safe plan to have it around. Enamelware. Enamelware has a steel basis coated with porcelain. Probably no cooking utensil has so long and classic an inheritance, for enamel on metal, as jewelry, comes to us from the ancients, but it is not until modern times that this process has been used for cookery. The porcelain or enamel is so spread, hardened, and annealed or tempered that it is about as elastic as the steel, and therefore does not break or crack under high temperatures. But the cheaper qualities are not reliable, consequently buy the best. There is no chance of appendicitis in using enamelware, for never has any intestinal disturbance been found to have originated from chipping enamel, as had been said by enamel's enemies. So have no fear about using good quality enamel or aluminum or any of the best quality utensils sold to you by reputable manufacturers. You are not only safe, but fortunate when you can afford the very best variety of the best species. The enamel merchants say that their ware is decorative and therefore lends charm to the kitchen, because it can be bought in blue, green, white, gray, maroon, etc. And we add too that aluminum is decorative, and it adds a silver-like touch to a well put together kitchen. Enamel is cleaned like a china plate with plain water and good soap, whereas burn adheres more tightly to an enamel dish than an aluminum dish. It is easily removed and the upkeep simple and swift, adding much comfort to the housewife. In the purchase of any utensil, see that it is smooth, seamless, crackless, air bubbleless, and light in weight. Electric Canning and Preserving. When it comes to canning and preserving, the electrically equipped kitchen is splendidly prepared to handle this matter with the greatest ease and facility. Where there is a large electric range, it is unnecessary to have any additional canning machinery, for the sterilizing of the jars can be done right in the oven of the range. The jars may or may not be immersed in a water bath, just as it suits the cook. Without the bath is certainly easier and quicker, for the jars, when cold packed in the usual way, are merely set on a rack in the oven. In this case, however, care must be observed not to keep them there the full length of time prescribed in the water bath method, lest the rubber rings be scorched and afterwards develop defects. Failing a large electric range, the next best thing is the electric fireless cooker. Into this a few jars may be placed at a time, kept at high heat long enough for the contents to reach the boiling point, when the automatic time clock attachment will then throw the cooker on the low for the sterilization period. This method of canning is particularly desirable for suburban households where the kitchen garden is only of medium size. In that case the crops usually are produced in just about the quantity to make this the normal way of canning. With both of these electrical methods, it will be noticed that there is no huge, cumbersome, and heavy boiler to be handled, a great labor-saving feature. In the electric kitchen, jams and marmalades are made in open kettles on top of the stove, or for that matter, can be cooked on the much smaller table appliances. The even, dependable temperature furnished by electric heat is appreciated in these long, slow cooking processes, where with other methods there is danger of burning unless ceaseless watch is maintained. In some of the new stoves you can set the containers right in the oven. See Gas Ranges Chapter 7, also Electric Ranges Chapter 6, and Oil Stoves Chapter 8. This is a great saving of effort to the woman without a maid, as in this way the canning and preserving processes can be much simplified, if attention is given to cutting out extra utensils and processes. For a household where marmalade, jelly, and fruit juice making is carried on a large scale, an electric fruit juice extractor adds greatly to the rapidity with which the work can be done. End of section 20. Section 21 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Casseroles or the Revolution Culinary. Since my daughter came back from driving an ambulance in France and from living in the various towns, she has not only brought back an international atmosphere with her, but she is quite a kitchen red. She has revolutionized our whole culinary system. You strike terror to my soul. What can you mean? I said with amusement. Well, since she has returned, she is keen for cutting down unnecessary effort and unnecessary processes, and she thinks that the French have solved the simplifying of cookery by the use of the casserole, or casserole system, as I like to call it. It is quite true that these fads are overdone generally, but this is no fad, as it's been popular for eons, and if it had not been, why should you not give it a trial? Because a thing can be used intemperately is no reason why it should not be attempted. We drink water, yet we don't choke or drown ourselves very often. In these servant famine days, when people either have none, one, or a very depleted staff of them, processes must be cut down, handling of utensils must be decreased. Therefore, cooking in dishes that can be used on the table and coming directly from the stove cuts the use of one set of dishes, of washing the extra dishes, and as these utensils are of pottery or glass, the ease with which they can be washed cuts this process in half. These casserole dishes are made in glazed pottery, white on the inside, and you can buy them in pretty nearly every color, as far as the outside is concerned. Because of the heat-conducting attributes of pottery, long and slow cooking is the result of their usage. This fact is, of course, their greatest asset, because slow cooking is necessary to bring out the best flavors and render food more digestible. Casserole cookery, after all with the French it means really a kind of dish. Adapted to our use as mentioned before, it is a system by which cooking is done slowly in the casserole, in utensils usable on the table. Strictly speaking, casserole cookery is cooking done in the casserole. The French use the casserole for made-over dishes, and have given the world a fund of dishes and ideas which have saved much money and besides given much pleasure. This, of course, is a culinary as well as an economic feat, and probably one of the best uses of the casserole is the fact that tough cuts of meat and cheaper grades of vegetables, which are just as nutritious as the expensive, are rendered delicious and appetizing by this slow casserole cooking. The appearance of these dishes is enough to stimulate the jaded palate. They come, too, with cases made in the different metals: copper, brass, iron, and silver. The dish, as it is taken from the stove, is slipped into one of these open work cases and gives quite a finish to the table. These holders, be it remembered, are not necessary, but for that reason they are alluring. But people are prone to think that casserole cookery means living on stews and cheap cuts all the time. But this is entirely wrong, as you can bake, roast, boil, and braise in these dishes. Excellent cake and bread, soup and fruits can be cooked, and all very deliciously. Scallop dishes and marmites and things in ramekins are very good too. These are casserole cookery too, only those dishes are for the most part individuals, and these individual dishes are often made in the more delicate pottery wares. Naturally, you do not have to use the family size always. They are so made that they do not break if you use ordinary common sense with them. When they are new, they should be set in very cold water for a few hours. Let the cook apply gradual heat, never sudden heat, and remember that she must not put them on or in the stove without something in them, and that when she uses them on top of the stove, she must put asbestos or metal trays under them to insulate them from too direct a heat. Common or uncommon sense has to be used with all cooking utensils to lengthen their lives. But here are some of the good points in casserole cookery. Less liquid need be added when using them, as the food in long cooking cooks its own juices. Leftover foods become delicious in them. Freshly cooked foods become more appetizing. The tight covers keep in all aroma and flavor. If the cover doesn't fit tight enough, a little flour paste around the top of the casserole will seal it completely. There is no burn to remove when washing these dishes, and food cannot adhere obstinately to cause a loss of There is no burn to remove when washing these dishes, and food cannot adhere obstinately to cause a loss of time and patience. Anything that is to be removed is very evident, and rubbing it off the smooth sides is very rapidly accomplished, and they look so well after they are cleaned that the cook is well repaid. In buying casserole dishes, you should be sure that they are smooth on the inside and outside, with no little blisters or cracks. The best casseroles are not expensive, and it is very encouraging today to get anything with Epicurean attributes at proletarian prices. Women should try things as business men try things when they are cutting down expenses and operations. And it doesn't matter how wealthy a firm is, either, when cost reductions can be made. Isn't it queer that our wealthy women never think of cutting costs in their kitchens? Yet the wealthy firm is always trying to shave costs. After women realize that slow cookery is healthiest and is most economical, why do they persist in being too conservative to buy new things? There seems to be no reason except that they may unconsciously feel they were to begin There seems to be no reason except that they may unconsciously feel that were they to begin on slow cookery, they would adhere to it so rapidly that rapid cookery would fade away. It may be recalled that some housekeepers insist upon cooking even the demitasse in paper bags. But to save the rapid cookery processes, the glass utensil has been born, and is waxing popular. Rapidity is its chief attribute. By this rapidity in cooking there is a saving of fuel, and as the utensils are taken directly from the stove, as are the casseroles, and used on the tables, there is the same saving of service time. These glass utensils bring out the flavors in all kinds of foods. They do not absorb odors or greases. They are very easy to keep clean. There is never any burn to remove, and one can always see inside the utensil to find out how the food is faring. On first thought you may fear breakage, but they don't break. They are strongly guaranteed against breakage in the oven. They are annealed so perfectly that they can stand intense and sudden heat and not break. Chauffeurs from France came back with great tales of safety glass which is used on motors. This glass rarely breaks. Even if hit by shrapnel, it simply cracks and crazes. This fact will give confidence in what the scientific manufacturers of glass are doing today. This cooking glass is also made in engraved patterns, which make it suitable for the most exacting table use. But why is it that cooking can be done so much more rapidly in the glassware? Because the glass utensil utilizes, by the nature of glass composition, every bit of heat in the oven, and the metal utensil does not. This is proved by putting a metal and a glass pot in the oven equally full of water, and the glass pot will boil very soon, while you can guess the rest. Of course, this glass is only usable in the oven. It is really miracle stuff, because even boiling water poured into one of the utensils won't break it. Can everything be cooked in this ware? A pretty good range: light omelets, dried fruit, cake, bread, meat, and réchauffeurs. The glass casserole is very much in vogue at present because the glassware is adaptable to slow cooking too. It's amazing, isn't it, to think what can be done with glass and china, fireproof as they have become. Yet it isn't when you think of crossing the ocean in 16 hours. But what is amazing is that some women are so slow to investigate, and are willing to live in their unexplored medieval culinary ruts, while in every other line they seem to be so up and coming. But women that do their own work are far more forward-looking. End of section 21. Section 22 of Cheating the Junk Pile, The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. Furnishing your kitchen. Furnishing the kitchen sounds simple enough, but it is not. Everything put into the kitchen must have not only beauty and uniformity, but also utility, durability, tool shop convenience, and the maximum hygienic attributes. In one word, the furnishings must have absolute utensibility. In the other rooms, save the bathroom, you can humorously tell your decorator to do it in early Pullman or seriously in Louis XV, and all will be well. Your furniture in these rooms must be passably durable, consistent, and beautiful, but it need not be unstainable, washable, non-absorbent, rigid, non-corrosive, etc., etc. Equipping a kitchen is like equipping a medical laboratory. Skill must be employed. The table. Chief among the furnishings of the kitchen are the table and its relatives. They have to be rigid, enduring, and must be the correct size for the job and the correct kind for the work they are meant to do. The table has been the storm center of discussion for years. The problem is this: to find a tabletop that is non-absorbent, easily cleaned, not holding stains like an artist's palette, not brittle, not cracking under changes of temperature or when utensils are dropped upon it. For if you are doing your own work, you do not want to be scraping and cleaning all day, and if you have servitors, you will want them for more productive work. This is a big order. Teachers, scientific experts, and manufacturers of laboratory conveniences (they are never called kitchen conveniences in these circles), would this nomenclature help the servant problem? Have massed their findings and the results of the worldwide demand for a practical kitchen tabletop are the following: enamel tops. These, and their confrere vitrolite, etc., are excellent if you know that the manufacturer is good. They do not crack or craze, fall into multitudinous vein-like cracks, and break with ordinary usage. The enamel is baked over steel or iron and should be at least 3 coats thick. Glass tops. Not for general utility, but well adapted for the pastry table, since with this top no special pastry board is needed. Glass tops are really very beautiful and have every qualification but unbreakableness. Some new patents are less brittle than old makes. Marble tops. Excellent for the pastry table, and if one can afford them, fine for most things. There is only the remotest chance that they may break, and only when they are less than 2 inches thick. White metal tops. Excellent, non-corrosive, flat coverings. They are expensive, but do not need any nursing to keep them in order. Zinc tops. Very much used, but these tops buckle and puff and are very much affected by acids and alkalis. Wooden tops. Far better than zinc for the householder who cannot afford the other tops. The wood can be treated with non-staining varnish, or a varnish that can stand heat without being annihilated, and you will have a fine table. If this is not possible, the ordinary wooden table, fresh from the shop, if covered with linoleum or oilcloth, is very useful and durable, especially since the linoleum can be changed inexpensively and often. There may be a metal binder around the wooden tabletop if desired. Composition tops. These need a guarantee as they are often of glass or some mixture undefined. Tin tops. These are not used any more as far as we know. Special tables. The ordinary table length is from 3 feet to 7 feet, depending upon the size of the kitchen. There are usually from 1 to 3 tables in use, more often 2. The ordinary heights are from 32 inches to 28 inches. Get the height that fits your workers. Be sure to find this out if possible, otherwise you will have to make a later arrangement. Maple is a satisfactory wood for strong tables, ash and pine for the cheaper kind of top. The marble top table is the royal pastry table, which of course, though not a luxury, is an extra table. Fancy a 7-foot marble slab, 2 1/2 inches thick. Isn't it like an Alma Tadema conception? The pastry table usually has a rack of some sort beneath it, either slatted or solid. This rack may be half shelf and half electric plate warmer. In smaller homes, the pastry table of 3 feet length is the most convenient, with a somewhat thinner marble top or glass top. The top of the cook's table is sometimes divided into 2 parts, one part made of marble or glass for pastry work, and the other part of polished wood for ordinary pursuits. This effects the saving of a table if the cooks do not squabble, or there is but one cook and little room. The cook's table is placed opposite the range and has a 7-foot pot rack attached. The legs of most of these high-grade tables are tipped with metal to keep them unspotted from the washings of the floor. The trimmings, too, are of the same metal formerly called German silver. It would not be a bad idea to have a metallic tip of some sort put on the legs of the less expensive tables, to keep them from wearing and to maintain a rigidity well beloved in tables, for there is no happiness in table tipping outside of the spiritual seance. Kitchen cabinets. A kitchen cabinet, see also Chapter 27, Kitchen Cabinets, is a thing of duty and joy forever. It is the first cousin to the table, and really is but the table extended and expanded into drawers and shelves and closets. It signifies the demand of the modern housewife for a ship-shaped tool chest with all the materials ready to her hand, so that there may be no reaching, stretching, or relay races around the kitchen in the preparation of the recurring daily meals. For the most part these cabinets are movable, that is, they are not built into the walls of the room. At present, however, architects are planning for them as stationary and essential parts of the kitchen equipment. Materials. Steel and wood are the materials out of which the cabinet is made. The steel ones are better in many ways than the wooden types because they are easier to clean and are more protected against vermin. However, the wooden cabinets which are built with rounded corners are a close second to the steel cabinet, since these corners cannot become a receptacle for food waste and are practically vermin-proof. Wooden cabinets are finished in a hard enamel paint and can be washed with impunity. Some kitchen cabinets are equipped with a rolling door which folds upwards, others have swinging doors. The swinging door, although it extends into the room a few inches, has the convenience of being able to hold extra little racks for extra little things, such as small bottles, market lists, and the like. Never fill your cabinet too full of things, as they are prone to fall down and jangle the nerves of the worker, thus really defeating the purpose for which the cabinet is built, which is maximum convenience. Besides the table top, which is used as a molding board, there are places for the flour bin, sugar container, bread, cake, pots, pans, rolling pin, cutlery, jars, dishes, marketing slips, and even the favorite cookbook. The kitchen cabinet is a boon to the small housekeeper and is becoming so appreciated for its concentration of work and saving of steps that even the owners of large homes insist on installing it. That is why architects are including the kitchen cabinet in their plans. It means a saving of 75% of toil and thus becomes a factor in making servants willing to stay with you. Where there are no servants employed, you, Mrs. Wife, get the benefit. There are many smaller cabinets on the market. The sink closet, which contains all the sink soap, swabs, and brushes, a real convenience indeed, as is the long and narrow broom closet for brooms and cleaning materials. Until you have your brooms properly garaged, your nerves never will be entirely rested. Dealers and manufacturers are ready, in fact, to make any sort of cabinet for you if they are not in stock. Don't be bashful. Get what you need for your kitchen, but never get more than you can use. Small, neat white cabinets are made to fit corners as well as flat spaces, and give the kitchen the efficient, clean look of the laboratory. Shelving units. Steel shelving and built-in kitchen cabinets are growing more and more popular. Stationary shelves, built once and for all, can be installed, or you can begin with a few units, and as you require more, they can be bolted on to what you have, just like sectional bookcases. These shelves are covered with 3 coats of enamel baked on steel, and very durable, having the same qualities as the good table: rigidity, non-absorption, and ease in cleaning. They are the parallel of the steel filing case in the office, and that is another sign that the kitchen is becoming as systematic as the business sanctum. Just as soon as the home approximates the efficiency and standardization of the office, just so soon will the servant problem cease to be. But we are not discussing the millennium in this chapter. The shelves can be made with or without doors. Of course, doors are a little help in the fight against dust, yet even they are not infallible enemies of this household nuisance. Very often under the shelves the plate warmer and the refrigerator are placed. Their close proximity shows that the refrigerator is insulated against the heat and the plate warmer is insulated against the cold. This is really an object lesson in the possible self-identification of good apparatus. This arrangement will work well both in the pantry and in the kitchen. Wooden shelves are less expensive than the steel ones, but require careful attention, frequent cleaning, and new coverings at intervals. Plate glass shelves are being used of late. Plate warmer. In speaking about the above luxurious pastry and cook's tables, we touched on the matter of plate warmers. In small homes, plate warming is accomplished by ovens, oven tops, or warming plates arranged above the ovens or stove. In larger homes, however, where guests are many and often and plates and dishes multitudinous, the electric plate warmer has come to do the work. It may be under a table, as you have seen above, or it may be a separate entity. The doors of the plate warmer are generally of the sliding variety and are of a special make of iron, trimmed with steel or white metal. The interior of the warmer is perfectly insulated with asbestos and other materials. It does not warm the kitchen. This is proved by the possibility of its being placed next to a refrigerator without any bad results to the ice. There is a little ruby pilot light which tells you if the electricity is on or off, thus obviating the chance of unnecessary heat getting out when you wish to find out whether the warmer is functioning or not. The electric warmer usually stands a little higher than a table, but does not alter the size of the table when built beneath it. Chairs and stools. Since the kitchen is in no way a lounge, the chair in the kitchen is really only another tool to assist in the work or possibly to permit a few moments of relaxation. Of course, it is quite obvious that in some kitchens, which are a combination sitting room, living room, and dining room, the chair and even the couch are real comfort factors. However, this type of room is not being considered here. In the kind of kitchen we are furnishing, the ordinary modified Windsor chair is as good a model as any we know, and can and should be finished to match the rest of the kitchen. The stool is most convenient and should be about 24 inches in height, because a worker can work efficiently while sitting on this. The chair stepladder is convenient in rooms in which you have had to build high shelves for sufficient storage room, lack of space being the only excuse for such unreachable shelves. There is, too, the ladder stool, which serves the same purpose as the chair stepladder combination. The little wooden step is a convenience if perchance your kitchen maid is not an Amazon and needs a few more inches added to her, or if your cook happens, too, not to be of heroic mold. In small kitchens the settle table is a convenience, for when a bench is needed it can be used as a bench, and presto, when a table is needed it is quickly changed into a table, the two things taking but the space of one. Mats. Stone, composition, tile, and even wood floors are often very trying to the feet and back of your kitchen denizen. A strip or two of linoleum or cork is a great relief, as it adds to the unrelenting floor a little elasticity and resiliency, which takes the strain off the feet and makes for comfort and ease. These materials are the best, for they are washable and non-absorbent, and they add rather than detract from the beauty of the surroundings. If the strips are not usable, mats can be bought or made for the space to be filled. Matching up. It is quite as possible to have uniformity in your kitchen as well as in your other rooms. Even if the kitchen must be fixed up after the architect has done his worst, you can at least have the same color scheme throughout. There are on the market today kitchen furnishings to suit every pocket, so there is really little excuse for a kitchen to look heterogeneous and messy. Furnishing a kitchen is a most tempting problem, especially with not too full a purse. The trouble is mostly that people who know nothing about a kitchen always furnish it, because it is considered easy. It isn't easy. Even after furnishings are bought, if they are not placed well, they are of as little value as if they did not exist. In getting household apparatus, the first and great demand is, know your manufacturer, and the second is as important. Buy the best you can afford after the most careful thought, and be very sure where it is going to be placed when you get it. End of section 22.
Chapter 23 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments by Ethel R. Pazer. Chapter 23, Kitchen Cosmetics. Like women, kitchens must be made up continuously to be kept up. Like women, the fairer and even blonder they are, the more attractive they seem to be. But unlike women, they must never be applied with powder, as a beautifier, or with oils, varnishes, and paints, which for any reason disintegrate into powder. Every domeologist, the author's coinage for a home scientist, likes a light, clean, glistening kitchen. Oils, paints, and varnishes and their relatives, enamels, shellacs, and lacquers, do the trick. This article is not going to teach you to be a painter, but ought to give you the salient facts of kitchen makeup, which every domeologist should have in her mental, if not actual, filing case. Furthermore, in the maidless or maided house, the basic supply of to-be-cleaned things must be as nearly self-supporting as possible. Hence, a smoothly varnished woodwork and an unpeeling painted wall or ceiling will go a long way to simplifying the care of the kitchen, yea, the whole house. Briefly, paint, according to Wood, is any liquid or semi-liquid substance applied to any metallic, wooden, or other surface to protect it from corrosion or decay, or to give color or gloss, or all of these qualities to it. Note the stress on the protective quality. According to Haeckel, paint is a mixture of opaque or semi-opaque substances, pigments, with liquids capable of application to surface by means of a brush or a painting machine, or by dipping and forming an adherent coating thereon. House paints are made of pigments, drying oils, volatile or thinners, dryers or japans, and varnishes. Pigments are divided into white bases, like oxide of zinc, the most important, inert reinforcing pigments, natural earth colors, chemical colors, pigment lakes, etc. Varnish enhances the beauty of surfaces, protects them from injury, increases the luster or hardness of other coatings, excludes moisture and gases, vapors, and other atmospheric agencies of decomposition or decay. Preventives of disease. Paint and varnishes in the main have been thought to be beautifiers only, but in reality they are much more than this, for they are very complete means for the maintenance of sanitary conditions in the kitchen and are made for application on metals, cement, concrete, plaster, wood, etc. Therefore, there is nothing in the kitchen that cannot be resurfaced if necessary. Cracks and holes spell vermin and germ traps, which make efficient distribution centers for disease. Here is where paints and varnishes and the adjuncts not only fill the cracks, but fill the bill before the physician has time to send his. The best blanket dictum to remember is that cleanliness is next to holiness. Fill up the holes, cracks, splits, roughnesses, and unevennesses. Render all surfaces non-porous by application of liquid paint fillers. But before all else, scrape and pumice and wash surfaces with good old soap and water. Benzene is very often not sufficiently efficient in preparing for paint applications. Evenness, cleanliness, non-porousness, these three, and to be Irish, the greatest of these is elbow grease, the best of all kitchen cosmetics applied in preparation and in brushwork. Choose the manufacturer first. What criterion have we, asks the domeologist, in the choice of paints? The answer is, choose the manufacturer, then choose the paint. No household has a laboratory, and the widest advertised paint brands have stood the test. Consequently, a can opener, the paint, and an all-seeing eye to keep abreast of the advertisements are the requirements for the pocket laboratory. But the standard for any paint is the overworked word, service. If the paint you and your friends have used does not wear, get another make. But by all means, do not use these things blindly any more than you would use face powder without knowing the brand. Buy the best. In no other household commodity is this advice more important. Sometimes the best paints and varnishes deteriorate in storage or transit by being kept in too cold a room and may be explosive if treated with too high a temperature. Paint rules. In buying paint, it will do no harm to bear in mind 1. That 1 gallon of paint should be distributable over an area in 2 coats of 300 square feet. 2. A good paint should produce a surface that is neither too hard nor too soft. Surfaces that are too hard are prone to chipping and cracking or splitting. Sometimes they remain sticky if they are too soft, or chalk or powder or flow. 3. The average life of a good application of good paint is 4 years. It ought to last 15 years, but today in our apartments we are glad if it lasts 1 month. 3 years is the minimum, but a simple pigment paint frequently plays out in 3 years. 4. That paint must be durable in color and should last at least 4 years under normal conditions. Good floor paints and varnishes can stand dragging furniture, walking, hot utensils, steam, water, even alcohol and greases. 5. That good paint should leave surfaces suitable for repainting, which, being interpreted, means that the old paint should still be unbroken, making paste or liquid fillers practically unnecessary. Paste fillers, with or without color, are used to fill deep cracks, etc., not, however, caused by broken paint surfaces, but by faulty construction, warping, blows in plaster, wear, and such injuries. The common ills which are met with in paint life are 1. Peeling, cracking, or powdering due to imperfect attachment, probably on greasy, damp, or over-artificially heated surfaces from which the moisture is driven up through the paint. 2. Blistering due to underlying vaporized moisture. An excess of volatile oil prevents this. It often occurs on incompletely dried lumber, and often light or some chemical agency is the cause. 3. Alligatoring. Incipient cracks due to heavy coats of paint applied to unseasoned wood, especially if the paint is drier, tougher, or more elastic than the undercoats. 4. Ware. This is the only legitimate ill if it takes place after the allotted period of its life. The common epidemics in varnish life are bloom, opalescence, blistering, spotting, cracking, sweating, powdering, livering, crawling, refusal to spread, flasking, deadening, loss of luster, pitting, silking, looks like enameled silk, seedy or specky, wrinkling, grain showing, crumbling, all due to imperfect preparation of surfaces and the presence of moisture, greases, poor varnishes, poor application of good varnishes, different brands of varnishes put together, increase or decrease of temperature in drying or storage or transportation, etc. There are hundreds of kinds of varnishes divided into oil varnishes, spirit varnishes, japans, enamels, and specialties. In house finishing, oil varnishes, enamels, painters' japans, and sometimes spirit varnishes, shellac and dammer varnishes. Lacquers are highly transparent varnishes used on metals to produce a lustrous film. Japans, decorative, are dark finishes applied to metals and wood. Japans, painters, are varnishes added to paints for luster and drying. Employ an expert. So it can readily be seen that the painting and varnishing of the kitchen should be, if nothing else, given over to experts. The painter should understand these requirements. The priming coat, says Heckel, being the one on which the adhesion of the entire paint film depends, should be most carefully considered. It should be sufficiently liquid to penetrate every pore and irregularity of the surface, carrying with it particles of the pigment, but this fluidity must not be obtained at the cost of the future strength of the dried film. For the priming coat, it is customary to add a quantity of oil and some turpentine or benzene, or, in the case of cypress, yellow pine, and resinous woods in general, some form of benzol. It is easy to overdo both. Only enough of the volatile thinner should be used to avoid a high gloss, to which subsequent coats will not readily adhere. Hard, unabsorbent woods require a thicker priming coat than spongy woods, such as poplar, soft pine, etc. Resinous woods like yellow pine again require special treatment, a preliminary varnishing of knots and resinous spots with shellac, and subsequent priming with a fluid priming coat containing a benzol product. The second coat, which in many instances is also, improperly, the finishing coat, should be tempered accordingly. If there are to be 3 coats, as there should be, the paint should be lightly reduced with turpentine or benzene so as to promote amalgamation with the priming coat and to reduce the surface gloss. If it is to be the finishing coat, prepared paint of the average consistency can be used without reduction, but a very little turpentine is sometimes desirable to assist penetration and adhesion. The third or finishing coat should usually be employed as it comes from the can. In the case of all coats, thorough hard brushing is essential, and a round brush is always preferable to a flat brush. The failure of paint is frequently due to insufficient elbow grease with the brush. Every coat of paint should be completely dry throughout before the next coat is applied, but it is a mistake to allow a priming coat to weather and become weakened before painting is continued. Too much dryer or Japan, or cheap rosin Japans, are at the bottom of many paint failures. The manufacturer of a scientifically prepared paint will introduce the proper kind and quantity of dryers into his formula, and none should be added in use. A fit condition of surface is obtained by 1. By delaying the application of the priming coat until the wood is thoroughly seasoned, unless seasoning has been properly attended to in the lumber. Secondly, by seeing that the plaster on the inside of the building is completely dry before painting is begun on the outside. A new house should have been heated some weeks before it is painted. In an old house, leaking spouts, etc., should be repaired, and the adjacent wood allowed to dry thoroughly before repainting. Thirdly, by avoiding the application of paint in moist weather or when the atmospheric moisture is high. Fourthly, by selecting a dry, mild season as late spring or early fall rather than a cold or hot season as winter or midsummer for the work. Fifthly, by seeing that sappy or resinous spots in new lumber are properly treated before painting. Sixthly, by due care on old work that all loose paint and dust are removed by scraping, sandpapering, wire brushing, dusting, or if necessary burning before new paint is applied. As a rule, it should always be remembered that 2 thin coats thoroughly brushed out are better in most cases than 1 thick coat, and that repainting should never be delayed until the undercoats begin to loosen seriously. Only when conditions are favorable should the householder be his own painter. In any case, he should study carefully the directions on the can, and unless they are found to apply to his particular job, should consult either the manufacturer or a practical painter for fuller advice. Ceilings and walls of the kitchen are improved by the application of flat washes, calcimines, etc., of which there are many on the market. These surfaces are easily kept clean and sanitary, and for this reason have been used instead of papers in the kitchen. All discolorations and dirt, grease and dust are removable by soap and water. The best paints are not poisonous and are a great factor in home sanitation. The kitchen floor is a more difficult problem as the wear and tear is so much greater than suffered by the walls. However, paint and varnish manufacturers have the problem well in hand, and there are paints and stains on the market, and varnishes too, which withstand wear and tear, heat, grease, steam, gases, and every other normal nuisance. Of course, this holds good only if they are applied correctly. Floor varnishes should dry in 48 hours. Dressings for revivifying linoleums are on the market, but beware of poor ones. Don't be afraid to investigate. This is another mandate to the domeologist. And bear in mind that floor varnishes and stains should be able to stand dragging furniture and footwear, should be tough, withstand shock or abrasion, and be unaffected by normal contact with moisture. Good surfaces will give enduring service and will permit the scrubbing and washing of floors almost indefinitely. New coats can be added as the wear and tear demands. In addition to paints, there are varnishes and stains combined which give effect of natural stain, and these applied to floors are more than satisfactory. These combinations, too, are useful on linoleums that have aged. These materials are made, it must be understood, to stand wear. Do not ever think of applying a wall stain or paint to the floor, as floor compositions are made to withstand different use. Before using a stain, etc., on linoleum, it is well to get advice from a linoleum firm or a top-notch paint firm. Enamels or pigment varnishes. Probably nothing gives the domeologist more delight than the effect a fine white enamel gives the objects over which it is laid. Here is a way to keep the kitchen a real blonde. There are many of these enamels on the market which give the refreshing aspect to the kitchen. Many of them have the appearance of porcelain and can be kept clean with little trouble. They can be bought in the glossy finish or the flat or dull or matte finish. All the woodwork of the kitchen can be treated with enamels if a charming kitchen is wanted. The high cost of construction today demands the protecting powers of paints. The beauty theory of paint still holds good, but the protective power is predominant and most important. The use of a good floor oil has been proven by Dr. Wallace Monheimer to reduce the quantity of dust in a room from 80% to 100%. Flying dust is the airplane of disease. Oils, paints, and varnish the anti-aircraft guns. And finally, read the directions on the can, get the admirable books of directions mailed gratis by the service departments of manufacturers of paint, and buy the best. And do not fail to realize that the kitchen with a good complexion augurs well for the complexion of everyone in the house. End of chapter 23.